Let's go. Good doggy. Come on, Ruby, come on. Come on. Good afternoon. How's it? Just out with the dog for another long walk. Good old Ruby. Ruby, hey, say hi. There you go. Ruby says hi to everybody. Good afternoon. Another painful day on another Pro Z Team Live. Don't know what it is about these folks, but they just cannot bring themselves to behave in a civilized way. It's very frustrating, but not unexpected. Hey, what's up? So my sunglasses, I left them at a golf course. It's about an hour away from my house, so I picked these. I don't know, look like an insect with these bright bulbs. But anyway, that's better than getting your eyes blinded in the sun. Anyway, yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you. Beautiful, a little bit of warm day where I am, but otherwise very nice. Hope it's nice wherever you are. And today we're going to talk about an interesting subject, and it's a lot different than what people think. So this is going to be fun to talk about. In terms of guests, though, just to let you know, I'm only going to bring up guests that are opposing view. So if you're somebody who's pro-Palestinian, you believe in the status quo system that we're in, you believe voting makes a difference, if you believe that human beings are, supreme, you can come up and talk to me about why you feel differently. I disagree with everything I just said. So, just to give you a point. Thank you for the gift. I don't even know what these gifts are worth. I've been on TikTok now for like 9.5 months, and I literally don't know any more about going live than I did when I started. And so I actually called up a friend today who's a pretty prominent TikTok live person, and he sent me a couple of videos showing how to set this shit up. So hopefully in the future the quality and the pizzazz of my lives will improve. Sorry, something got in my eye. Real quick, just 1 second, Ruby. 1 sec. Thanks for being patient, baby. There we go. Hopefully that'll do the trick. Okay, yes, no fun having something. By the way, the other day I was playing tennis with a friend of mine early in the morning, and one of the, those little like flying ants, they can really sting you if you touch them or mess with them, and they're very persistent. It flew right into my eye. I mean, right into, I'll show you exactly what happened. It flew into my eye right here, and then it flew all the way to the back of my eye, and it was stinging the back of my eyeball. I was like, I've never had anything like this happen. It was so painful. I immediately dropped my racket and like fell to the ground and was like holding my head. It's just nothing like that's ever happened to me before, where a little insect is completely incapacitated. I've been stung by bees, lots of them. But anyway, not a great story. Anyway, it was what it was. Somebody says, yes, sure, you do it for the money. Oh, this is Dagonos. Welcome back to the comments. He likes to be in my comments. Listen, by the way, I will tell you this. Once in a while, some people will send me a donation on PayPal, Cash App or whatever, because I have them listed in my bio, but I almost never talk about it. When's the last time you heard me say, please go to my bio and send something or help out? I just, I'm not in this for the money. That's the whole point. And when somebody sends me a TikTok gift, I don't even know what the hell it is. That's why I don't usually say thank you, because it could be a penny or it could be $10. I have no idea. Not that it would be $10, but you get the idea. So, no, I'm not doing this for money. I kind of enjoy talking politics. It's like a hobby kind of thing. And, I like listening to talk radio, listening to other people's lives. This is just what I enjoy. So this is one issue that I know a little more about than many others, so I talk about it. Some people think I'm obsessed. Well, you think what you want. I speak to it because I think it needs speaking to. And the other thing is, I think you just have to realize this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about indoctrination and what that entails, and what are signs of it, and what are some examples of it. And it's very easy to be subjected to indoctrination. It's incredibly subtle. And, it's hard to figure out what's going on unless you really have a chance to step outside the bubble. So it's really nobody's fault if they're saying things that are within the bubble, because they're in it and they don't even know they're in it. So, of course, they're going to say those things. And we'll give some examples of that, specifics. But no, Dagonos, I hope you're enjoying your time in the comments yet again. You tend to be here quite frequently. Anyway, that's okay. It's okay to disagree with somebody. I actually like that. I especially appreciate people. I'm not saying I like them, but I appreciate and respect somebody who can, articulate their views in a clear way. Even if the points being made, I think, are hard to defend, but they do a good job trying, and I admire that. I also admire, and this, people say, why don't you ever say anything good nice about Israel? I do say nice things. Let me give you one right now. Their intelligence services are second to none. These are very smart, very talented human beings, okay? Don't get me wrong. Criticizing one's motives and behavior is not criticizing someone's, intelligence. There are very few people that work at the highest levels of the Israeli system that are not so bright. They're very bright people. In addition, I think Israel has a lot of positives. I think that it's a beautiful, burgeoning, was before this conflict started, but it's a beautiful place to go, I'm sure. My parents went there when I was younger. I've never been. I'm probably not going to go unless something politically changes. I want to get the hell out of this country. I don't want to go to another one that I also don't agree with the way they run things. But that's a whole nother story. Anyway, but if you want to be in the comments and you want to say things, as long as there's something substantive, the thing I don't like is when people say, like, you're a liar. Okay, well, what's one thing that I lied about? Well, you're a liar. Again, that doesn't take us anywhere. So if we have an issue where there's a dispute over the facts or the interpretation, let's talk it out. Let's have a conversation, even if it's in the comments. You can type in 5 or 6 keywords or whatever and make your point. Anyway, I do it all the time. This is what I do inside the Pro-Israeli Lives. And they get mad at me for staying on issue. I stay on issue, and all they want to do is talk a bunch of, you're this, you're that, you hate everybody. How about you're doing this for money and all that bullshit. It happened again today. It's funny, when somebody impugns your motives, the first thing that comes to my mind, I want to do a lie detector test. I want to take a polygraph, and if they say you hate Jewish people, you hate minorities, you hate everybody, you hate refugees, you're someone who's doing this for money, and all these allegations, I would just love to see the look on their face if we were to bet, say $10,000 per person, goes to a lawyer hangs on to it, the lawyer oversees and hires the polygraph person, maybe does a second one if they think the first one might be weird. They can even pick the company. And then ask me these questions, X, Y, Z. I just watch their faces as their $10,000 comes right over to my account. It'll be a beautiful day because I don't think or believe any of those things. And I'm not doing this for any of the reasons that they put out there. Now, I don't want to make this all about me, but this is just the shit that's been talked about really quickly. So let's talk about indoctrination. So what does it mean, first of all? Well, what it means is it's a process that's used to create a certain set of beliefs in one's mind. Usually could be smaller groups, but sometimes even at the societal level. But it doesn't have to be necessarily, it could be a group that's called a cult, or it could be a religious fundamentalist group, or it could be a religious group. Some people think that people who believe in religions, and I'm not going to specify any particular ones, but they would say that, there's actually something called in Christian teaching. I used to have a friend who taught at a Baptist church down in, down somewhere in Texas. And he said he taught something called doctrine. It's like a Sunday school class, but on the scriptures. And that is part of indoctrination, if you don't know. So there's a certain set of principles and ideas and assumptions and beliefs that some group prefers to, let's say it's not even nefarious, let's say that they want to try to focus on that. They want people's attention thinking through that paradigm. That's a form of indoctrination. It happens, this United States is a great example. So for those of you who say I only criticize the blue and white, I'm criticizing the red, white, and blue right now, okay? So, and listen, I wouldn't say criticize, I'd say give an analysis of. I personally don't like it, but it is what it is. So in this country, it's amazing how well, it's very effective, by the way, even to this day. I'll give you a great example. Go to any NFL football game. First of all, NFL today, NFL football, American football, is the bread and circus of the Romans. Let's face it. It's the gladiator sport. People accumulate around it. People live their whole lives around getting ready for the 16 or 17 game season. And then, of course, the playoffs or the Super Bowl, if your team gets there. It's literally like religion. In fact, I said you could do anything to the public. Anything. And I mean anything. You could double the price of food. You could make gasoline $20 a gallon. You could, tell them they can't eat meat. But well, maybe not that one. But if you told them the NFL football was going to be canceled, that'd be it. You'd have a riot on your hands. You'd have a complete breakdown of government. People would be freaking the F out. They couldn't take it. So anyway, this is just the way it is. This thing is it's like a national religion. It's unbelievable. And I'm somebody who used to watch it regularly. I don't watch it much anymore just because of the money and all the hype and all this stuff. It's fun to watch a game, but God, the money, and all the gambling. Think about it for a second. Think how much money is involved in one NFL game, even just a game between losing teams. It's huge. The advertising money is unthinkable. You wouldn't even believe how much money these corporations make off these ads. And a lot of it, what is it for? Budweiser, used to be Bud Light until they had their challenges. Anyway, so getting back to indoctrination. So in America, we're told that this is the first thing. That you're living in the greatest country on earth. America is the greatest country ever. Right? Why is it? Because we have freedom, and we have democracy, and we have opportunity, and we take in immigrants, and we're a melting pot. And this is the fabric of the American indoctrination. It's reinforced through a very thought out system of when you get old enough to kind of, get your bearings, you do what? You go to school. You get educated. Now, it's not a bad idea to go in and get the basics of education. That's a good thing, right? To be able to read, to be able to do basic mathematical computation. And if you're doing something more advanced, maybe trigonometry or geometry, even calculus. But that comes later. But in the early years, what's one of the most memorable experiences, no matter where you went to school, whether you went to private school, public school, you're there in first grade, you're nervous, you got your whatever new clothes or your little pen book your mom got for you. Walking by some little kids right now, it's funny. And what happens? You go into school and the teacher, the homeroom teacher, tells you to stand up and say the pledge. And of course, what's the pledge? Well, if you're new for kindergarten, they teach it to you, but after that, you've got to memorize. It goes like this, and I could say it. You're supposed to put your hand over your heart. There's a flag in the classroom. This is North Korea shit. And you say, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now I could say that literally. You could put, enough whatever in me to make me stupid. That's like the last thing I wouldn't remember to say. So let me just ask the question real quick to these people, because I don't want to let the dog loose if this is happening. So that's pretty indoctrinating. Now, in addition, we're taught to go through this structure called school. So we go to school for, 9.5 months, and then we have a few months off for summer break. We go to camp, we play sports. Is there a sporting event coming in?
We just have a little pump line down here.
Okay, it will hurt if the dog runs loose on that side? Okay, thank you so much. Of course. Anyway, so, that's basically the structure is what gets people indoctrinated, right? What is life? Life is like, you got to eat, you got to sleep, you got to have some shelter, you got to have some clothing if it's cold out, but that's about it. That's really, you need water, food, movement, and sleep. That's really all we really need, along with community and stuff. I'm going to let the dog off the leash. Hey, Ruby, stay for 1 sec. Stay. Good girl. Okay, there you go. There goes the Ruby. Having a good old time. Okay, so it's the structure itself that gets us. We're sort of conditioned to go into this regular pattern of doing and producing and learning. It's a conditioning process. And what that conditioning does is get us used to a rhythm of living in a certain way. A lot of people live lives far different from this. And the rhythms of the world are more in sync with a more relaxed but productive when necessary, little bursts of activity, not this regular 8-hour stretch of stuff or 10-hour or whatever it may be, 5-6 days a week, same thing over and over. That repetition does something to our sense of how we need to move through life as a rhythm, as Americans. And so what are we told? George Bush, after the 9/11 tragedy, what did he tell people to do? Did he say, work with your fellow Americans, let's help each other, let's do things for the poor? No, he said, go out and buy stuff. Go buy something, go shopping. This is what the President of the United States said. So if you look at advertising, advertising is built on indoctrination and propaganda. It's the same exact principles. It uses subtle but very effective messaging to create a certain emotion. It sparks something within us, at least that's the intent, that subliminally gets us to want to do certain things that benefit the person who's put together this particular piece of wonderful propaganda. And that's also a conditioning tool. So in America, we watch television. Until recent years with smartphones, but basically people watching TV is like a pastime. Most everybody does it. Only the few keep their TV turned off. Take a guess about me. I can't remember the last. When did I watch TV last? I turn it on like once in a while to watch like a Netflix movie or maybe a sporting event if I can get it, or probably once a month, if that. Anyway, I'm on the smartphone a lot, so it's the same difference. But talk about the conditioning of that. So advertising conditions us to what? To buy stuff. Right? Advertising. Oh, look at this latest restaurant meal. You got to try this special sale, this 4th of July sale. It's, it just goes on and on and on. It's in every part of our being. So even on Netflix now, they have advertising. We've been conditioned to accept that as a reality. Most places are like, dude, what the, get this shit out of here. This is bullshit. If I need a fucking roll of toilet paper, I'll go buy one. I don't need to see a bunch of dancing bears talking about wiping their ass on television. So this is the point of this. And yet we get that. So this is involuntary hit with advertisement. It happens on TikTok right now. If you're scrolling through, what do you see? TikTok shop, TikTok shop. Now it's like every third or fourth one, or maybe sometimes 3 in a row. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? But anyway, I digress. So getting into the idea of that. So we have a combination of advertising and structure and rhythm and allegiance to a country and the concept of government, which is the 3 branches, the executive, the legislative, the judicial branch, and that they check and balance each other perfectly so the system works great and it maintains this perfect democracy. And oh, by the way, we are now the protectors of the free world, and we have to do things sometimes to keep the world safe and keep the world running the right way based on our principles. So that's the story that we get. So anytime we do something militarily, guess what? It was against a bad guy who was non-democratic, and we had to correct that problem because we don't want that stuff to spread, right? Like a virus. That's what we get. That is the conditioning if you don't know. And so everything we do is considered to be, can be substantiated because it comes from that core set of values and beliefs. And so as we see things happen in the news, and of course things get presented a certain way in the news that don't further aggravate a situation that may be kind of problematic based on these values, the inconsistencies. And so they have a compliant news system that works within the framework of wanting to keep a certain set of bookends or on the linguistic expressions of the way these things are discussed. And this is very nuanced, but very clever, and it's done through central editorial control, which sends most of the stuff down through the staff offices, and they give them the bullet points and things to talk about as well as the teleprompter. And it's very highly controlled. It's more so than in most states. You'd never believe how much different it is here and in places like Israel than it is elsewhere. It's unbelievably, what's the right word to use? It's unthinkably manipulated in ways that you just wouldn't believe. It's just crazy. But it is what it is. And it's also within the idea of making money. Remember, it all kind of works together. Dr. Shiva Ayurvedi said, if you don't know him, he talks about the swarm, but he talked about the common interest concept of what shapes the behavior of certain groups of people that are at the top. And it's like a flock of birds. They don't like meet in a room somewhere and all get together and have like family reps and make a plan and go, okay, ready, set, hike. It's not like that. But their interests are so closely aligned that a lot of their behavior tends to move like a swarm of birds. Like the birds don't get together and say, okay, go left. Okay, go. They just kind of do it. They just kind of move in a certain way together. And that's very similar to how these sort of sociopathic, serial accumulating oligarchs are. And guess who pushes the propaganda? That same class of people. They're the ones who want the message to be maintained so that some of these probably unsubstantiable, if you can't make a claim to do something, you're not the good guy. And so this is all built into Americans and indoctrination. Again, we're just talking about the USA right now. I could get on to Israel right now, but I think it's just, I don't even want to talk about it. It's if you think the American system, as I just laid it out, is bad, multiply that by about 340. And you have how things work in that particular place. And this is why the people who we interact with, who come from that information, that process we just laid out in terms of just conditioning and shaping, the indoctrination of it all. It's not surprising that somebody having come out the other end of that, who's still within the bubble that creates, is going to speak a certain way, because to them, that is the reality. The narrative, the desired narrative, is the truth. End of story. So anything that is inconsistent or doesn't, contradicts or attempts to reject or negate that truth is to be dismissed, to be put down, or to be deflected. Does that make sense? So that's the bottom line there, to be deflected. And that's why you see people deflecting. I'll give you a good example, okay? Let's say somebody says, gosh, this really is a G-side. There's 38,000 people. What about Syria? 400,000 people in Syria were unalived by this crazy guy. Why don't you talk about that? Why are you focused on this little thing over here that's not even a G-side? You know, blah, blah, blah. This is it, okay? This is the process. So watch any meeting, you know, these little press conferences the USA has with either the White House, State Department, Department of Defense, yada, yada, yada. And you ask a representative a question, and what do you get back? You get back absolute just bullshit. Deflection, inconsistencies, double standards, lies, obfuscation, literally leaving the room sometime if you don't want to answer the question. I mean, crap like this. So this is indoctrination, and the reinforcement of that is in the government is the information management system they have. And Israel has an amazing one. I've got to tell you, they're awesome. They're the best at what they do in the world by about 1,000, but until recently. And they made a couple of really bad decisions. But we'll talk about that. But in terms of this indoctrination, so what does it do to somebody? If you're talking to somebody, whether they're an American or whether they're some foreign country where this type of thing goes on, it's expected that their views are going to be very similarly aligned with that process as you identify it. And it's not hard to identify. It's almost like once you see one, it all kind of follows the same rhythm. It's all the same stuff. It's just packaged a little differently. And so when you have a conversation with somebody coming out of this process, especially I've talked to Americans before, and they believe in the electoral system. They believe in the republic as it is. They have the Pledge of Allegiance in their head. They think we're the greatest country in the world. You know, we have some problems, but we're working on them. We're trying to be better, you know, that just right on down the line. And have some problems, like problems of invading other sovereign nations based on false claims of preemption, and then removing the dictator who controlled the nationalized energy reserves and move in and allow oil fields to be developed by Western multinational oil producers. Maybe something like that. Not such a good look. That's not what I would call a problem. I would call that a bug in the whole system, that something like that could even occur. And there's myriad examples. I'm sounding like Noam Chomsky right now when I say it this way. Who, by the way, good segue, I don't know if you heard this, but I just saw a video saying that he can no longer speak, which has to be pretty tough for him because that's what he's done his whole life, is just, you know, taking his thoughts and shared them through speech and writing. I don't know how much his other capabilities have degraded, but he's 95. And, you know, he's looked pretty rough lately on some of these interviews I've seen him on. But, you know, what do you expect? Hey, Ruby! Ruby, get back here! Sorry, she just went down this hole. One sec. Ruby! Okay, she's outside. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm only taking people who disagree with me. Just if you want to come up, if you disagree, please do. Come on up and we'll talk about it. You can tell me I'm a lunatic like everyone else in my life does. That's okay. I'm used to it. When you have counter-establishment concepts in your head, people are always going to be, from the establishment, they're going to criticize that. That's understandable, as they should, given where they are. It makes sense. Boy, I tell you, there's some TikTok hosts that talk like regular politics that I absolutely just, they're so smug and so dismissive, and they're so like, just shut up, kid, let me tell you how it's going to be, like that kind of stuff. Yeah, wow. Anyway, you try to be humble and say, well, maybe somebody has it right and I got it wrong. You know, that's a possibility. It always is possible. Sorry, I'm having trouble reading some of this. Sorry, I'm not reading more of the comments. I'm just kind of ranting. So what does that indoctrination do, and why does it matter? Like, well, it's a big deal. So they want people to be allegiant to the country, buy a bunch of stuff, get used to a process. Well, it's very simple, because as George Carlin said, what this process does is it conditions us, you know, the people, the citizens, to do what is necessary for the society to function, which is to work these jobs, to have the idea of getting a job and using the money to pay your basic bills each month. And if you scrape by and break even, what's that? You're making a living, right? Instead of living life like we were meant to live, which is like, you know, you're living. You don't have to like do something to live. And you find a way to work together in a community to build huts or whatever the hell you did that wasn't like $1 trillion a month in your mortgage or your rent payment. And then you have to be all stressed out and struggling for money. It's like having to earn money to do the basics of life. Think about that for a second. Now, I'm not saying we should be a bunch of slouchers just sitting around doing nothing, because life requires some work. You got to find something to eat. You got to have a place to stay. You got to find some stuff to wear. But after that, you got the basics down. There's a lot of freedom that brings, as long as you're protecting yourself from whatever external harm. But you can really enjoy. This place is amazing. This place is incredible. I mean, just look up one time. It's nature, and everything's just, it's mind-boggling. And we were meant to enjoy that. We were meant to really enjoy that and be a part of that. And right now we're so disconnected from it. And that's part of the conditioning. The conditioning is that you need to be a good American. You need to be a good citizen. You need to go to school. You need to get good grades. You need to go to a good college. You need to get good grades. You need to network, get a good job, make a lot of money, go get a house, get a car, have a family, have kids, enjoy your life, go on vacation a couple times a year, play your hobbies, keep working. Eventually you retire on your 401k and enjoy your retirement wherever you go. That's the story we're told is what life should be. That is conditioning, if you don't know it. And how many people could have just reeled that off just like I could? It's like, it's just common knowledge, right? That's the path. And so that's the path if you're someone from the ownership class and you want people to be in that path, because if you don't have people in that path, you don't have enough workers. If people reject the system and say, no, I'm not playing that game. This is a rigged game. You're rigging the tax policy to your favor, and you're rigging the information system to try to keep me dumbed down, and you're having me do all these things to survive and get by, and it's getting harder and harder because you're making more and more money on the interest, etc. And now you want me to just sit down and take it? More and more people are figuring this crap out now. That's the good news. And unfortunately, it's taken this tragedy to kind of, explode the narrative, that bubble that we've all mostly been living in. It just gets kind of burst when you see stuff like this. You're like, wait a second. It starts to turn your gears. And then you look at the other bubble. You're like, whoa, wait a second. Now, if I didn't know much about this, now what about the other? And you start just to question everything, which is a good thing. So I don't even know if there are people in the comments. I'm kind of in the shade, so it's hard to see these comments coming through. But anyway, so that's the tough part. Now, what do we do about indoctrination? Well, like anything else in life, it's about awareness. So the person has to be at least aware of the possibility that there's something other than the things that they're focused on and learning. So getting somebody to be open-minded is the first. It's like anything else. If you wanted someone to lose weight or stop smoking, and you went up to them and you said, "Hey, man, you need to lose weight," what are they going to do? They're going to resist you and resent you. So they have to want to do it, right? You have to have somebody who's open and wants to do something differently. And the biggest thing I like to do is just show people a resource. Like, don't even talk. Let the other thing talk for you, right? So, for example, and this may be kind of manipulative, but if you had a documentary up, like on Abby Martin or whatever, maybe it's Norman Finkelstein or Aaron Mate or Max Blumenthal talking with Judge Napolitano, and just say, hey, I want to just watch this video. You mind just hanging out with me for a few minutes? And you start to talk about it, and the person may hear some things they haven't heard before, ever, by someone in the legitimate information system, the ecosystem, or whatever you want to call it, and then they get to hear something different, and that's what starts to crack the egg. It's like little cracks, and the more and more they hear these things, and the more open they remain as they start to see these cracks, then they really start. Then the waterfall starts to happen, and then they move out of the eggshell, and now they're out in the world, and like, wow, I didn't know this whole world was here. Where was this? Why didn't anybody tell me about this? We've heard a lot of people speak that way. I certainly can speak that way about my experience here in America, but there are plenty of people that have lived in Israel or lived in households that really were strong Israel supporters who have gone through a similar explanation. It's very similar in terms of the language of not knowing what was happening and looking back now seeing it's clear as day. There's a thing called birthright, which is when young people around the age of 18 get to go to that place with the blue and white, and they spend, I don't know, like a week, maybe 10 days, and it's all paid. And somebody told me, they described it this way: it's like Disneyland of Israeli propaganda. That's what they said it was. It totally doesn't talk about anything to do with all the hardships going on by the people next door. Just doesn't exist. It tells we got to keep them away, that kind of talk. But it just glorifies everything that gives kids a really skewed perception of what's really going on. Obviously, it's not as safe to live there as they might claim because of all the negativity and all the consternation, let's call it. But it's again, these are just mechanisms of conditioning and mechanisms of control, different tools that are used. Social media, by the way, is another big one. There are a lot of things on here that are trying to confirm a lot of the same stuff, a lot of the pop culture stuff, not so much this kind of stuff. But if you watch it sometime, just watch and think, why would somebody have created this particular thing? Why did they do it the way they did it? It's fun sometimes. During the NBA Finals last year, I made a note of every advertisement, how long it lasted, and what were the key tenets of it. Like what's the establishment trying to convey right now to the masses? I find that fascinating. And it's usually the same shit. Buy a bunch of useless stuff, keep yourself mentally, doped up on whatever, and keep on doing the same shit. Because you deserve to have a football game and a pizza, basically. It's interesting talk. I'm going to check some of the comments now that I'm back here. If anybody wants to come up who disagrees, who thinks I'm an absolutely whack job, which I don't blame you, by the way. Most people think that way. But the question, I guess, would be, how do you break it? Like, what do you do? Ruby! She's friendly. Very friendly. She went up to see another dog. Let me just make sure she's okay. Is it okay? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so how do you break it? Like, what do we do about this? Because if we have a bunch of fellow Americans who don't understand that voting is not going to get the job done, like this whole thing is pretty much a scam, then the question is, how do we let people know that? It's like even my closest family, I've tried to speak about these issues, and just the moment the conversation even kind of moves in that direction, it gets very uncomfortable, and it's too bad, because I don't think there should be anything we can't talk out. But in my family, the way it works is when things get too close to the edges of the bookends that I told you about the society, they just get very uncomfortable. They think it's all make-believe. It's all made up. So, that's okay. That just shows you it's incredibly effective. It's not something you or me did wrong. All we can do is try to bring stuff up as possibilities and let people make their mind up. And the sad part is, I don't think that people are going to figure it out, although a lot are figuring it out now, which is the good news, but most aren't. Let's face it, most people aren't doing this shit. That it's going to leave us in a bad spot, because the same old in America it's not going to be the same. Just like Izzy's military is not the same as it was in 1982 or 2006. The USA as a place to live is not going to be it's not what it was 15 or 20 years ago, and it's definitely not going to be there in 15, 20 years from now. It's going to be a lot different. And I think then it's going to be too late to do a whole lot about it, because people are just going to be stuck. Not physically stuck, like you can't move, like they're not going to literally cage you in, but it might as well be, because economically you're going to be constrained to the point where you're going to have very few choices, and life's going to be a lot more difficult. And people will think well, how could that possibly happen? This is America. Great. Because we're losing the key fundamental, the linchpin that holds it all together is breaking right now. And that's the supremacy of the US dollar. And as soon as that goes, everything changes. And it's a process. It's like an unwinding. It's like undoing a ball of yarn. But it's coming off at a pretty ready pace, and it gets faster the closer you get to the middle, and it's going to be a problem. So I'll put good money up against anybody that in 15 years life is probably 5 times worse than it is now, if you want to take a bet. Of course, we have to give the money to a lawyer, so let's make it like $50 or something simple like that. So that $50 is going to be worth about $5 at the end of our bet, unfortunately. Finkelstein in legitimate system. I'm not sure what that question means. Finkelstein got knocked out of DePaul. He's been targeted hard by the Z team. They do not like him one bit. But that's because his family, he's a Jewish American. His family didn't survive, and some did survive the H-cost. And he's like, listen, this is the reason I say what I say is precisely because of what they went through. It's not fair to do the same types of things to another group of people simply because they were done to your people. And if anybody should know better, and this is what Norman emphasizes, it should be the people who had it done to them. Like, how would you ever wish this on your worst enemy? And yet here we are. And simply because one set of objectives don't sort of marry up nicely with the other person's objectives, they're willing to put aside their morality, put aside their conviction, put aside the never again mentality, which is a nice sentiment, but only so much as you practice it. And when you say never again, well, I just mean for me, never again for my team, I don't know what that says about you. I don't think it says a lot that's good. I don't know. So I want to see if I can read some of these comments. My eyesight sucks and it's about this far away, so sorry about that, folks. I'm not trying to not ignore you. My eyesight is not as good. And agree with me 100%. Thank you. Start a political podcast, generating ideas. Yeah, I'd love to do that, by the way. I've thought about a lot of this stuff, what to do next and kind of thing. I'm trading. If you don't know how that's hard, but I'm doing that. I'm getting a lot better. So hopefully I'll have some income from that soon. But I've been burning a lot of savings and stuff, and that's never a fun place to be. But yeah, I'd love to have a podcast and just talk to people. There's a few people right now I know I could get to interview with that are pretty well known. And I just have to figure out how and when to do it. It'd have to be virtual. I don't have a studio right now, and I can't pay for someone's travel and appearance fee and that kind of stuff. But I'd like to get Scott Ritter. I met Scott when I was in Washington, D.C. about 2 years ago, and briefly. And I'm a big fan of Scott Ritter. Somebody says he has a bump in the road in the past. Who gives a shit? I'm talking about the guy today, the one that I listen to, that says what he says. And I think he's as honest a broker as one can be. I don't know if he's trying to say anything slanted. Maybe I just can't see that. But he seems like a genuine guy to me. He opposed the Iraq War. He opposed the whole narrative about the weapons of mass destruction. He turned out to be absolutely right, 100%. So hopefully that vindicates Scott. So when he speaks about this conflict and he talks about the difficulties that the blue team is having in trying to go after the H group, try to get rid of those guys. And also up in the north with the other H, that it's a different configuration than it was 10, 15 years ago. That's the difference here. So about 18 years ago, there was a whole other group of people that fought in that military. Now you have a whole new group that have come in, a much younger group. And, it's not the same generation. I know they want to think they are. They want to think they do all the things that they think they can and did in the past. But it's just not the same. I guess we'll see. I'm going with what someone like Scott Ritter is saying. I've not been there. I don't actually see the stuff that he's seeing. But he's the guy who's supposed to know this stuff. And that's what he's saying. So, this is the hard part. If they do start something and they're not capable of completing it, then... it's going to cause a lot of problems for that blue and white area. And I don't want that to happen to those people. Any people in any kind of territory, I don't want anything to happen to those people. Because they didn't do anything. They're just there living their lives. And of course they're going with the narrative, but that's understandable because the narrative's literally, they're swimming in it. But they don't have the ability to just completely just go in and waltz into Lebanon and do whatever the hell they want. Now what they can do, which is they're very good at, is they can use their Air Force. Now, I don't know what kind of ground surface to air missiles that H may have in the north. Hope I can say that. And they may have some of that. So if there are F-16s flying, I don't know if they're too fast, but that might be something. I don't know. That wouldn't be good. But they do have an Air Force that's just like amazing. But they're very immoral because the orders they're given are to basically attack civilian areas and just massively destroy neighborhoods. And as people have said, if this thing escalates, this is what I've heard people on TikTok say, if things escalate in the north, that there will be no Lebanon. It'll be gone. It'll be razed to the ground. And this is the way they talk. This is how things are spoken to. Like it's this idea that, quote unquote, they have all the power. They're invincible. Nothing can ever stop anything. They're going to win everything. Everything's going to work out great because they're this and that. That's a very dangerous way to think. Especially when your capabilities aren't where they used to be. And, in my mind, that's like a football team where all the people who won the championship in the last 3 years are off the team now. And you got the freshmen who never played. Now they're coming up to the top and they're going, yeah, man, we're undefeated. You're not going to be able to beat us. We beat you through that kind of stuff. This is like the 9th grade team, not even the junior varsity, talking smack to the varsity or an NBA team. And they just have no idea that they're not as good as they used to be because they just think that the team is a winner. Like that's how they look at it. And that's gonna yield some very unfortunate outcomes. And I think they're trying to avoid it because they're kind of done. They don't want to have the response that's happening right now coming into northern Israel, which is doing a lot of damage and a lot of embarrassment. But if they go into Lebanon, it's going to be a complete disaster because a lot of missiles are going to come back into Israel proper. They know that they'll destroy, like they said, they will destroy Lebanon. But that's going to kill, another tens of thousands of civilians. Something that they're incredibly good at. And when it comes to just coming in on the ground and being like fighting for real, they do that as a last resort. And even when they do that now, they're not as effective as they used to be. Let's face it, these are tough adversaries. I'm not knocking them. But these adversaries have really, they've created a resolve among them that is much more effective than it has been in the past. And they're committed because they're angry. Their government does not represent their views. You have all of the countries that surround this region. None of the citizenry is okay with these accords that are happening. They're like, this is complete BS. Why would we want to make friends with someone like this who behaves that way, who continues to brutalize another group. They're like, no way. So if you ask the man on the street or the woman on the street in Egypt or Jordan or, of course, in Syria, but if you ask somebody even in Lebanon or anywhere else, you go to any of the places in the vicinity, and what are the people going to say? The people are going to say, this is bullshit. Even as far as Turkey and down in Morocco, these people are just, this is crazy. This is a crazy set of circumstances. You know, it's one thing to respond, fair enough, but what we're seeing is just, it's so far over the top would be way too little to describe it. So people are angry, as they should be. And so that anger is reflected in this disconnect between the leadership, who have obviously gotten something in consideration for what they're doing. I don't know what exactly, but it's, you know, why else would they do it? Why would they sell their people out in the entirety of their population for personal gain, right? A guaranteed comfortable stay in your leadership position in perpetuity, maybe some military assistance, maybe some more money in debt, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. This is how the game is played. The American taxpayer pays for it, and criminals direct the money. This is how it works, folks. I hate to say it. And this is what's been happening for, you know, a long time, but especially since World War II. It's just been out of control, and it's just been on escalatory. It's going exponential, like parabolic right now. And they're just squeezing whatever they can get out of the sponge right now, and then they're going to throw that sponge right in the garbage. That's what's happening right now. We are on the ascent towards rapid descent, and we're right on the cusp of it right now. We probably started the last little chapter here probably in the late 90s, is my guess. And ever since then, even though the markets have kept grinding higher in nominal terms, but in actual terms, priced in gold, they haven't gone up a lot. And gold right now is creeping back up to $2,500 an ounce. And if it breaks out, it's going to $5,000. Because it's got this long-term cup and handle pattern that if it breaks out, if the measured move happens that way, we're going up to $5,000 easily. And that'll probably happen over the course of 8 to 10 months, which is unheard of for gold to move that much. So that's especially if a war pops off. But it depends on how much sell-off goes. There's a lot of paper gold, too, in the system, a lot of potential for sellers to try to hold it down. What happens is, and this is a whole other story, but there's a whole, I could talk for hours just about the manipulation of precious metals prices. If you knew what went on with regard to some of the exchange-listed funds that are supposed to be backed up by physical metal, you would watch. Hey, Ruby, do not take that ball. No. Sorry to yell, just one sec. Ruby, do not take that ball. I'm so sorry, folks. Ruby, can you please stop? Ruby, stay. No. Sorry, folks. One sec. Hold on, do you have another one, or you want me to let her play with it or no? She'll probably chew it up, it's kind of soft. Can I put it in this mitt right here?
You can throw it to her.
Okay. Let me make sure it gets close enough. So, good catch. Sorry, folks. Thank you. Okay, Ruby. No, Ruby. Hold on. All right. Oh, I didn't mute the whole time. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. Come on, girl. Come on. She's trying to pick up somebody's baseball mitt, baseballs. Come on. Hey, come on over here. Come on, over here. Over here. There you go. All right. Jeez, I tell you what, man. Pain in the ass sometimes. I dropped her leash too. I got to find her leash. Anyway, okay, so I probably lost the subject there, but someone's gonna have to give me a little recenter on that. Oh boy. Yeah, the precious metal stuff. Thank you. So if you don't know this, get over here. She's trying to play with somebody.
Hey, Chip.
Hey, what's up, DC?
How you doing, my man?
I'm okay. Hang on for 1 second. I just want to say one thing and then I'll let you come up. By the way, how did you come up? Did you get an invite from somebody?
I got an auto invite, so I decided to accept.
Okay. Yeah, just what we're doing is we're trying to get somebody up who is against everything I'm saying, but that's okay. It's just we couldn't get any takers. So I'm talking about the precious metals markets and how manipulated they are.
I got
So
you.
if you don't know, so what happens is, think of it this way, guys. Have you ever heard of what's called naked shorting? This happened a lot with GameStop and AMC stock in that little short squeeze we saw a while back.
I'm familiar with the GameStop, but not the naked shorting term.
So technically speaking, there's only supposed to be so many contracts that are represented by a certain amount of gold. So the gold contract is 100 ounces of gold. So for every futures contract, this is how you hedge your investments or speculate. It's one of the things that I trade is gold. Anyway, so just not to give you so there's only supposed to be so much gold out there, right? We know there's a certain amount of tonnage. This is a version of control. The metals are supposed to be, for these contracts that are sold on the COMEX, the New York Exchange, they're supposed to be backed up by actual gold. So if you buy a silver's futures contract, you expect to take delivery at some point if you need to. If you have to, you can take physical delivery. It's part of the options of settling your trade. Well, the allegations is that they've created all these fake contracts and they flood them into the market when the price starts to go up to keep the price artificially down. And they've been doing this since 1971. And even with all that extra selling of allegedly, the metals are starting to rise. It's almost like keeping a lid on a pressure cooker, and every time it goes up, you're able to hold it just enough. And if it pushes higher, you hold down, put a little more. It's that kind of thing. And the strength is the flooding into the market of these derivatives. So, but at some point, that thing basically blows its top, and that's where we're getting close to right now. Ruby, hey, damn it, dog, come here. Ruby, come here. Sorry, folks. She's fucking with somebody else, which does not want to be messed with. Sorry, I'll keep her over here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Okay, I gotta find her leash somewhere back along the tree line here. Anyway, so let me get DC. Have you ever heard about this precious metal stuff, or what else did you want to jump in with?
I just was passing through and I was down there and I got the invite, but I can drop down if you want to. If somebody.
Well, is there anything you want to talk to the audience about? I mean, you certainly bring up an issue if you want to talk. That's fine.
No, I can see what you're saying about the precious metals market, though, and artificially manipulated.
Yeah, it really is. And so, this is what I'm saying, though. If you're somebody who doesn't own precious metals, I can't give financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. But I believe, and a lot of people speak to this, that not having some precious metals somewhere in your sphere, physically having them, like not at somebody's vault, but literally having them, and you got to figure out, the logistics of that. But without that stuff, if things do go sideways, you got nothing. If the system resets, you have what they're going to give you, which may not be that great. But you have to have something you can exchange, and it has to keep its value. So, if you, for example, let me give you an example of one of the things that people get to avoid. It's called junk silver. Now, it's not literally trash. It's quarters. It's dimes and quarters and half dollars or mostly quarters from pre-1965. And those all have mostly silver inside of them. So they actually have melt value, like 90% melt value. So if you have those, you can give somebody a few of those coins to buy something small. But if you have a lot of money and you want to put a lot more into it, you have to get bigger things that aren't these little pieces. You can get a lot of little pieces, but it's like having 1 trillion pennies. So most people have a combination of larger amounts of gold, like bars or coins or whatever, and then they have some silver, sometimes in bulk, sometimes not. And then they have a lot of coinage, so they can basically exchange stuff if things go sideways. Not having something like that is like not having health insurance or not having homeowners insurance. You get away with it, but you're always going to be better off if you have some of that sticking around. So I think people have said 5 or 10% of all your stuff should be allocated that way. But who knows? You do it, do it your way.
Menendez is way above the curve. What's his name? That
Yeah,
New Jersey.
Senator Robert Menendez getting all that gold. Yeah, pretty crazy stuff.
Well, aren't the BRICS countries buying gold? Is a lot? Are they buying gold?
Well, yeah. The BRICS companies the BRICS countries are working on a common currency that will be backed by gold. So people can't print it. Basically, it'll be backed by gold, and therefore 1 unit of currency will be worth 1 unit of gold in perpetuity. And that's very, very devastating to central bankers because they make all their money off of fractional reserve lending.
Right.
Which you can keep lending more and more money out on the money, and then the Federal Reserve banking system can issue even more money if they want to. It's a very, very, I don't know if I've ever told this story. I think I have, but can I tell a quick story, DC?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm looking for her leash, by the way, if you want to know why I'm looking around. I set it down like a dumbass. Anyway, Ruby, come on down here, baby. Come on. So the story goes like this. So back in the day, obviously people had these units of metals, whatever they may have been. Let's say it was gold and silver coins for the sake of a normal municipality doing business back in the day. So some people did well. They might have had a farm, or they might have had woodworking or whatever, and they had more of the coins than they started with for whatever work they did or things they sold. So it was risky to just keep it all at home, right? Just like we just talked about with us. You can't just put it on your front doorstep. Someone maybe get clever, come over and say, hey, that guy's doing well. I'm going to go see what he's got, right? Blah, blah. So people started creating businesses for vaults, like central vaults, where people could keep their stuff safe with guards and, the whole 9 yards, and maybe even insurance of some type. So what happened was, let's say you go down to your local vault. This is how banks came to be. They weren't called banks. They were just called vaults. And you would come down with your 100 gold pieces, and you put them in the vault under your name, like a safety deposit thing. And then they would say, here's your claim slip, Mr. Johnson or Mr. Roman or whatever your name was, for your 100 ounces of gold. It's a claim slip, okay? So more and more people come in and they get their claim slips. And sometimes the guy would say, well, don't give me one for 100. Can you give me 20 with 20 checks with 5, because I want to be able to exchange the slips and not have to come back and actually grab the gold and then go give it to my buddy. So people started exchanging their slips in whatever denomination the vault holder would give them back when they deposited their gold. So you'd have 1, 2, 4, whatever. You get the idea. So that's how paper currency came into existence, believe it or not. That was exactly why. So what would happen was the bankers got really smart, the vault holders, and they're like, okay, it's much easier for people to exchange these little checks, these little, $1, $2, 2 coin claim forms, than it is for them to come in, wait in line, have to get their stuff out, do a count, take one. So it was a pain in the ass to go. So they didn't do that as much. They used the claim slips out in society, and the slips would circulate. So the bankers got smart, of the vault holders. They go, wait a second. Nobody's coming in to get their gold or their silver. They're just out there. Why don't we just take some pieces of paper and lend them to people, and no one will know any different? We'll just get interest on money that we don't even have right now. We don't have any claim. There's no gold being brought in. We're just going to take the slips and we're going to give them to people as stuff they can claim for gold from others, and they can do a business, buy a farm, pay somebody, whatever it may be. And that's how printing of money became a thing. That's what happens in the United States. It's more claim slips being issued against the same amount of stuff.
Right.
In that case, it was gold, but in this case, it's the general production of society. So what happens when there's more claim slips than there is stuff gets more expensive, causes inflation. So this is the problem we're in right now. We're in a hyper-inflative environment that's going to be coming up in the next 10 to 12 years. If not sooner. I don't know how soon it's going to blow up.
It's good. I think it'll be sooner than that. We're headed for a financial meltdown, I firmly believe.
Yeah, it's coming. It's just a question of when at this point. It's the amount of debt and derivatives. And when the unwind does happen, it's going to be so devastating that it's going to make the Great Depression look like a weekend, a holiday. It's going to be pretty bad. I haven't found her leash yet.
Still looking?
Yeah, I'm still looking. I may be probably down here somewhere because I didn't really walk. Hey, Ruby, come on, baby.
So you saw that the NATO conference is in D.C. this week, right?
No, I haven't seen that. Tell me about it.
It's just all the leaders are here for the NATO's conference, 75th, whatever. And
oh yeah, welcome douchebag. I mean, welcome nice people.
It's very troublesome.
Yeah, no doubt. If I don't find this leash, I'm going to be in trouble too. I have to walk her home. Oh well, it's going to be a very unpleasant walk home I'll find it. But I'm make sure she doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, so what else is on your mind? By the way, DC and I met over on another person's live. His name is Brain World, B-R-A-I-N.
Brain, yeah. Well, I've been to yours too. Yeah, I've been to yours too a couple of times. We were discussing.
So how would you describe Brain to people?
Brain is he's Canadian, and he's a bit. I guess you could say he's a nice guy, anarchist maybe a little bit. You could say, preparing for the end of the world with bunkers and talking and stuff. But he's trying to make a change with the way the politics in the U.S. is done here in Canada too, because it's just the deck is stacked against us. Congress is bought and paid for. They don't work for us.
Well, first of all, tell him what Brain did to kind of get away from the craziness. What did he do?
Oh, you talking about building a bunker?
Well, no, I mean, just what he did. I'll fill you in if you don't know. I'll cover it. So Brain was in Canada, and he started to notice all the same stuff that we're talking about. He's a very adept guy. And so what he decided to do was find land outside of Canada, out of North America, and moved to South America. And I don't even need to tell you where he is. He'll tell you if he wants to. But he moved his whole family like
I didn't know that. Wow.
7,000 miles south, like some crazy amount of distance in southern part of South Africa. I'm sorry, South America, not South Africa. And that's what he's done. So now he's doing TikTok, lives, and he also has a great amount of resources. I'm not. This is not some paid promotion. I just think the guy's interesting, and I think he's funny. I enjoy his personality quite a bit. We both play golf. We're both business guys. It's just someone I connect with. But anyway, so he is somebody who is basically anti-establishment, like beyond anything you'd ever imagine, and he uses language accordingly. And he's more so than I inject. But for him, an F-bomb is like you and I saying the word the or is or whatever. It's pretty frequent. But anyway, so he's got a whole list of resources on his Linktree that are phenomenal links. I mean, I've never seen somebody with a more robust Linktree in terms of valuable stuff. So his name is Brain. Is it Brain Man World? I think it is, or it's just Brain
Man World. I think, yeah.
Yeah, Brain Man World is his thing. So if you want to DM me, I can send you his link if you're not sure what it is. I don't have the exact name memorized, but if you go live, you can look it up. Just type in BRA, Brain Man World.
Yeah, he has a lot of the same views that I have for sure. Probably you as well, about things. And
I am really pissed at myself for putting this leash down. I'm gonna have to do one of those quad searches, like they're looking for somebody's tooth or something like that. And they have to, or their eyeball fell out, and they have to carefully walk grid by grid. Anyway, so what else is going on? So this NATO conference, what's the point of it?
I've been looking on Twitter or X, and just they're talking about putting long range missiles in Germany, and just keep pushing the envelope with Russia, expand and just let's say increasing the temperature a little bit, NATO, with Russia and Putin.
Hey, DCA Chip, how are you guys?
Hey, what's up, Federico?
Hey, Federico, how you doing, man?
Good.
Yeah, Federico, and I were on that live you had talking about Israel and Palestine and the Middle East a while back.
Which one? I don't.
You kind of were just listening in and said you liked it, and
yeah. It was good. I mean, on the end, when you have knowledgeable people talking, all you get is information. Like,
absolutely,
we're not printing books and reading off the books.
No, I'm not Googling.
Yeah, that NATO was to give the F-16 to Ukraine. The guy from the leader of the NATO said that Ukraine is already meeting all the criteria to be in the NATO. And it's not completed, but they are pretty closer to the NATO than ever they have been.
Horrible idea. Bringing NATO in.
And Britain, I think Britain gave them long range. No, Britain allowed them to use long range missile to defend themselves.
Yes, to fire in Russia.
Yeah.
It's just escalation.
Did you miss the intro when I was talking about indoctrination? I thought that was a pretty good segment. What do you guys think of that? Is that okay?
I listened to it, and that's what we're living in, Chip. That's reality. Yeah. That's our history.
Yeah, we talked about at length the United States process, which is, by the way, I think just pretty damn impressive. Nobody does it like the blue and white. I mean, those people deserve the gold, the bronze, the silver, and half the fucking chest or whatever. They really got it going on.
I think they played us all really well, playing the good guy, but while they're being the manipulators.
Well, the cat's out of the bag. Haaretz had a big article July 7th about how the Hannibal Directive was implemented roughly 5-6 times on October 7th.
And there is another article went up today saying that the house in Kibbutz Be'eri was launched by the IDF. But again, FIH group wasn't going there. They would have not fired on that house. You know how it is.
Right.
Yeah. Just ridiculous how they find excuses. Now they're using the rhetoric of the red arrow.
Federico, can you just run the live for about 5 or 10 minutes, please?
Yeah, but I don't think I'm moderator on this account. I don't think I'm
Oh,
a
this is my
moderator on
regular
this
account.
one.
Oh, let me make you. Hold on. Let me make you one. Let me make you one. Here we go. Federico, make moderator. Oh, you're a mod. It says manage. You're on. You're good.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. I'm gonna go dark and quiet. Okay.
All right,
All right, man.
find the leash. Good luck with the leash, Chip.
Hey, Frederick, I
Yeah.
haven't. What's been happening in Lebanon the last 2 or 3 days? I haven't kept up with that. Anything?
I mean, the usual stuff. Lebanon is going deeper and deeper. And they're giving them hard as far as they can, and still no retaliation. And I think they're using. I mean, if you really look at it, you see before October 7th, that was 2 tents the H group put on the Lebanese occupied borders. And it took them 6 or 7 months until October 7th started trying to negotiate to remove 2 empty tents. So
Right.
I'll be honest with you, I don't know how an army like this gonna launch war in Lebanon when you were scared of, when you didn't have another front, and you weren't able to remove 2 tents. So
Well, they haven't launched the ground invasion like I thought they might have already by now. But I think they're getting the vibe that the U.S. is not going to swoop in and get their backs. Also,
the United States cannot, physically cannot,
no,
no matter what their capability are, they're not.
I think they're counting on that. Like we always.
Absolutely. No, I mean, the war, you're not talking in the 80s anymore. The armed
No.
resistance have a massive firepower. Massive firepower that reaches the sea, reaches the... Now, what they're trying to do, if you notice lately, between Yemen and Saudi, things are escalating. So what they're trying to do, they're trying to push the Saudi and the Emirates against the Yemenis so they keep them occupied. But at the same time, the Iraqi resistance declared alliance with the Yemenis. So it's telling them, okay, and like the Americans, the Saudis and the Emirates are vulnerable to missiles. Like Yemen, what are you going to bomb? The mountains? There's nothing left. In Iraq, what are you going to do? You're going to wage a war against Iraq? You're not going to be able.
God, what a mess.
So it's ticking and talking. I think Netanyahu is dragging all the way to when he gets in front of Congress. I don't know what he's going to tell Congress.
Well, he's just They're already scheduled. They've got plans to build settlements, like thousands of them in the West Bank right now.
Let's see how he's going to convince our leaders to take us to war that we're going to lose already. We know. Because he's convincing when he goes in Congress.
He's good conduct.
He's pretty
He's good
convincing.
conduct.
He goes to Congress. He doesn't tell them anything.
He's coming 24th.
He just tell everyone how much he's getting for the vote.
He's coming the 24th.
Yeah, I don't think it changes anything. It just. But on the other hand, you have the Palestinians' resistance. One thing I noticed in the Israeli army before they pulled out of Lebanon, it's when the raids started against their compounds. It means they're sitting down in their base and they don't know what time, when, what day. You find H group that is already invading their base and fighting from a zero distance. And for the past 2-3 days, I see the Palestinian operating in the same way. It means they let the Israelis sit in a position, they get comfortable, and then all of a sudden they raid that position. And that is the last step in the military before the declaration of defeat. Like, what else? We've done everything, air, ground, tanks, and everything. And now, the minute you sit down on your ass, you got militants raiding your base and firing you at distance where you can see them and they can see you.
Yeah.
See, in Lebanon was different. In Lebanon, they had multiple positions, and the H group capability was different. Like, it was lower, but then they had ability to do so. What they do is they fire artillery on all the positions, so all the soldiers go in the bunkers, And while they're firing artillery, the ground troops of the H group would advance to the positions. They would go in a position, arrive everybody, remove the Israeli flag, stick the H group flag and the Lebanese flag, and retreat.
Well, like I said, the U.S. isn't coming to their aid against the Big H, and Big H can take them out. They're stacked.
I mean, even the Iranian declared that if the U.S. get involved, like from I hear lately from, usually American policy, you know how they're traveling. You see how the politicians are traveling from what country to what country and who they're talking
Right.
to. You could tell what they have in mind.
Well, you know that NATO is meeting in Washington this week. NATO.
Even NATO cannot help them. Now,
No.
like I said, this time of the year, the warfare has changed.
Yeah.
Like your enemy has capability that reaches you, and
Oh.
and today I watched a documentary of the H group that has in Lebanon. They have an Iranian made a drone that is it flies up to 44,000 feet.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're good
For-
with the drones. Obviously, based on that photographic drone that took pictures.
Yeah, the Hudud. And besides that drone is made for jet fighters. It does not need even guiding. All you have to do catch the target on the drone, and the drone will not leave the jet alone unless they destroy it. And not only that, drone it has the capability of changing its what do you call it, the how is the radar picks up what signal they pick up, the signal, the heat signal frequency or something.
Yeah,
It's capable of changing heat signal
I got you.
frequency. So
Well, the Iron Dome is not effective really anymore.
DC, there is something very important that people don't really realize.
What's that?
When you're a seller, when you sell out, like let's say our congressmen, they give support and vote for Israel for money, right? Okay, don't you think people that work in top secret position, they give out secrets for money to the Iranian? The Iranian have money to give.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So how come a country under sanctions for the past 40 years is able to advance so much to get up in the sky and put a satellite in the sky, is able to build itself for the most powerful defense mechanism in the area, be able to support all these resistance groups around, and
Right.
like something is not right. Someone is sold out. Most of
Well,
the
yeah,
most of the Israeli politicians, we know that they're sold out.
just like
Like-
Congress,
Yeah,
bought,
yeah,
and sold,
yeah.
bought and paid for.
In Lebanon during the before the withdrawal, before the 2000, we know a lot of stories in Lebanon runs where H group used to pay generals. They used to pay generals, and now tell me, okay, we understand the drone flies over Israel and see all the position.
Right.
But how can H group know that this position is where the commander sits? This is the meeting room. This is the computer room. Found there.
Yeah.
What a pain in the ass that was.
Did you find it?
I'm getting too Joe Biden like at my. This is crazy. Man.
Please don't chip. Not Joe Biden.
Oh, you mean you
Please.
beat Medicare? Good. Do you know how angry people get if you sit there and criticize his debate performance on the left? They get angry at you, yelling at you. I've noticed.
I mean, Donald Trump is Donald Trump. Whatever that Donald Trump would have came up on that stage and said, we all will excuse him because we know how Donald Trump is.
Well, Trump lied too.
Yeah, but Joe Biden he came up, showed the world where everybody's mocking us around the world. For
Congress people and senators are coming out openly and saying he needs to drop down. Even Clooney, who's a big fundraiser for him. It says he needs to drop down. Clooney raised like 30 million last month for the Democratic Party. You know,
Who's gonna come? Kamala Harris?
I don't know, Gavin Newsom or Whitmer. I don't know.
I don't know. All their public figures are exposed for a reason or another. They're hated for a reason or another. They kept focusing on Joe Biden. They forgot about the successor of Joe Biden. Some people were mentioning Michelle Obama.
Trump's ahead in the battleground states and overall. Agenda 47 might take him down once people get wise to that, but right now at this point in time, he's ahead. You know,
If he doesn't win the election, Donald Trump, chaos will come up in the United States. Literally chaos.
yeah, he's a big threat.
Muted, Chip.
What's that?
I'm saying you're muted.
You want me to mute or no?
No, you were muted.
Yeah, I'm okay now. Right? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure I'm not losing my mind here. I'm like, wait, did they hear me? Yeah, this is a park that normally is empty, but today it's got a lot of people here, so I had to chase some things around and lost a leash.
Looks like it's nice weather too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's a little bit overcast, but not bad, and it's humid though. This is the part about where I live. It's very humid, so that's okay though. It could be a lot worse, right? I always think of those people on Mount Everest when they're trying to go like, why don't you just put your hands in your underpants? You know, but I guess it must not be that simple. If you can't breathe oxygen and your hands are freezing and turning black and blue, that sounds like a pretty bad day to me.
Hey, Chip, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
What's your view on NATO?
So, yeah, are they friendly?
I go to on these readings with them.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
She's a coonhound.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, she's nice. Okay, with NATO, I think it's past its use. It's outlived its usefulness by far. It was, I guess, a necessary thing from the American and Western perspective prior to the dissolution of the then Soviet Union, which was its purpose. It's sort of repackaged and rebranded and expanded itself to be sort of an anti-Russia type of alliance. I don't know if you'd call it a defensive alliance. It's certainly questionable in terms of policy, but the support of Ukraine is the real problem, because that's basically aggression towards Russia. A lot of people probably don't see it this way, but the more you dig and the more dirt you kind of get out of the ground, the more you figure out that this wasn't as simple as just somebody just jumping into someone else's turf. A lot more to it. Anyway, I think they've outlived their usefulness. I think that they're dangerous, and I think that they're going to play a role in the coming escalation, and it most likely in Russia first, or what you want to call occupied Ukraine if you're not from the Russian side.
Yeah.
NATO's already positioning troops there. They've already had individual soldiers there that have been, might as well have just been uniformed soldiers. They just happen to wear a different shirt. It's getting ugly, getting a little scary.
They're raising the temperature. They're talking about putting long range missiles in Germany today.
Yeah, that's insane talk. And the other thing, if you don't know, there was a recent attack on a hospital in Ukraine. And this is the pattern that I learned about when I was first discovering. I didn't know a whole lot about it, like most people, until something pops off. You're not paying too much attention. But one of the practices that they do is they will actually, either artillery or some other weapon, send something into their territory. Now, let me explain what I mean by their territory. If you don't understand the dynamics of Ukraine, this would make no sense to you. Why would they unalive their own civilians, right? It makes no sense. But there are different parts of Ukraine that see the world much differently. Those in the east, most of the areas that Russia is now occupying and has formally annexed, although it's not recognized by many countries, those territories are full of ethnic Russians, and yet they were Ukrainian citizens until after the war recently. So they see the world much differently and have much different politics than those in the western part of Ukraine, which are mostly, next to Poland, and Kiev is sort of in the center north of the country.
Right.
But they have much more westernized values. So they were in a huge fight before all this took place, and that's what never gets talked about in the American media. But the bottom line is NATO's gotten himself involved in this thing to a point where it's taken such a stance that it's not being a passive defensive organization. It's being aggressive by, like you said, increasing the armaments and upping the ante, and basically provoking Russia, saying, "What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?" Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's very offensive. I mean, they are encroaching on Russia, and I finally put my Russia hat on, and I can understand where they're coming from. Putin does not like NATO, and they're getting closer and closer and closer. So I get it. Their
Well,
point.
it's not just that too. It was so much more than that. There were agreements that were struck because of the
Yeah,
strikes
Minsk.
that I just mentioned. There was agreements in Minsk, Belarus. They were called the Minsk Accords 1 and 2.
One and
Zelensky
two.
was around for the second set. And basically, each time they came up with these agreements to kind of calm things down and not have so much strife in the country, the western part of the country, the Ukrainian nationalists, broke the agreement. And by the way,
They were
urged on by the
going
West.
toward
That's
a
the big
peace.
part.
They were getting to a point of peace and ending that. And then Boris Johnson came in there and told them in the West not to sign it.
Yeah, there's that part
Also,
too. That's after the war began. But I'm talking about what led up to the war. But we can certainly focus on that too. But the West clearly has a goal here of trying to stir something up. And what it said during the press conferences after the war started, Lloyd Austin, the former board member of Raytheon, who serves as the illustrious Secretary of, quote, Defense in the United States government, said, our goal in the operation is to degrade Russia's military. What does that tell you? NATO right now is in a foreign country using their men and women on the front lines of a war that they don't have to fight with their people, but provide the arms for it and get to try to degrade a created adversary. Because Russia
yeah,
has no evil aims towards the U.S. or NATO. It just wants to be left the hell alone.
right, right. And listen, they're like, people don't understand. Ukraine has $15 trillion worth of natural resources, you know, underneath. And
I
also the
mean,
Istanbul
it's
Treaty.
I think that's not the biggest part of it, though.
Well, they want to destroy Russia.
They want to what they want to do is they want to degrade the Russian military, get people angry domestically. It's the same playbook every single time. They're trying to find a way to their ultimate goal is to get in and break Russia up into like 7 or 8 units, like they did in Afghanistan and Yugoslavia, kind of balkanize it, and then slowly but surely exploit the resources. And Vladimir Putin, there's no way in 10 trillion lifetimes he would let that shit happen. He stopped the oligarchs back in the early 2000s once he kind of figured out the game that was going on. So that's why they want him out. So they're trying to put pressure on the military, basically like forced conscription, and it gets people angry when they're coming back in, body bags, and that makes them turn on their leadership. It's a method of regime change from within that they're trying to push. It never works, but they do it over and over again, hoping that one time it might. Didn't work. It's not going to work down in Gaza. It's not going to work, in this situation either. But that's what they've done. So they've continued a policy that has utterly destroyed the base of men in Ukraine. They've lost something like 700,000 soldiers, and that's probably not even a full count. Versus Russia, that's probably lost about 145 to 160.
Hey, have
Maybe
you
it's
seen the
less. Maybe
videos of them trying to get these?
It's like 9 to 1. What would that be? That's I guess that's like 70,000 to 80,000 Russians or
Yeah.
something.
Have you seen the videos of them rounding up men to come serve in the Ukrainian military?
Yeah, those videos are very difficult to watch. Have you heard?
Yeah.
They're forced conscriptions where they grab these 55-year-old guys off the street and shove them in a van, and they never see them again until their body comes back. Yeah, it's pretty lousy. And this is how bad it's gotten there. They've changed this conscription age. Normally it stops at around 32, and they've extended up to 58. So now if you're a member of Ukrainian society and you're less than 60 years old, you're going to war, baby. Have fun. There's a really loud car here. I apologize. Let me go on mute. You guys talk.
Okay. So, fun fact: Biden referred to President Zelensky as President Putin today. FYI, President Putin. Oh boy, Dim's got a problem.
Sorry, did you see what you're saying?
I said Biden referred to President Zelensky today as President Putin when he was introducing him to come to the podium.
This guy is out of his brain.
Yes.
He's literally out of his brain. Like incredible.
Yeah.
It's a shame. Like look at what America got into. This is supposedly the guy that was supposed to run the world, and
He's not capable.
no. If you you guys don't watch Arabic TV, and if you see the mocking of that that debate where they call each other a liar, and yeah,
It's sad. He's just an old man. He may have Parkinson's, dementia. My mother had dementia and Alzheimer's.
but the thing is, he doesn't run it. So if we all know that he doesn't run it, why keep
Right.
him?
Right.
He doesn't have the
Yep.
control of his body. How can you expect him to have control of anything else?
All right. Hey,
The
how
guy
are you?
wanders around, like, when they have conventions and, the G20 and the guy, they take pictures and he's like wandering off into the abyss. It's like, probably he's like spotting the sunset and he's going towards it. I don't know.
So is there anybody in the audience who, by the way, welcome, Mims. Is there anybody in the audience who supports Ukraine and thinks that our discussion is way off base? Because I've heard a lot of people speak that way, not necessarily in my rooms, but if you're in here and you can come up, if you have more than 200 followers, come on up and let us know how you feel, because there's more than one perspective to every conflict. And if I were Ukrainian and I was from the west part of Ukraine, I'd be pissed right now. I'd say like 24% of my country has been taken by
Right.
Russia.
They don't care about the Ukrainian people.
Who's they?
You at the West, NATO, any West,
Yeah,
any of them.
that's clear. But I'm talking about the individual people in Ukraine who are from the West that are probably pissed, and I can understand that point of view. And so a lot of Americans, because of what we've been told to believe, are sympathetic with that point of view over the one that may be more sympathetic to Russia.
Right. It's like we're saying these things, connecting dots. Not that we're pro-Russian. We're like the poor Ukrainian people, being sacrificed.
Yeah, well, that obviously shows you how sociopathic some of these people are for the sake of
Right.
money, by selling arms,
Yeah.
as well as the other goals that have been publicly stated about degrading Russia, which is like telling the quiet part out loud. You're not supposed to say that in public. It's supposed to be for democracy and freedom and protection of liberty. And this terrible country's invaded. They want to take over the entire Europe. And I mean, all that stuff. If you believe that Vladimir Putin has aims of taking over Ukraine in its entirety, much less places like Poland, you're absolutely been victimized by the propaganda.
Right. He has no design on Poland or all of Ukraine.
And by the way, the way that Ukraine was broadcast in the American media was the poster child for propaganda. It was literally, you could write a course about it. It was incredibly well done. It was everywhere. It was omnipresent. It was all described a certain way. I got to tell you, at that time, I would say that 3/4 of the people that I knew online, like my friends on Twitter, and probably 50% of all the neighborhoods in my town had Ukrainian flags out, not knowing anything but what they've heard on the news.
Really.
And that just goes to show you how easily it is to manipulate public opinion about issues to manufacture consent, like Chomsky wrote about. And that's kind of scary, because at what point do people get access to the truth? Who has time in a busy life to go read,
Right.
I don't know, watch a 3-hour podcast or find a guy like Scott Ritter? Why would you even think to find a guy like Scott Ritter? If I saw it on the news, it's got to be true, right? MSNBC.
Yeah, it's controlled. The Istanbul communique was another peace talks.
Well, why don't you explain that for the audience? Because I don't have as much detail.
Okay. One sec.
If you want to, you don't have to.
Yeah. Hang on. I'm trying to get to the meat of it.
I don't want to put you on the spot here. But when I don't know something, I'm the first person to say I'm not as sure about that.
One sec.
I just went by. Look at this. Look at this little Japanese tree, though. How cool this thing is. And it looks like Justin. I thought about Justin Bieber's hair when he was like 12. Gotta trim that shit. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. In April 2022, they were having peace talks in Istanbul. And
Oh, you're talking about after the war. The war started in late February.
yeah, February. This is in April.
Okay, so
Istanbul.
just weeks into the war, right? Just several weeks into the war.
Yeah, maybe a couple months into it.
Okay. And those are the ones that, by the way, just to let you know, Zelensky, when he ran for office, he ran on a peace platform to make peace between the eastern part of Ukraine and the western part. Of course, they were very much at odds because of the ethnicity and the different views on culture and power. Anyway, so because of that, Zelensky basically came into office and did the exact opposite. He followed the Western script. He kept arming the resistance, gave total latitude to these, wacky neo-Yazis that were everywhere throughout the military, and basically did everything against what was said during these peace accords. And so that pissed off a lot of people on the Russian side, of course. Like, what the fuck? This guy on TV sounded like he was going to stop all this bullshit that Putin's been getting called for years, from probably about 2000 until about 2006. He was called every single day saying, please come in here, please come in here, please come in here. And nope, can't do it. Nope, can't do it, can't do it. And then, I'm sorry, from 2012 to 2018. He basically said no. He said, no, I can't do it. I mean, as much as I want to help you, it will just cause a broader war. So at that time, he just wasn't ready. The calculation wasn't there yet. But then later, because of all these broken deals, realizing he's dealing with bad actors, the NATO expansion, the weaponry, and also the potential to put missiles on his doorstep, he's like, listen, you guys are giving me little to no choice here. What I'm going to do, if somebody was trying to do this in southern Canada and it was a Chinese alliance, what the hell would you do? You would have stopped it before the conversation even got into their mouth, right?
Exactly.
So, this is the thing about being fair. We can't expect another country, even though they're sovereign, as a neighbor to a superpower, that they have to kind of have a different standard than we do, because we're a superpower and we don't let anybody in our hemisphere, anywhere on this side of the globe, do anything we don't like. And if they do, we militarily blockade them or invade them or whatever we got to do to stomp it out.
Or back a coup like in Bolivia.
Yeah, that's just standard fare. For anybody who doesn't know the author's name, Michael Parenti, if you ever get a chance to read some of Michael's books, I mean, he's very old now, he's in his 90s, but he used to go out and do a lot of public talks, but he is incredible. And I'm sure that Midwestern Marx has read all his books.
John Mersheimer and Jeffrey Sachs are good also.
Yeah, John Mearsheimer is excellent. He's a professor from the University of Chicago. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is good. He's a sort of an economic advisor / commentator who speaks a lot on places like Judging Freedom and The Gray Zone, and whoever else will take him, because the mainstream media won't take people like him. No way. Anybody who, by the way, he's probably the most mainstream guy that speaks as outspoken as one can be about these particular issues. And
yeah,
he doesn't say them quite as emphatically as I do, but it's pretty close. I mean, I really admire the guy for speaking out.
he's very diplomatic. Yeah, about it.
He deserves a lot of credit. But I think he sees the imperative, nature of it, because it could get bad very quickly. If you don't know, this is the big criticism that I have. The Biden administration is a diplomatic region. Oh, my phone just went to. I don't know how that happened. Now you got to look at my face close up. I'm sorry about that. I know that's punishment enough. I'm sorry, but you have to listen to me on top of it. That's terrible. But the bottom line is his administration is the worst part about it. Anthony Blinken and Lloyd Austin. These are not honest human beings. If you don't know who these people are, they have a lot of backdoor deals going on with money behind the scenes regarding energy.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of personal interests that are directly tied to the outcome of some of these conflicts that is just unthinkable. And again, because Joe Biden is where he is, he has to rely on his cabinet members to make a lot of these decisions. And I think that, unfortunately, Anthony Blinken is running our foreign policy right now in its entirety. Mm-hmm. And he's a very controversial figure because he's kind of soft-spoken and gentle, but the policies he puts out are very adversarial and confrontational. This idea of this international order, the rules-based order, he calls it, which basically means the U.S. makes the rules, people follow it, and otherwise you're in big trouble. That's what that means.
Yeah.
And that's obviously bullshit. If you're another country, like, dude, why do I have to follow everything you say? Who the fuck are you?
So real quick, there's a lot to the Istanbul communique.
This is the most important point, and then I'll let you go.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
The U.S. is basically pushing the buttons of two very heavily armed nuclear adversaries, potentially. They don't want to be the adversaries of the U.S., but the U.S. seems determined to make them adversaries, and that is China and Russia. And I think they're doing that because they know that China is on the ascent economically as far as their empire is concerned, and we're on the descent. And so you have to take action at some point to try to change that. So Taiwan is the next hotbed, as well as Ukraine. It's going to be a lot of tough moments in the next year or two. Okay, go ahead, please, DC.
So the Istanbul communique was another attempt, like I said before. There's so much to it. People just look up Istanbul communique, and long story short, they were close in April 22 to finalizing a peace settlement. Putin and Zelensky surprised everyone with their mutual willingness to consider far-reaching concessions in the war. This is just high level. Sadly, that was not to be. Instead of embracing the Istanbul communique and the subsequent diplomatic process, the West ramped up military aid to Kiev and increased the pressure on Russia, including through an ever-tightening sanctions regime. So that's it in general. I mean, they were going to talk about Crimea, basically Ukraine was going to, just have a small, force, a defensive force, not be neutral, not join NATO, which they don't want to do really deep down inside. I know they don't. But just everybody, Istanbul communique. It was a peace talks that could have ended this war had it not been for the West meddling in it and telling them not to do it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Federico, are you still there? I know he has a restaurant, so sometimes he steps away from his phone a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But maybe he's still there. If Federico can take things over for a few minutes, I have to jump in the shower.
Sure, no problem. Me too. Go ahead.
Otherwise, if he's not there, I don't know if we have any other guests that want to come up and talk.
Anybody
to
want to
DC,
come up?
but
Yeah.
actually, I can still talk. You're going to hear a little bit of background noise, but I'm just going to jump in the
That's
shower
okay.
without my camera. Okay. I'm
Yeah,
not going to violate.
China and Taiwan's very problematic. U.S. is using the Philippines as a puppet also over there. Badly.
Well, yeah, the Philippines is a very strategic place for the Asia conflict. So the U.S. has military bases there, which, by the way, the domestic population has protested for a long time, and they want us out of there. In fact, did we finally pull out of there? Maybe we did finally. I think Duterte
We
finally
put a new
told us.
base in the Philippines just recently.
Did we? Okay, there was one.
Yeah.
There was some archipelago that got us kicked out, but it might not have been the Philippines.
Well, we got kicked out in the share.
Well, we have how many military bases now do we have, and then how many naval fleets do we have that are positioned out there as well?
Around
It's a lot.
Taiwan and China?
Yeah, there's military and/or naval outposts that surround China in its entirety.
Yeah, we've got dozens of bases surrounding China.
It's really pretty amazing.
I can look it up.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm just gonna grab some water and then I'm gonna jump in the shower. I'll have the camera facing away from me. I'm not gonna put people under that kind of stress.
Around China. How many bases are on China?
Also, naval vessels too,
Let's see.
because they're like floating military bases.
It's like, what would we do if China put a base in Mexico?
We'd freaked. Well, first of all, if we even found out it was being talked about, we would have bombed them or done something about it.
Right.
That's just, it's always the rules apply to you, but not to me. Rules
Exactly.
for thee, but not for me.
I know.
You know.
Hypocrites.
One thing you can do. Can you see that? Can you see the comments or no?
Yes.
You can. You can see the comments. Ask people to ask questions in the comments of something they want you and I to talk about, and then we can speak about it.
Okay. Yes.
So if you're in the audience and you have a question you'd like to ask or a topic you want us to talk about, please mention it, and then we'll kickstart that.
Yeah. What you?
You're going to hear some noise. Just give me a second. All right, let me know if that's too much noise. It'll be less in a second.
We're good.
Okay. I'll tell you what, when it's 95 degrees outside, it's hard to not get sweaty.
Oh, I know. I'm in the South. I know.
What part of the South? Like how far down?
I'm in just north of Atlanta.
Okay. I'll tell you what the worst place is: Houston, Texas, right on the Gulf Coast. Man, that is one of the most humid places I've ever been in.
Let's see.
And you got all that smog from those oil plants.
Yeah, I've been to Houston. Not only is it hot, it's humid.
It's gross, man. Okay.
I'm trying to find. I know we have dozens of bases around China. $750 bases in 80 countries around the world.
Yeah, I wish I could get it. Oh, they haven't. Can you look up? Are you on your smartphone?
I'm looking at my laptop right now.
Okay, so if you have access to your laptop, there are images. If you just type the general search U.S. military bases worldwide and then go to the images section,
Yeah, let's see.
you'll see a map that actually plots them where we can show it to the audience. I'll make you big.
Let's see.
Let me make you big, but you guys, I'm trying to do it so I can't be seen. So I'm going to do it this way because you don't want to be seeing me right now.
Okay.
There's
All
a
right,
guest, by the way.
comments. Let's talk about peaceful
Oh,
solution.
good. Brenda's here. Cool. Hey, Brenda. What's
Hey,
up,
Brenda. I just looked down.
Hi,
Brenda.
everybody. No, it's okay. Hi, Chip. If you need me, I can help.
Let me make you big, DC. Hold on. Make him big. Here we go. There we go. You're big. Okay? Now
I'm
you can
big.
show whatever you want to show.
Let's see. Hang on. I'm still pulling up that infrared. Hang on. Which country? Bear with me 1 second. U.S. position.
Brenda, while he's doing that, how you been?
Hey, Chip, did you say something? I couldn't hear you.
No, I was just saying how you been while he's looking that up. How you
Oh,
doing?
hi. Yeah, I'm okay. It's been a couple days. It's all of this is just kind of weighing on me. I think like a lot of us, we kind of go through like ups and downs, and I saw a little like almost like an infant. I don't know if you saw the video of that poor little baby, just only survivor of its entire family. It was just all
I saw
her. I
that.
just
What was that?
oh, it was a little baby that was sorry, my dogs are going crazy. It was a little baby that was in the hospital, and was full of cuts and injuries and like a cast on its leg. It was like the only survivor of its family, and it's just like in so much pain and crying out for its mom, and there is no family to take care of that poor child, and it's just in the hospital, and it's heartbreaking. And for those of us who are parents, these images are just, I mean, I think just being human, it would get to you, but I think has a special little punch for those of us who are, moms in particular. So it's, yeah, it's just a little, it's weighing on me. 9 months. I can't imagine what the Palestinian people are going through, but it's heavy.
Wow.
And I think what happened yesterday, I think Federico was in the live. I think he's not around, but yesterday I was on another live, and it's probably the first time that I've been triggered by a Zionist. And I was so angry, and I jumped off, and it was, like the same argument. I think, and it wasn't anything in particular. It wasn't anything. I think it's the same arguments that keep being made over and over and over and over again. And the same accusation, like the same personal attacks. Chip, they're always, when they can't make an argument, they always personally attack you. And I get, and I talked about this on your show before, on your live before, Chip, about how I get so tired of being personally attacked for, they always attack me being like, oh, you're American, you have a Western mentality, like what will you know? And it's all just based on how I speak. Like just the fact that I have this accent, this is how I speak. The assumptions are that I'm a dumb American. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
I got the map pulled up. It's pretty good.
Go ahead.
Cool.
U.S. military bases surrounding China. I'm trying to get out further because there's so many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, but roughly 35 if you go all the way out to, I guess, Hawaii.
Wow.
If you come in toward Guam and Marshall Islands, I mean, they're all over the place. You can see it.
I've seen that map before. It's scary.
That's very telling.
I mean, how
really is.
dare China? How dare China, push their country's borders closer to our bases? How dare they?
Yeah, not to switch gears too violently, but today the CPI report, the Consumer Price Index, basically the inflation report came out. It came out what's called hot, meaning that it's gone back up again. So that means the rate of increase of inflation is going up faster now than before, and the markets took a big tumble because of it. But gold and silver were up pretty big.
And Tip, just you mentioning that reminded me. I started following this new creator who, oh my gosh, makes amazing. I think he's Scandinavian. I'm not sure if Norway or Sweden, but he makes amazing points. He's called like Piss Magus or something like that on here, and he made an amazing point about how if you're a human and you're working at a job full time and the you cannot live off of that salary full time, then your employer is telling you that your work is not valuable enough for you to be able to make a living off of these wages, and that has been a more recent phenomenon.
Yeah.
And basically what they're saying is that, like, it's not that everything is getting more expensive, is that you are getting cheaper, and that's us. Our
Wow.
labor is getting cheaper. And like the way he said it, and it was like his last point. I watched the video till the end, and he just dropped that gem on me right there. And I was like, oh my God. Yes, they are devaluing us as people, as humans, our labor, and our right to live, basically.
Yeah, it's a really unpleasant set of circumstances to find yourself in, and then you add in. Again, this all goes back to what they did when they moved all the production offshore. Mexico, and then China, and then other Asian nations, and elsewhere throughout the world. The corporations did it to save. They did it to save money initially. That was the whole idea. They'd have it because cheap fuel would allow you to take the raw materials, send them over to China, have the production be done there for cheap labor, and then have it shipped back, and then sold into Europe and the United States as far as finished goods. And that increased profits probably by 25 to 30% in total, which is a huge jump in net profit. If you can make one more point of net profit, you've had a great quarter. But if you make 20 more on average in perpetuity, but they didn't factor the fact that if China is going to be the producer, that there might be political instability, or at least maybe they didn't factor it in enough. And
Hey,
now,
do you want to hear Biden call Zelensky President Putin today?
today,
Yeah.
yeah, sure, why not?
He says he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Did you hear him?
President Putin. We're going to beat. He says he has determination. Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
Was he in the same space as Zelensky was introducing him?
Oh, President Zelensky's standing off the side like, what the fuck?
Don't worry about it.
Did he correct himself, though?
I'm betting.
Not that it matters, but did he correct himself?
Yes, he corrected himself very quickly.
Over to the president of Ukraine.
This is not getting any better for the Dems.
Well, at least he caught it. Imagine if he hadn't, if he just walked off and had never caught it. He was like, oh yeah, that's right.
That's bad, man. That guy, he's got to step down. There's no way they're going to let him run. Even if he goes to the convention, he's not going to get the nomination at the convention.
Evil is coming. Zelensky wants to kill. Please share. I'm back on Twitter now again. Listen.
A lot of stuff going on Twitter.
Yeah. Oh, the whole Biden. The media is going to be all over this Biden thing. You know. That's all they're going to focus on. That's all they're focusing on now.
Yeah.
And people are like, why don't we focus on Trump and his lies? It's like, well, that's the expectation. Trump's going to lie about everything. We know what he's coming in with. But Biden.
Yeah, normally Trump gets 24/7 outrage coverage, but in this case, he's being left alone.
Baron Trump.
Chip, someone earlier asked a question, and I know I know I've heard you talk about this at length, and I totally agree with you. But someone asked if you can explain from your perspective why the war started with Russia and Ukraine, because I think it's the thing that you were talking about earlier about how people are still seeing, or there's a lot of people who are seeing Russia as a bad guy because that's what we've been told to believe.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try to do the quickest version. If you need more details, let me know. I got to keep the phone pushed this way still. I'm still kind of half in, half out. Okay, so why would Russia attack Ukraine? Well, it could be that Putin is a madman and he wants to reestablish the former Soviet Union, so he just attacked the nation next door unprovoked towards that end. That's the story we were given. So you have to ask yourself, do you believe that, or you want to look further? So if you believe it, I can't help you. If you want to look a little further, I can share this with you. He's a very, very, very rational, calculated leader. More so than anyone else in the world. I think he's probably the most effective, the smartest, the most measured leader on earth. So he's not going to do anything rash. He also has no desire to take over any territory from anybody. He could care less. Now, the one reason why Ukraine is strategic to Russia in general, its security, is because their naval port at Sevastopol on the southwestern tip of Crimea has been Russian military territory, kind of like Guantanamo Bay is to the U.S. from Cuba, for forever, going back to the Soviet era. So they need that place to launch naval activities. From the north, they only have seasonal access. It just doesn't, it's not reliable. And of course, the other side of the country is, over in the by the Bering Straits, way too far north. So in that regard, they had to keep that safe, and therefore, when the government started to turn in 2014, they had to secure Crimea. They just couldn't risk losing that. But there were also some political factors that played in. So what changed? This is the big thing that we weren't told. There's a big difference between the people in the eastern part of Ukraine, which hail from Russian ethnicity, Russian culture. They usually speak Russian in addition to speaking Ukrainian. And they were Ukrainian citizens, but they were ethnically and culturally Russian. And the people in the other side of the country do not like that. They want everyone to be exclusively Ukrainian, very pro-Ukrainian. You heard Slava Ukraini. You've heard that before. The Russians in the East were not saying that. They would not say that. Now, why wouldn't they? Well, it's been a very divided country politically for a long time. A lot of corruption, a lot of bullshit goes through Ukraine. So it's a very, very, very sort of shaky foundation to start with. It was gifted from Khrushchev back in the early 60s to have separate autonomy, as to be a region of the Soviet Union. That territory was granted and given to Ukraine. So it's sort of had its own identity since the early 90s when it separated as Ukraine as a separate state. Because it was 1990-91 when the wall came down. That was when I was serving in the military. Anyway, so it's a young nation state. It's only been around for, 30 years. Lots of corruption and lots of involvement from other countries, especially the West. But there are some competing forces, which of course is the Russian influence in the East and the West's influence in the West towards Western Europe. Okay, having said all that, that's the chessboard. Now what happened was there was a very contentious election in 2012 where Viktor Yanukovych won against a former president, I forget his name right now, but he was the guy who got poisoned by, or claimed to have been poisoned by Russia. He won the election by a very small margin, like less than 1 point. It was very close. But he prevailed, and he was more sympathetic towards working with the Russian side, or at least had more of an openness to that regard than others might have. The U.S., quote unquote, didn't get their man, if you want to know what I mean. So politically, he was sort of targeted from that point on. So the U.S. did a lot of things to try to destabilize his position of power over the course of the next year and a half. Under Secretary of State Victoria Nuland was assigned, and U.S. Ambassador was Jeffrey Pyatt. And the two of them worked feverishly behind the scenes with groups like the National Endowment for Democracy, other groups like that are front groups for American intelligence and imperialism. And they were trying to politically turn the country against those in the East, and therefore unsettle the country, create protests, create unrest, and eventually overthrow or get rid of that guy who's in office, Viktor Yanukovych, which is what happened. Except they weren't able to do it as easily as just the protests, because he didn't succumb to pressure. So what they did was, and this is allegedly, the U.S. in conjunction with the more hard right fundamentalists, the neo-Yazis that were part of the Azov Battalion, the Aidar sector, the Right sector, etc., that members from those elite militias were put on positions of high ground, and in one of the last days of this protest in the Maidan Square, they then fired down on police officers and civilians. There were about 101 people that lost their lives. And it was blamed on the sitting president, his security forces, Viktor Yanukovych. So, of course, the public was outraged. They wanted this guy's head on a stake. So he fled the country. There were literally people coming to his house as he was leaving the country to try to physically pull him out and, give him a Gaddafi-like treatment. So he fled to Belarus, and so he's been there ever since. And then what comes to power? Well, Jeffrey Pyatt and Victoria Nuland, that Undersecretary of State, 3 weeks before this all happened, were caught on a recorded phone call making decisions as to who would be the most likely person best suited to take power when this happened. So they were basically planning the leadership of who would take the duties of temporarily as president and who would also take other positions of power. And they got recorded. And one person at one point said that the ambassador said to her, well, the EU is not going to like this particular person. And she goes, the EU, F the EU. But that, she said the full word in a very sort of cavalier, dismissive, arrogant way like the U.S. does. And this is U.S. imperialism and U.S. diplomacy, quote unquote. And so the U.S. got rid of the guy they didn't want there. And one of the reasons why they didn't want him there was he was not willing to play ball with U.S. arming and establishing them as a member of NATO, potentially. And also just equipping them with the arms necessary to join the unit, which is the more important element. So it was a block to American projection of power in the region, an important strategic asset right on the doorstep of Russia, which, if it had come into the U.S.'s orbit in NATO or even as a pseudo-NATO state, would have been very beneficial to U.S. long-term strategic interests in the region. However, including the placement of missiles that could be easily retrofitted with offensive capability at a moment's notice. So 5 minutes from Moscow, 12 minutes from St. Petersburg type of thing. Not acceptable if you're a Russian leader, nor should it be. So what Russia did is Russia, after that coup took place, it was a coup d'etat. Okay, it was a forcible change of the government. It was not democratic. Obviously, if you voted for a guy that's in office, let's say you voted for Trump, and a month from now, Trump gets knocked out of power by a foreign government's subversive activity with a false flag being blamed on the sitting president, well, you want your guy back in. You're not happy if the Democrats retake power. Now they're forcing policies down your throat that you don't want, including saying you can't say the word Republican ever again. You can't say the word MAGA. You can't go to rally. Give you an example of some of the stuff that they tried to do. What Ukraine was doing was making Russian language no longer allowable in any official capacity. They were trying to sort of de-Russify those in the East. So, of course, that was very culturally uncomfortable and obviously seen as a huge infringement on just their rights as Ukrainian citizens, but they're trying to squeeze these people and force them to conform and acquiesce to the standards that those in the West wanted now that there's new leadership. And this pressure increased and increased, and it culminated in physical conflict. The Ukrainian nationalists and forces were firing artillery rounds into heavily populated, residential areas inside of these areas called the Donbass, this eastern region, which was Donetsk, Lugansk, and then Mariupol to the south, and then of course over towards Odessa, but it hasn't quite gotten there yet. So these areas were basically resisting these efforts to sort of squelch them and forcibly, control them. They hadn't been occupied yet, but they were in the contact line where the armed forces that were from the West were right up against their territory, and there were skirmishes across the contact line, but it was mostly an artillery type of thing because the Air Force isn't really that developed or didn't have much resources at that time. So you have bombings going on where about 15,000 or so civilians over the course of 7.5 years lost their life because of these rabid sort of ultra schmatzy type guys. Just want to make sure the live's still going on. Is the live still going on? Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, you're good. I'm listening.
Okay.
Everybody's listening down below.
Okay, just want to make sure. Sometimes they make you swipe if there's no activity on the screen. So
No, we're listening.
Okay, so all this happens, and while these people are being brutalized, they're like, hey, Putin, will you please come in and help us? This is like 2013, 2014, 2015. And he's like, listen, I can't come in. It's too much trouble. It's going to stir up an entire, conflict. He didn't want to do it. He wanted to avoid it. So he tried to make peace. They had different peace agreements, peace accords, that were in Minsk, Belarus, Minsk 1 and Minsk 2, between 2014 and 2017, 2018. And each time these agreements came in, they basically said, hey, stop firing the artillery, let these people be, let's work towards a level of semi-autonomy for the region so you all can coexist without fighting. And each time the Zelensky or the government, it was Poroshenko for a while, then Zelensky, agreed to the terms of the Minsk Accords. But these radicals that are out in the armed forces, they can't be reined in. They basically call the shots when it comes to the military. It sounds crazy, but the federal government and the president do not have the ultimate authority in Ukraine. The radicals do. even though they don't represent a large percentage of the Congress, of their parliament, they maintain an inordinate amount of control in the field with the military. So the command structure supports the objectives of the ultranationalists. So they basically were saying, well, you know, we're going to do what we want to do. Come stop us. And if you do, we're going to take your whole family, and you can guess the fill in the blank part. So people like Zelensky were hamstrung. There's video of Zelensky in the field trying to convince one of these mid-level commanders to stop, because Zelensky did promise peace. And so he did initially try to do this until the U.S. got involved and said that doesn't serve our interests and kept pushing things forward. But basically the guy in the field said, why are you asking me this? You can't, don't even bother asking me this. Like he just ignored the guy. Like, why are you even talking to me about this? Like the guy wasn't even the president of the country. The guy's like, I'm the president of the country. He's like, and? So the video just shows there's no regard for authority at the federal level in Ukraine. It's sort of like a placeholder. So anyway, the U.S. was pushing for a big economic deal as well with Europe. And the Yanukovych government was starting to shy away from the pre-existing agreement that was in place. And was leaning for signing. He was going to sign the EU deal, but then he decided last minute, based on Russia persuasion, to sign an economic deal with them. So that's what got him not only the exit, but a faster exit. So while this is all going on, Russia's trying to figure out what do we do? We got the U.S. is trying to weaponize these people. They're supporting these crazy neo-Yazis that are absolutely out of control. They won't listen to anything that's going on. They've broken 2 peace accords. I've tried to do what I can to solve this diplomatically. These people don't want peace. They've been playing me for a fool. So I have to mass some soldiers and protect myself from the bullshit as it starts to develop in this region. Well, sure enough, the Ukrainians these ultra schmazis decide to mass about 160,000 troops near the contact line that were getting ready to maybe go in and try to forcibly submit some of these resistance factions. And the Russians had their forces, and they decided to move in first. And they moved in. And they said, enough is enough. This is a red line. You're not listening to us. We're going to have to do this, because if we don't do it now, we're going to be on the receiving end of what this is going to be, both through missiles and with forces at a future date. That's the calculus that he made. Now, some people say it was stupid to do it. I don't know. I don't like war, but I don't know what other option he had that was good if you're thinking from his point of view to protect the security of his people long term. If he would not have done something now, it may have been too late with the pressure that the U.S. would have with having that weaponry, that there wouldn't be much he could do other than accept whatever came his way next. But
he's protecting Russia. I get it.
So for those reasons, it's understandable that things kicked off the way that they did. But in the U.S. media, we were told this is unprovoked. This guy's a madman. He gets civilians. He unalives people with poison. He's a dictator, blah, 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 blah. Just every evil term in the dictionary. Same with Saddam Hussein. Same exact playbook. Vilify the guy, vilify the guy. If you walk down the street right now, anywhere in America, go to a movie theater, a mall, and said, I want you to tell me the first couple of words that come to mind when I say this name to you. Okay. Vladimir Putin. And all you hear is dictator, bad guy, madman, psychopath, wants to rule the world, wants to, all this bullshit. It's just the same conditioning we talked about earlier today. We have been conditioned to hate Russia and China. That's it. And it exists. Go out and talk to people. You'll find out. So that's why the U.S. is pissed. That's why the U.S. is trying to make Ukraine win this conflict, because right now its objectives are being foiled because Russia basically jumped the gun and said, okay, I'll see your pile of bullshit and I'll raise you a pile of horse shit, which is what he did. So now they're thinking about taking even more territory. The more the U.S. pushes this thing and continues to fund and arm them, the more territory Putin's going to keep taking, all the way up to Odessa, if necessary, to secure the entire southern portion of Ukraine, which means they're going to be landlocked other than what Russia allows through to the ports, to the Black Sea. So that is very problematic. So the U.S. is in the middle of this terrible cycle where to lose face, they can't lose face, so they have to keep the game going. But nobody wants to fund it, and they're fighting to send money at a time when we don't have any money. Obviously, we're printing it. And the CPI report came out today saying that, yeah, we're still flying in the wrong direction. And it's a tough place to be. They're trying to justify the unjustifiable. And meanwhile, who gets to suffer? The Ukrainian people, 700,000 plus soldiers. The Russians have probably lost, 75, 80,000, whatever it's been. It's been horrible. But Russia has the upper hand. The war is over. The war has been over for a long time.
Right. They lost.
The U.S. can't accept it because it's first of all, its weapons manufacturers don't want the gravy train to stop. Let's face it, that's been a huge boondoggle. But secondly, it's not our loss. And we have a corrupt leader who's being repressive in his own country, snatching people off the street to go serve, and people have no rights. Zelensky is the ultimate dictator right now. There is no democracy in Ukraine. He shut down all opposition parties. There are no elections to be held. And yet we criticize the H group for that. But we're supporting a guy doing it in a nation that's supposed to be a democratic ally in Europe. It's bullshit.
He is corrupt. You're right. This war was lost from the outset, basically. I mean,
What changed the war was Iran started supplying Russia with very high-tech drones.
right.
That completely changed the battle space because they didn't have to use what are called forward observers. If you don't know how artillery works, you fire the rounds. And it's almost like if you're at a gun range or a pow range, and you do your first couple of shots, and then you have to kind of change your positioning accordingly to get it where you want it to go. It's called positioning, forward positioning. So if you have a drone that can do that for you, you see where they land, you don't lose people. So this is where they've had a huge technological advantage, plus the drones that go bang when they land on something. They got tens of thousands of those from Iran, which was a huge game changer for the war. That's why they've lost so few people, because they can sit back outside the range of the forces and just bombard them with a superior artillery force. So it's not even a fair fight. It's like a meat grinder, and it's terrible, and it should stop just for moral reasons. But we have a very good war. This is why I talk about Anthony Blinken. That's why he's such a dangerous man. He's the one pushing these policies right now.
Yes. He's horrible. He lies every time he gets on the press conference or gives a couple of comments to the media. Everything is garbage. The whole ceasefire between the Pallies and Israel, just the shit coming out of his mouth is so untrue. Blaming the H group for everything, and
I want to let people know this. There's a political commentator. He's a duo, but the guy that's on the screen, his name, their handle is called RJP Talks, like Ron Joseph Paul Talks. And this is the kind of conversation that if you try to have it with, I would consider him to be, and this is not to say it in a pejorative way, an establishment left-minded, like I don't know if it's liberal, progressive, I don't know what you call it, but definitely an anti-Trumper to the point of Trump derangement syndrome in my view. But if you try to have this type of conversation with this person, they're so convinced that the narrative that's been spun to them by our mainstream press is the truth that they will call you a nutbase, a conspiracy theory nut, a Putin apologist, right on down the line. They won't listen to a word of it. And my family's the exact same way. They watch MSNBC, Morning Joe, Morning Joe Don't Know, and they just have no idea outside of that particular set of presentations what's going on, and maybe they just don't want to, and that's fair. You don't have to do anything in life, but it's hard to criticize somebody else when they do find out more, and then you just say that their opinion is bullshit because you don't want to even entertain the thoughts. What do you think about that, DC? You think people are being a little bit stubborn even in their indoctrination?
oh yeah, they believe everything the media says. I mean, and first of all, took me a long point get to this point of like not trusting what the government says, the military or the media at all. You just can't trust them. I mean, the media is controlled by a certain group. I won't get into all that, but it's bullshit, and you can't trust anything the government says. I don't at all. I used to be American number one. And when I went through and started researching things, I'm like very depressed at this point, thinking I had this one view of my country. And now all of a sudden I don't, because it's all lies. We've been lied to for decades, Yeah,
one example of how bad things are, and again, there are a lot of good things about living here that are not all bad, right? We do have some things.
Yeah, of course.
But things are degrading, which is what the challenges are. It's easy to focus on that. But the food system in the United States, not only does it focus on processed foods because they're more profitable. You can sell an ear of corn to somebody and you make very little. You sell them corn flakes in a pretty box with a Tony the Tiger or whatever, Frosted Flakes, you get a lot more money for that same amount of corn. So it's all that. But in terms of our food system, most of it now is genetically modified and covered with all sorts of herbicides and pesticides that are banned everywhere else in the world, including, wait for it, Russia. You can't use any of the chemical fertilizers, agricultural sprays, any of that crap.
They banned all GMOs, didn't they, Cheb?
Americans cannot sell any of their products that are grown that way in any. Most of the European countries won't take it either. And the U.S. is like suing them through the World Trade Organization, but the U.S. is hell bent on profit only. So petrochemicals are the name of the game, along with artificial fertilizer for the ground. It does increase yields and shelf stability, but it reduces flavor and it has all sorts of crazy shit that we don't want to have in our bodies. And yet, unless you can find all organic stuff, which is sometimes hard to even find, but even if you could, it's hard to pay for it. What if you're on a budget and you can barely get your groceries for your kids? You're not going to spend 3 times as much for your oranges and your bananas and your strawberries, what do you like to eat? Or you just have to skip them altogether. So it's a bad system. Listen, it doesn't promote the common good. It promotes what works for the wealthy class. If I can say one thing about America and how the world works, it's that things work towards benefiting the few to enrich them and consolidate power at the expense of the many. That's it.
Can I add that my perspective as an American that has lived abroad for most of her adult life, that every time I do come back to the US. I haven't been back in over a year this time around, but every time I do come back, I'm just absolutely just flabbergasted by the food. I eat so differently here in Brazil. I eat, basically what we would want to be eating, like whole foods, organic, like I buy from the farmers market, and it's so cheap is the thing. It's like there is a different way to live. So it's like I have like food culture shock every time I go back to the US, and just the food, how perfect all the vegetables are. When you go into the supermarket, how huge the onions are. I remember walking into a Kroger and there was an onion like the size of my head. Like it's crazy what food is done, what they do to food in the United States, which is it's by design. It's filled with stuff to keep people from, to keep everybody sick, to keep the pharmaceutical industries in power as well. Like it's just, and like our healthcare system, like it's all connected, and I think this is something that people are starting to connect the dots on.
Yeah, I think you're right.
All the fruits.
Federico, are you there? Yeah, there you are. Welcome back, Federico.
Yeah, so all the fruits taste the same. If you buy an apple or pear or a strawberry, they all taste the same. Like
This creator made a TikTok I saw about how he bought fruit, and how it's some hybrid new fruit that is like a plum and a cherry mixed together, and he said he didn't even know what it was, but it was so good. And it comes in a plastic bag, of course. Like what is going on in the United States? I don't understand.
I'm glad I still remember since I was a kid. If you wanted to eat strawberry, you had to wait for the season of the strawberry. That's it. If you wanted to eat watermelon, you wait for the season of the watermelon.
So I've had Lebanese strawberries because I visited Lebanon. I visited Lebanon when it was strawberry season, and they are some of the most delicious strawberries I've ever had in my
You
life. Oh
see?
my God,
Yeah, it's
I miss
basically
Lebanon so much.
you taste the strawberries. You don't taste just nothing. Over here we taste nothing. Over here you have to add to it strawberry flavor so you can taste this flavor. Ridiculous.
I saw a documentary about how there are companies that have flavors okay, I'll help you now, that have flavors that they add to food. So there's actual companies that create these flavors to inject to foods. It's crazy. Chip,
Yeah,
I'm
mostly
gonna
the
drop. I'll
color
be in the
too.
comments. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, Brenda, take care. Federico's coming back up. I want to hear more about Lebanon too. Latest updates from up there, if you have any, Federico.
What
Yeah,
is
I was
it?
asking about that earlier.
The updates that looks like they unalive leaders from the each group, thinking that if you unalive them, you make them weaker, and the response is always higher than they expected, and they keep threatening. They want to invade. But I think they're using that for a facade. Like they're using it to direct people's attention to Lebanon, and keep doing what they're doing in Gaza, having the press talking about Lebanon while they're doing what they're doing in Gaza. Because if you really think about it, like before the October 7th, that was 2/10 that the H group put on the border inside the Lebanese territory that are occupied, and neither the Israeli were scared to come to these mental 2 tents, empty tents, nothing in them, just 2 tents on the inside the Lebanese territory. And now, while you're fighting a war that you're losing off the hook, you're coming up here and you're threatening Lebanon. I think they're just they will not take initiative. I just hope that the Arch of Resistance take initiative, because they're proceeding with their plan of expelling everybody out of Gaza, either unalived or alive or whatever. But their plan, they're going on with their plans. They're losing on the ground because now I've seen a video, Chip, of H group resistance storming in an Israeli position. So now they moved in from booby trapping a tank to firing an anti-tank RPG, or to go and literally raid a position that are Israeli hiding in it. Zero distance, like face-to-face fighting. And like I was telling DC earlier, that was the days before they withdrew from Lebanon. It was like this, where the H group would go in their positions, unalive everybody, stick their flag, and then they had to take off. And the conflict is between Netanyahu and the army. The army want to pull out. Like, there's some video, a lot of people don't see these videos, but the videos that H group puts out, you can see, like, they literally listen to them talking. Like they are standing next to them, and the IDF soldiers don't know who they are. They're coming up to the tank today. There was another one. There was a tank holding the Golani Brigade flag and the American flag on the tank. One of the H group members jumped in front of the tank, went underneath it, put the booby trap, and took off.
Yeah, I've seen those booby trap
see
videos.
that?
Yeah, but I saw the one last week where the 2 running out to the tank and putting the booby traps on them.
Yeah, some people, they say that video is manipulated. Some stuff H group don't want. It's like when they fire and they leave, they give seconds. They have 3 seconds. 3 seconds to fire. If they can film whatever they can film, they film. If they can't film whatever they can film, they just have to run 3 seconds before an artificial intelligence know where the missile came from and fires back at. So they're not, like, it's a strategy for them to stay that 3 seconds and no longer.
Right. Hey, Federico, I don't know if you've heard me talk. People were kind of giggling at me. The best way for this to end and avoid Armageddon is a Israeli civil war, which they are ripe for right now, civil war.
It looks like it. It looks like it's going to. Like right now, I don't know if Netanyahu will go to court and is gonna come back not guilty, and then I don't know.
Well, the reason why he keeps this war going, this GSI, excuse me, is because of the charges against him. He'll be placed under arrest immediately. I firmly believe.
DC, I don't think so, man. I don't think.
You don't think so? You don't think they could?
No. He plays a bigger role than any of us could think of in the Zionist movement. I think the least of his concern is the charges in court in Israel.
The ICC.
No. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. The Israeli, I don't think he cares. And even if he does, but the president before him, the prime minister before him, what's his name, Olmert. Yeah, he went to charges to prison. He 3-4 months in the prison, and he came out, and now he's on public TV talking.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a big issue. And even if they go to prison, they're not treated like the Palestinians getting treated.
Well, I know Big H is tying the ceasefire with the H group, as far as the ceasefire with Big H and between Big H and Israel and Lebanon. They're tying that together.
They on October 8th, they said if you want ceasefire, you go talk to H group, and whatever they decide. And actually, they told them listen to their demand, and then you'll have a ceasefire. That's something, but it's not only about the ceasefire, DC.
Well, Big H is tying it together. The ceasefire.
Yeah. The thing is, there is cashing out after the war. Even if they get to a ceasefire, there is some demands for the H group too.
That's part of what Chip was saying. Blinken lies. He was lying, blaming the H group play in the ceasefire. It's not them. It's the Israeli government.
Now, even if they cease fire right now, okay, now they're gonna say the Israeli wants their settlers to go back to the north, and they want each group to go further to the south, north of the Litani River, right? Okay, what are you gonna give us in exchange? We have Sheba Farms and we have Kfar Shuba Hills are still occupied by the Israeli. So give us back our land. Oh, you're not gonna give us back their land, so we're not
Right.
going back. So there is a cash out. There is like after this war, there is a price in the north, there is a price in the south. Even if they come to an agreement with the H group in the south, the political scrambling is not gonna end.
Well, there's no ceasefire. They never intended a ceasefire because they're mowing the lawn. The Pallies, and I hate to say this, but the Pallies aren't coming back to Gaza. Unless we regroup and work somehow to come
Coming
back.
Who's not coming back?
I just don't think they're not coming back to Gaza.
Who?
The Pallies.
No, they will never. Listen, I know Palestinians that are born here, their grandparents are born here, and they still make sure that their kids go to Palestine 2 or 3 times a year. It's a must. It's not a. So I probably a few won't run away, but a lot of people, and especially right now the Palestinians that are in diaspora, I'm sure after the ceasefire, they're gonna be some lineage toward Gaza, which is this is part of the negotiation. You cannot keep the siege up like this. It won't happen. So even for the Israeli, after the end of this war, Hamas will rebuild itself in a way that everything they learned in this war it will be implemented and prepared for in the next one.
Hey, I'm gonna drop. Biden's on doing his press conference right now, and I'm gonna come back.
Hello?
All right.
Or just I'm gonna put on.
Yeah, let us know what. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect. Just hang tight. Yeah. So I didn't know he's doing a press conference. I wish I could watch it too. There's someone named RZR who wants to come up in the comments. So Federico, do you want to have another guest or no? Maybe he jumped off too. Okay, RZR, I'll bring you up. We're talking about some Israel-Palestine issue. You stand on that issue, but give you a chance to say hey.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you fine. Yeah, what's on your mind?
Who do you think should be granted peace? Israel or Palestine?
Who do I think could be granted peace?
Yes, because both of them are getting attacked.
Well, I would just like to see both of them have a peaceful resolution. So I think both of them deserve to have peace.
Good, that's actually a right answer. I thought that too.
Thank
How
you.
do we
Yeah,
get there?
that was my next question. How do you? What do you think?
How do you think? How do you think we're gonna get there, RG?
I don't.
Are you American?
Yeah, I am American.
So do you think we should stop supporting Israel so they can get to a peace, or
Oh,
we should keep?
no. I like Israel.
So you want Israel to keep? You like that we keep supplying Israel with weapons?
Yeah.
Now, how about we
But
give?
I don't like
how about hold on? How about we give the Palestinians some weapons too? Some F-35, some F-16, so they can be equal.
Well, I can't control that. I'm not Joe Biden.
But you're saying you're with supporting Israel. If you're supporting Israel, how can you be for peace but supporting to give arm to one part and not the other?
Well, I don't know, but I just I don't really know, but
Why do you think the Palestinians are resisting the Israeli? Why you believe that is happening?
Because they are bad people.
I guess this guy is underage.
No, no.
Whoever spoke was a kid.
I have to at least ask how you have to be 18 or older to be on TikTok. So just please be fair and abide by the rules.
I am older than 18.
I believe you. It sounded like the person who said, in other words, whoever that was who came on, they can't come on again.
That was my brother. He's like little. He's like 14, 15.
I know. Just please tell your brother, or you can. If he speaks again, we have to close the live down. So I just don't want to get in trouble.
Okay. I'll tell him to get out of the room. We share a room.
Okay,
Sorry.
whatever you got to do.
Hey, Raiden, can you get out of the room, please?
Okay.
You have to be 18.
All right. So what are you feeding your little brother about the bad people?
What?
I said,
Sorry.
what are you feeding your little brother about bad people? Usually kids don't come up with these answers just on their own.
I don't know. He watches the news all the time.
He watches the news all the time.
Yeah, he likes
Okay,
BBC.
and what is your stand?
I don't really know.
You don't really know? What do you think about the 30,000 people, 35,000 people that have been unalived on the Palestinian side with American-made bombs?
Oh, I don't know. They're just random people. I don't really think about other people too much.
Yeah. So why did you come up here for?
I don't know. I just wanted to talk to someone because I've been really bored. And
So you're here because you're bored.
yeah,
First time I hear an Israeli supporter that is bored. How can you guys be bored?
because I haven't really done anything all day.
All right. Well,
Okay.
thanks for coming in. Have a good night. See you. Take it easy. Take it easy there. Okay then. Yeah.
You know what I noticed?
That was a
Chip?
first. I gotta say, I've had a lot of things. That was a first.
Yeah. Do you know what lately it's been? If you notice, most of the Zionists when they come up, they say I'm pro peace, or they tell you I'm not. I'm neither with this or that. Then when you get into the conversation, they turn the skin on and they show their Zionist mentality, and they say it clearly. Like this guy, he said I'm peace, peace. Then I asked him how an Israeli supporter can be bored. He's like, because I didn't have anything to do all day. So you are an Israeli supporter.
Yeah. Well,
They-
I'm glad he doesn't have to endure what Palestinians endure. But I think if he really had a better idea, he probably would feel differently.
Yeah, I mean,
Most
lately,
people are decent people. Most people.
lately they're shy to say, like they come up to a panel and they don't want to tell you they're pro-Israeli, and then they want to use different narrative to push the agenda. Just say who you are. Speak with, like, especially on this panel, but with you, Chip. You don't turn them down. You don't say, oh, if you're a Zionist, you're not coming up. You let them up. You let them speak.
Yeah, I get criticized for that a lot too, though. So I understand that some people want to just have it just be. Listen, the way I like to look at it, they say the same thing about me, by the way. Because a lot of times people get criticized for bringing me on their lives, but what I was trying to say is this: they basically will speak themselves to a point where you're just like, wow, they show you what they believe, which I don't believe is insincere from their point of view. They're sincere about it because it's that's their whole cognitive experience. But we're not a part of that experience. We can see from the outside, and they only see what inside the blinders. It's just point they're thinking, which I think is very, in and of itself. I don't have to say a word. Just whatever they say brings out the most vulgar reactions, like that person just said. I'm bored. What about the people that are dying? I don't think much about other people. Is that what the person said?
Yeah.
I don't think much about other people. I mean, what the hell's that?
Tell you, the thing is, Chip, if they read their own newspaper, we don't need to tell them anything. Like today, there was an article released in Haaretz where they admit that the Israeli fired on the houses in Kibbutz Be'eri, and you still tell them, hey, Haaretz said that today. Oh, they don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe it. Although the Israeli said it, although the Israeli read it, and now no, it's not true, because if it wasn't for Hamas that was there, they would have not fired. So to them,
Yeah.
it's a good excuse. If there is Hamas in the house, unalive everybody. That's fine.
Yeah. Well, doesn't change the Hannibal Directive. For those who don't know
No.
what that is, you probably do, but just in case, the idea is that in the past there have been many cases where only one Israeli soldier gets returned, but maybe 1,000 Palestinians get out of jail, as they see it.
You talking Hannibal?
So, and they could be innocent. It's called the Hannibal Directive. What that does is it says if you're in a battle situation and one of your soldiers or civilians might be captured by the enemy and taken hostage, it's better just to engage everybody, because having that leverage on us is not desirable. We'd rather unalive whomever we have to rather than deal with that part of the headache. And that, so in this particular conflict on October 7th, a lot of us, initially based on reports we'd read, said, hey, they did this. This is what they did. They employed this directive, which means that not everybody who unalived that day was at the hands of the H group, although, like someone said, none of these events would have occurred had they not done the beginning of this. But that many of the fatalities at like the Nova Festival and some of the kibbutzim could be directly attributable to the Israeli military engagement based on the Hannibal Directive. So we don't know the exact numbers. But it could be. It's not fair to assume that a lot of it was done by the H group necessarily, or it's not fair to say that most of it was done by the response. It's just a question mark. But if you're someone who's trying to label the H group as these barbarians and make allegations of, pregnant moms and kids twist tied together in lighter fluid and all this stuff like that, or, people, graped in massive forms and all over the place. Every woman got graped, or so to speak, that kind of thing. There's no evidence to support any of those claims. None. Zero zilch. That's the problem. So they have to make these Palestinians look like horrific people, as if they just slaughtered all these people. But now we're finding out that it's not nearly as severe as one may have initially thought, because what was completely denied by the Israelis is now fully admitted. You see a pattern here? Lie, obfuscate, delay, eventually relent, but it's old news at that point. It's
And
a very smart.
by the way, they have not let the UN come in to investigate October 7th, any of that down there. They've refused to let them come down there.
Yeah, that too. That too.
I mean,
So good.
if you guys look, sorry, Chip, if you guys look at the damage on the cars in the Nova Festival, okay,
Correct.
and you multiply that for 7 hours that it took them to respond to the attack. Like if that H group had that firepower that was inflicted on these cars, Palestine would have been free. Like within 7 hours, the whole country would have been free. The firepower that H group had on these cars, that was obviously an Apache helicopter flying and shooting on everything.
That's an excellent point.
And they actually said it. There is a video. I have that video on my phone that it shows the Israeli soldiers inside the Apache talking while they're firing on people running left and right, and they are firing on them from the Apache. But that video is obviously, every time you post it on TikTok, it gets removed.
I actually got it up on my content. Somehow it's up there.
Yeah, probably nobody reported it yet. But,
Yeah.
But that is like, what do you want more than that? Obvious, the video, they're talking Hebrew, the dates, everything.
We have someone named Warrior Princess who says she's first generation Palestinian. Can I be platform? Warrior Princess, the way it works on TikTok, there's a button in the right center of your bottom of your screen. If you press that, it says it's a guest request. But if you have less than 200 followers, I don't think you can go live on a guest until you have 200 followers, and I think you have to have 1,000 to actually start a live like I'm doing. So do you have 200 followers? Let me see what your followers are. Yeah, you have 200 followers. So just press the little guest request button at the bottom center, that little red and blue button, and then I'll bring you up. Oh, there you are. You're coming up.
Hello,
There you
can
go.
you hear me?
Hello.
Hi,
Yes.
how are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you. By the way, I didn't want to ignore Revolution, because Revolution came up. We'll get you in just a second, Revolution. Go ahead, Warrior.
Oh, I just wanted to add, I guess, some stuff about, let's see, for Frederico, asking about maybe what could resolve or be a direction to go in, because I really don't think we're going to vote our way out of this. I hate to be
No.
pessimistic
I don't
about
believe.
that.
Yeah, I don't believe there is a peaceful solution to the Palestinian cause.
Yeah, and it would just take too long, right? Like, I just feel like everybody's kind of not really. I don't know. They're not concerned about the fact that all these people are probably going to die. Like, we talk about starvation and how, you know, half of the Palestinians are going to die of starvation in, 2 weeks to a month. Like, and people are getting desperate. And I think that part of what a lot of people have been saying that works really well is basically doing your best to boycott. If you have to download the No Thanks app, if you don't know how, like, look into the No Thanks app. Look at ways that you can divest yourself from that, because I feel like that already has made some impact. And I don't know what more we can do, because we certainly can't have a violent, thing. You guys still there?
Yeah, we're listening.
Okay.
Listen here.
Yeah.
Sorry, you guys went quiet. I'm not used to lives. This is probably the second time I've.
You get used to it, and in all other lives, you get interrupted every time you speak something. Actually, here we sit down and we listen.
We're courteous, I guess you could say. Try to be.
Okay, good. A rare moment, I guess.
Revolution, you want to say something? Has he said anything, spoken yet?
No, I'm listening and waiting for my turn, really.
Just go ahead, sir.
Yeah. How are you doing, guys? You good?
Good, excellent. How are you?
Yeah. I mean, it just a message really for anyone still sitting on the fence and anyone still struggling to take a side, to take the right side, to be on the right side of the Palestinians, really. People who probably think, well, I'm millions of miles away from the Middle East, and this doesn't affect me in any way, shape, or form. Of course it does. This is not just about the Palestinian cause. This is about what kind of standard the human race are willing to set in this world that we live in. Do you know what I mean? My son got married last year, and I've always been a supporter of Palestine. Palestine is in my DNA. I'm Moroccan. I grew up in Morocco. My Arabic teachers, 2 of them were Palestinian. In our Ministry of Education textbooks that I grew up with, that kids still learn in Morocco, has the Palestinian cause all over it. So anyone who's not really from the Arab world and is not really invested in the Palestinian cause need to think about the future of our planet, the future of the world. If the world is willing to let pariah states like Israel to behave in this manner, unalive thousands of innocent children and women, manufacture starvation, destroy every single university in Gaza, every single hospital, behave the way they're behaving right now, and think it's okay, I'd be worried about what kind of world we're actually setting up for our children and grandchildren. Do you know what I mean? They're demonizing the United Nations because the United Nations is not playing ball. They're actually sending experts, and these experts are speaking out and saying there's genocide going on in Gaza. So what we need to do is we need to, empower the United Nations, give the United Nations back its prestige that it never had since its creation. Dismantle this nonsense veto system, which is totally undemocratic, when one country, the US, usually the US, will say to the whole world who would vote for a certain cause as a yes, and the US would say no, and that's it. It all falls apart. This is undemocratic. We really need to work very well, strongly as a world community to empower the United Nations, because if Zions want to weaken it, then we need to invest in it and strengthen it. And then they could act as a world police, and essentially is the whole world community acting as world police and severely punish countries like Israel. I mean, I used to believe, like the Arab world, and I hope the Arab world, because the Arab world has no spine. Do you know what I mean? I used to believe in a two-state solution. Okay, you know what I mean? Going back to 1967 borders, I don't believe in a two-state solution today. Absolutely not. Israel has lost all legitimacy to exist. Over 95% of Israeli society think what's going on in Gaza is good, and some are calling for more violence. These are genocidal perspectives in a society. The whole society is trash. It really is. They've managed to brainwash a whole society. Do you know what I mean? And my fear is when Netanyahu's time would be to go, all their crimes and sins would be forgiven. That would be the biggest insult to the victims of Zionism. That would be the biggest insult to the Palestinian people and the Arab world. Because it's not just Netanyahu, it's the whole of the political spectrum in Israel. It's the most of the Israeli society that are to blame for what's going on. And what one Zionist that I was talking to on TikTok told me, and that still rings in my ear, he said, people will forget. People will forget. We should never, ever, ever forget what's happening to the Palestinian people and what they've done. And one thing what Zionists will always do, they'll take you to the past. They don't want to talk about the present, and we should really keep them in the present. Okay, don't talk to me about 47, 2024. Talk to me about what you're doing now. Talk to me about the behavior of the IOF now. Talk to me about the behavior of the Israeli society now. Do you know what I mean? And they will always try and take you back 100 years. You know, we know the history. We don't need to hear the history. We want to talk about those kids that are alive in now. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely disgraceful. I have never seen, since I've been around, I'm 55 years old, I've never seen, in any conflict that I have seen, a people who would go for a picnic with their kids and grandparents and the parents with the sole aim to stop aid trucks from coming in. When 2 miles down the road, they've got babies are dying of starvation. Babies are born and die within few hours of life because there's no food around. Kids are being unalive because there's no food around. This is
Revolution, can I ask you
absolutely
something? Can I ask you
disgusting.
something?
Yeah, of course you can.
They say never again. That's for everybody in the world. You know, never again. That's the big. They say that about the Holocaust and stuff. It's like what's that means for everybody. You know,
Yeah.
everybody.
But the thing is, brother, these guys are not Jews. You know, the Zionists. I just don't see any relationship. I don't see. It just does not make any sense in my head. And I'm a teacher. It does not make any sense in my brain. I don't see a relationship between Judaism and Zionism. Jews are a peaceful religious group who actually worship a God of classical theism who will judge them on the quality of their lives on earth. And God, what does God ask us to do? I'm a Muslim. What does God ask Muslims and Christians and Jews to do is to love his creation with every single fiber in their being, whether they're human being, whether it's the animals that God has created or the resources that God has set for us. So anyone who worships God has judgment on his head. They believe that when I go, there is an afterlife, and in the afterlife, I will be judged on the quality of my life. So Zions, they don't worship, they don't fear God's judgment because they don't really believe in Judaism. Do you know what I mean? Hence, they will unalive thousands of innocent children and not even feel guilty about it. And the founder of Zionism was someone.
Well,
Was
can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. You guys let the guy finish saying. When he's saying, we'll welcome you. You come in. You say who you are, and you say what you want to say. This is how we work over here. We don't interrupt each other. We don't speak over each other. You do it once, we'll give you a warning. You do it twice, we drop you. Go ahead. Finish.
Thank you. So, thanks, Federico. So, I mean, the father of Zionism, Herzl, was a Jewish person who was embarrassed of his origin, and this is a fact of history that people cannot change. You know, it's there. It's written in stone. He was not. He tried to convert to Christianity and didn't in the end. and he was a person who didn't believe in religion really. So, I mean, I'm saying this. I'm not an anti-Semite. I mean, I'm actually an Arab Amazigh person. So I'm a Semite person as well. I'm saying this because I'm protecting my, and I mean it. It might sound cheesy to some people, but that's why I'm doing this. Protecting my Jewish brothers and sisters, because when IS ding-dongs were around in Syria and Iraq, as a Muslim, I wanted to be distant from these people because they don't represent Islam in any way, shape, or form. Do you know what I mean? And when a Jewish person becomes a Zionist, they stop being Jewish. They need to go back to the Torah. They need to find Adonai again, and they need to read the message of God, because the message of God is love. He created us and the world and everything in it, and he wants us to respect his creation and treat his creation with respect. But when you unalive thousands of innocent children and over 6,000 Palestinian mothers, and I'm not gonna go on a monologue. That's not loving God's creation. That has nothing to do with Judaism. That's just politics, and that's why I believe
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
is an aggressive ideology, brother. Thank you. Thank you for listening,
It
guys.
is what it is. What's up?
Hi, good evening or good night or whatever time you have where you live. Well, I've been listening to this for like 3, 4, 5 minutes, and I don't know what to say. It's like I'm sorry to say, it's hearing something that I really shocked over. For example, let's go back.
What shocks you?
Yeah, because I mean, I think that every single religion right now, or every single culture right now, it's actually going through a very dark time. I will explain the reason I say that. Let's go back for 10, let's say 20 years, when I will do very broad paintbrush, if you know what I mean. Okay. So I will not go. I will give very broad than what I'm saying. The Muslims has gone through for the last 20 years, 25 years, around the world. I mean, spreading everything else than love. You can go in Africa. You can see the Muslim has going unaliving thousands and 100,000s of people. Wait, relax. I'm talking about. He's talking about love, the religion, and all that stuff, and it's not true.
Hold on 1 second. You're
Wait,
spreading
I'm not
propaganda.
done. I'm not
Now
done.
you
Wait.
wanna tell me Muslim invaded Iraq, Muslim invaded Libya, Muslim invaded. What
I
are you
did not.
talking about?
You saw nobody interrupt. So don't let me talk to
Yeah,
points.
no, I can interrupt when you spread propaganda. I can
No.
interrupt you because I need to clarify for everybody listening.
Yeah, but what happened? But you have to realize one thing: when all these Muslims calling from from the bottom of the hearts that we're going to build a caliphate in Syria. Wait.
One Muslim leader.
Nobody,
that said that.
nobody,
One
no
Muslim leader.
spoke
Hold
up.
on. You said Muslim said. You said Muslim said. When you said
Wait.
Muslim said,
No,
it
but
means
no.
you are. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. When you said they said, it means you know. Tell me who said it, when they said it. Name me one Muslim leader said, I'm gonna go around the world and do caliphate.
He said it. The
Who?
ISIS, he did it. It was
ISIS. We all know that ISIS is the creation of Israel, and that's why when they were fighting.
So
Hold on 1
every
second.
single problem is
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. And the war in Syria, they were getting medical treatment in Israel. So explain that. Explain why ISIS came up to the Middle East. They fired on everybody. Did not fire on Israel. Explain that.
I mean, it's incredible. You're protecting something before I'm even talking to points.
Speaking
My
facts.
point is
This
not
is
that. My
true.
point
This
is
is
not
hold
that.
on. No, hold
You're
on.
going
This
through.
is true.
I mean,
you say
you interrupting me.
hold
You don't
on.
get. Let me go. Let me go
Listen,
to the
no.
point.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Just
My
don't
point
spread
is.
propaganda.
My point is, I had neighbors that are Muslims. I have many neighbors that are Muslim. None of them spoke up. This is not my religion. Nobody of you guys spoke up and said, this is not in my name. This I don't support. You were quiet. But if the rest,
So
the
now
West,
hold
wait,
on. No.
wait, the
Hold on.
West world, when we
You
said
heard the
this is
guy.
not
Hold on.
okay, they
Hold
call us
on.
racist.
Well, it is what it is. The revolution just said that when the ISIS came through, he said, I stepped to the side because they do not represent me. He just said it right now in front of you. Okay? And number
Now
two,
you can speak because you
yet,
didn't win.
hold
But they
on,
didn't win.
hold
But
on.
during the time you did not.
Yet, you have to explain to me if the Islamic ISIS is a Muslim, whatever, why, if Israel is the worst enemy of Islam, that's what you guys say, why is it that ISIS was getting medical treatment in Israel while they were fighting in Syria? Why were they getting weapons from Israel when they were fighting in Syria? Why they have not fired a bullet against Israel when they were in Syria and Iraq? Explain that to me. Tell me why they have not done that. On the opposite side, they went to Muslims' neighborhood. They unalived only Muslims. They knocked down mosques. They did all their atrocity was against Muslim. Explain that to me. How is that Muslim to Muslim? Speak to that. Don't tell me narratives. Speak facts.
What narratives? I mean,
narratives is the stuff you're bullshitting here over
I
here
know.
saying.
I'm from Sweden, okay? And during the Second World War, basically 80-90% of the Swedish people in this country had a picture of the guy with mustache in the living room. But
you did not tell me. You did
no,
not.
wait. I mean,
hold on,
you
hold
interrupt.
on.
You're
You
always
went to
interrupting.
Sweden.
So
No,
if
because
if
you
I
have to
speak,
answer.
I can go
You
to another
have to.
place.
You have to answer the question
Well,
I asked you.
I don't believe what you're saying.
The question to you was, why is it ISIS has never fired a bullet against Israel? Why is it that the ISIS were taking medical treatment in Syria when they weren't fighting in Syria? These are the two questions you need to answer. Don't take me to Sweden. Don't take me to Norway. Don't take me to Denmark. Don't take me to Germany. Just answer these two questions. If you don't have an answer,
I don't believe you. That's the thing. First of all, I don't believe you.
You don't believe me. That is a different story. You could have said that from the beginning, that you don't believe me.
No.
Okay. So anything else
you have these two. You have two. The Muslims have a minimum two different groups. They have the Shia, the Tia, whatever they call them, and they hate each other more than they hate.
They have the Orthodox, the Haradim, the Sephardim. They have.
But we don't hate each other. They don't hate each other.
You do. I see how you treat them in Jerusalem.
I'm Swedish. I'm Swedish, so I don't treat them that way.
Yeah, you don't see how they run. Hold on. You don't see how the Israeli police runs the protesters with horses run down. You don't see that. You don't see them beating them up with the sticks. You don't see them beating up like. Imagine if they do that to their own people. Imagine what they do to the Palestinians. But stick around. I'm gonna go to the walk. Conservative, here is point of view, and then we'll come back to you. Please mute. Conservative, the walk. You can unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. Hello?
Yeah, go on. Yes.
Yeah, so this guy from Sweden, he at this point of time his hate is coming from all the problem in Europe now and the immigrations and stuff like. For him, every Muslim is trying to either to bomb him or to rape some Swedish woman or steal something. Yeah, you didn't see how the last elections in Europe, how it went. Europeans are saying that all Muslim. First of all, they think all immigrants are Muslim. That's the first. Second, they think that all Muslims are trying to start a caliphate in Europe, and I don't know what. The far right, even the Nazis now. The Nazis are starting to rise up again in Europe, just like before what happened in World War II. When you see the trend it's going up. It's coming just like how they start between World War I and World War II.
Excuse me for one
For
minute.
me,
Chip, I hear another live on this live. I'm gonna drop, and bring me back up. I hear two lives at the same time.
Chip, this is the worst. I haven't been able to come to my points once. They always interrupt me. So if you're gonna continue with a live like this, I'm gonna thank you. And I always have been very respectful. And this live has been very, very cut off the whole time.
What is your point? Go ahead.
Yeah, my point is still that when Second World War, every single Swede basically had a picture in the living room of the mustache man. Okay, nobody speak up. But when he started losing, they throw out the picture, and then they will scream out, "We're not supporting him." In the during the ISIS time, the Muslims was quiet. They didn't say a word. They didn't scream out, "This is not in my name." But when they start losing, then they start screaming out. The problem is everybody moves the cape after the wind. I'm not one single time racist in one religion, another one. I said it's very easy to scream up when you're winning. It's very easy to be quiet when they're winning in your side, and the other side is losing. But when you see yourself is losing, you protect yourself by screaming out, "I don't support that." But it's very difficult to.
Who's losing what? That's what I'm asking.
Well, when ISIS was doing the thing in Syria, none of my Muslim neighbors ever came back to me and said, "I don't support this. It's not okay." They were quiet like mice.
May I ask you a
Why?
question?
How do you know
Yeah,
they may
question,
not
question.
support it? Just didn't say anything to you.
1 second. Who fought and defeated ISIS in Iraq? Who fought and
Sorry?
defeated ISIS in Syria? Who fought and defeated ISIS in Lebanon? Who fought and defeated
You
ISIS
still
in
still
Libya?
don't understand what
No,
I'm
I
saying.
understand. You're saying
No, no.
that we don't say against them. I'm telling you, we're the one that fought them. The
You didn't
Israelis
have a
and
choice, but they were killing. They were
Israel and
unaliving your own people. They were unaliving everybody.
And so explain to me why they haven't attacked Israel then.
The rest of but hey, because
Hey, you're
the
saying
rest.
they were from us. They were fighting us. We defeated them, and you say we want to spread caliphate in the world. Why they haven't started with Israel?
I didn't
That's
say
it.
that. I say
You said
you're.
that.
It's so easy. It's so easy to be quiet while you think that your side is winning, and it's very
And
easy to say
I'm telling you that we did not stay quiet. We fought them. We
no.
defeated
In Spain,
ISIS.
in Spain, the
We
Muslims went around saying, "Soon we're gonna take back Andalusia." In Sweden, they said we're gonna take south of Sweden. I mean, you don't have a clue what they say outside your own country.
Do you
I'm
think
blessed.
ISIS represents
I'm blessed.
the
I am
Muslim?
blessed that I am very blessed. I've been traveling around a lot in my life. I'm very blessed for that. I have my business goes quite good, so I travel a lot and I see a lot of people. I meet a lot of people. I love cultures. I love all this stuff, but I hate when people put the blindfold over themselves and see that, oh, we're so good, we're so good. There is not one single religion that's good. There's not one single culture that's good. You got good people, you got bad people. But when your side is winning, you are quiet as mice. And when everybody, and that is not you personally, it's every single religion. When the Catholics were winning in the 1500s, everybody was quiet to supporting the Christian Crusade. Nobody spoke out until
Can I
they
ask
start
you a question
losing,
real
and then
quick?
they start.
Do you really think ISIS really represents the Muslim people?
I didn't say when your side, one side is winning, you are quiet and you support
Can
it
you
in
clarify?
silence.
Can you clarify what you mean by which side and what are they winning?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what side.
But you're saying it applies now. So tell me how it
Yeah.
applies
Well,
now.
this is the last. I mean, the last crusade you had the Muslims. We go back 500 years. We had the Christians. We got 500 years. We had the
just
so
please,
every
please.
what I'm saying.
One sec. You want to be heard uninterrupted, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so what people here would like you to do is try to give more of a direct answer than winding it around five corners before you come back to it. So all I'm asking you to do is this: answer a question, and then if you want to elaborate based on to explain the answer, you can say this with a caveat, like Your Honor, I'm guilty, but with other charges or other reasons with a cause. So, with that regard, what I'm trying to ask you is this: you say you're awfully quiet when you're winning. Now, in this particular instance, not 500 years ago, not 2,000 years ago, to whom are you referring and what are they winning?
What I'm saying is the guy who spoke in 5 minutes before I came in, when I was listening, and he was talking about how Muslims are so peaceful and that everybody has to be so peaceful. We love everybody. Had to go back to the.
Okay, I can't continue. I was very clear.
I know.
Of what I was asking, and the question I was asking, welcome to come back up and answer it if you want to. I'm not trying to be a prick, but this is the third time somebody asked you, what are you referring to? Who is winning, and what are they winning, and why are they being quiet? I don't understand the connection.
I agree. It's frustrating.
What point are you trying to make based on that? Because it's not making any impact on the conversation other than, I don't even know what to call what you're talking about. It doesn't make any sense to me, quite frankly. Now, if I'm alone in that, I'll apologize to the panel. Maybe I just
No,
don't
you're right.
And there was a lot of circuitous talk that wasn't anywhere near the conversation. I'm like, well, where's it? What is this? Where are we going with all this? Anyway, who hasn't had a chance to speak yet? Mind Wars, welcome. Just keep the language appropriate. Thank you.
Hey, Chip.
Hey,
come on, man. Hey, I'm in a good mood today. You didn't have to say that. It's cool. I promise I'll be a nice guy.
Mind Wars, I know you. I know you, Mind Wars.
What's up, DC? What's poppin'?
How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man.
Doing good. I'm doing good, brother. Hey, listen, yo, Chip. I tried to hit you up on a DM like a couple of nights ago, and the message never went through. What's that about?
Not sure. I don't know.
All right. So if I send you a message on this account, it'll go through?
Well, if you want to get a hold of me for sure, you can either go to my Telegram or you can go to my direct email. Which one do you want?
Whatever you could give me, man. I got to talk to you. I got some stuff going on.
My email is just chipbarnesonline@gmail.com.
All right, cool. All right, so chipbarnesonline@gmail.com. Check this out. I was dealing with these guys. They called the Colonial Outcasts. I did a podcast with them. I got a few thousand views. We did it a few days ago. Right. And I want you to be a part of that, bro. I want you to be a part of that. I believe that if you were to be on a panel and you were to speak the knowledge that you have and just the way you are, bro, it would be very awesome. I think a lot of people would benefit from listening to what you say. And I appreciate you. And I'm sorry that sometimes I do come on the live and I act a fool, but I'm just a passionate dude, man. And I hate hearing these Zios speak all their nonsense. And, but I'm trying to be like you. I'm trying to be more patient and more righteous and all of that, man. I appreciate you, man.
Well, trust me, on the inside, I'm doing everything you're doing and then some, but on the outside,
Well, listen, all I want to say is, did you guys see the whole NATO celebration? Like, I don't know if you guys checked that out. NATO was
press conference. Biden press
no,
conference?
it was the NATO celebration, 75 years of NATO.
Yeah,
and they were speaking so much different stuff, mostly about Ukraine, Europe, this and that. They didn't mention anything about Gaza. I don't think I seen any coverage on that, and it's just so crazy how that could be happening, and they didn't even mention it. It was just like a second thought. They had all of these celebrations going on, singing all these songs and all this weird shit. Wow. If you're like a conspiracy theorist, there was mad Freemasonry shit all over the freaking stage.
Wait, what songs are they singing exactly? What songs are they singing?
Just like weird shit, bro. You know what I mean? Just shit like that, bro. Just I don't know. Like when you walk into a Catholic church, some weird. I mean, no offense against Catholics or anything, but when you walk into a Catholic church, it's creepy. It's like ooh, shit like that, and it's I don't know. It was just really strange to me. And Biden, he has a tan now and shit. And he's man, energetic. They must have shot him up with some shit, man. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But Listen, hey Chip, I want to support you, brother. You always doing your thing. You always are fair. I just heard another guy on here before that I probably wouldn't even deal with, but you always deal with them. You're a fair person. You always let anybody say what they got to say, and you're very knowledgeable. And I'm gonna hit you up so that we can get in touch with each other, bro. Because I think that it would be a benefit for you to like have like just to put it out there, bro. Like it doesn't matter. Like there's like a whole community of us out here like right now just trying to put all the information out that we can to help the people of Gaza and also to help ourselves, to help this country too. Because if you help Gaza and if you're against what's happening in Gaza, then you're against all of the injustice in our country also. And this country really needs like we need a rebirth, man. Something different needs to happen here with all the mess going on, you know. I just wanted to say that. Peace and love to you, brother.
Yeah, let's let Ange come in. Hey, Ange.
Hey there, everyone. Peace and love to you all, honestly. I feel that, brother. I really do. And you've got to feel for Congo and Sudan as well, haven't you, at the same time? My God.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chip. Honestly, I love your content. I really do. You've got a great page. Great people on here, obviously.
Oh, thank you. So what are your thoughts on all this? Do you disagree? You agree? How you feel about it?
I'm very upset. Very like deeply depressed. Like I'm getting help for depression at the moment because I can't deal with it. The stuff I saw on October 7th, you know, like do you remember that video we all saw of the woman getting dragged into a car with the blood stains on the back of her jeans?
Yep.
That sent me into a rage that I've never felt before. And I started looking into things. And my mum is a very Christian woman. She's dead now, God bless her soul. But it got me looking into things. And I started reading the Bible that she kept. And then after 38 years of not talking to my dad, I talked to him. And he's a Jew. And he's a Zionist. So I've tried to talk to him, and it doesn't make any sense to me how you can look at somebody who is brown or black and think they are any less than you.
Yeah.
It makes me really angry inside that my family and the people around me are inherent racists. And I've fought it and I've cut them off, cut my family off. And I just need to find solace in people who are not inherently racist. And I find comfort in these lives. I really do.
Well, I mean, hopefully no marginalized group should be one that anybody turns a blind eye to. We should want to help each other, especially since we're in such a situation of privilege. I mean, our average day here is probably better than our worst day here, I should say, is probably better than most people's best day in some of these calamities. Although they tend to deal with it better than we do. In America, we're so comfortable that if we go through any discomfort, we go.
And the UK, where I am,
freak the hell out.
The UK, like everybody around me thinks they're okay on the white supremacy, and I'm looking at them thinking, you've got it coming, mate, because you don't know what's coming. Because they're attacking everybody right now, isn't they? Everybody. It's coming.
I think some big changes are coming that people probably would never anticipate.
Yeah, good luck to them.
Unavoidable. The systemic takeover by the oligarchy is just stunning how effective it's been.
Yeah. Good luck to them. Good luck to them, because I see it coming and I'm like, ha. You don't see it coming, but we do. Like me and you, Chip, we've seen it for years.
The question for all of us is what to do about it. Like, where will we be the least affected by some of these potentially negative?
By standing together, by doing these lives and being together and just talking to each other and being comfortable with each other and going, you're my brother and my sister, and just being okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good part of mental health and trying to maintain community, which I'm all for. And then we have to think about some of the external forces that may be brought against us, regardless of our level of community.
Yeah.
And those are some of the concerns that I have in terms of things like digital currencies and medical passport things and social credit scores.
Yeah, it affects everybody. But what are you doing about that? I'm sure, I know you, Chip, I've looked at your videos, I've followed you for a long time, and I bet you're not following any of that.
Well,
and that's why you do it.
Keep an eye on it. Listen, this is all stuff that's outside of my control completely. This is going to be put into place, and it is being put into place. It's going to happen no matter whether I want it to or not.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
could I could get on front of the top of the tallest building and wait and put a banner down and scream and yell, but in the end, the average person has to want to do something about it. And most people here are not, they're not stupid, but they're
No.
just not as aware of some of these things and even what to do. And even if they were aware, it's a big risk to leave your house and leave your wife and kids and go do something like dangerous in terms of your safety, your freedom. You know, think about it.
We're all
So-
aware, though, aren't we? We're all aware. Like, everybody in this room is aware, like self-aware. We're self-aware. We're awake. We know what's going on. We know the CDBC is wrong, and we're all going to stand for each other. And I know that all of us in this room are sitting here because we feel alone, because nobody we talk to in our family or our friend circle is with us. And we're sitting here at, what time is it? 1:15 in the morning. We're sitting here on live on TikTok because none of us feel that we can talk to our actual friends about this. We have to speak to absolute strangers because we know about this. But you know what? At the end of the day, when the shit hits the fan, we're going to be the ones saving lives.
Yep. That's good. Yeah, that's the way to do it for sure.
The only way, Chip.
No, but you know what? Listen, when the shit hits the fan,
Yeah.
like a guy like me, like obviously, you know, I love my family. I wouldn't want to put my family at risk. But at the end of the day, you know, what are you gonna do? Like, are you gonna let like evil just overtake the world? Like, there's gonna come a. I mean, I hope it never comes to that point. But if it ever does come to that point, would you rather your children remember you as a coward, or would you rather your children remember you as someone that tried to actually change things?
All right, guys. An
I've had to cut my
announcement.
family
an
off because I've got no
guys.
kids, but
And
I've had to
just
cut
one
my family
second.
off.
1 second. And an announcement, please, guys. We have 94 people here. I ask you gently, everyone, please tap on Chip Barnes' screen. Bring the likes up, share the live. If you can participate to the goal of the live, go ahead and do it. Everything is appreciated. Chip is educating a lot of people, and he deserves every support we have. So please, guys, tap the screen, share the live. Let's
Yeah,
bring it up to 40, 50,000.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, but I didn't get to finish my point. I was cut off by the other guy.
What other guy?
It's okay. Go ahead and finish up, Wolf. It's okay. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was saying, I want to address the point from the start until we arrive to the situation in Gaza right now. What this guy, the guy that you kicked off, what he was saying, he was projecting some of the far right agenda in Europe, like between World War I and World War II. The thing is, far right, they have to have an enemy so they can scare the people to do what they want. They must have an enemy. Between World War I and World War II, it was the Jews. Now it's the immigrants, and especially the Muslim immigrants.
No, it isn't.
So when you see
Angie, please.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, we all take turns. We mute. We like to
Sorry,
listen to
I'll
each
shut
other.
up.
Yes,
I'll
please.
shut up. It's fine.
So when you see, like, in the last elections, what happened in Europe and the European elections, you see how the far right succeeded in numbers that they didn't see. It was before World War II numbers, how they got seats in the European Union. Now they portrayed every problem in Europe. It's coming from what? It's not the leadership, not the government. It's coming from what? It's coming from the immigration, and especially the Muslim immigrant. Now, in the European citizen, in his head, he is thinking every problem that he encountered along the day, it's because of immigrants. Where is the money that I should get? Immigrant take it. They stole my job. The government give the immigrant more money. That they care about the immigrants more than they care about me.
Yeah.
That's called white supremacy. White supremacy.
Yeah, but there is something. Let's go into a deeper. This is something known Islamophobia in the West.
I'm coming to the support to
Just
Gaza.
ask them to stop making wars in the Middle East and in the other part of the world, so nobody go immigrate to their countries.
That's exactly what he's saying, to be fair.
Yeah. So the problem now with people like in Europe, in America, when a lot of people they think because they have a stereotype like Palestine, it's a Muslim country. It's not. Palestine is not a Muslim country. Palestine is the birth of all religion. They have Jews. They had the Christians before Israel come to exist. They had Jews. They had the Christians. They had Muslims. Everything. Now they portrayed it as a Muslim country. And what is Muslims? Muslims are bad people. You see what they did in Europe. How can you support barbaric people against some white people? Jews, even though the far right, they don't like the Jews, but at this point their goals are aligned. Even the Jews are supporting the far right against the immigrants. They tell them kick them out.
Brother, we indicate to these supremacists as Zionists, as not Jews. We know there's a lot of Jews that are not on the Zionists. They're not aligned with the Zionist ideology. So when you want to refer to certain group,
Yeah, I'm talking just about the Zionists. I'm not talking about the Orthodox Jews, because the Orthodox Jews, they don't even believe that the state of Israel should exist. I'm talking just about the Zionists.
You got
At this point,
about a minute. You got about a minute. Wrap it up so we can move to someone else, please.
okay, what I want to say is the problem now for the support of Palestine is like when you see in the last elections in the United States, the election in the New York district, Jamal Bowman against the other guy, I don't know what his name is. They spent $24 million for a district. It doesn't signify anything. Just because Jamal Bowman is supporting of Palestine, they have to get rid of him.
Yeah.
The problem is that when people, the problem also of the American people, they have their ears and eyes full of propaganda. When they started to get some truth from TikTok, they are banning TikTok. I saw an interview the other day with a former congressman. He said when you have to do something that is about international politics, you have to see your APAC guy.
Yeah.
Every congressman have an APAC guy. How a country that have 11 million homeless spending above 100 billion to Israel? This is craziness for real. You cannot wrap your head around how these people think. So in the end, the Zions, they have too much power, and the only way to stop them is by spreading the truth and essentially talks like this. So that's all I have to say, and thank you so much.
Magician, you wanted to say anything? Or DC, did you want to say anything?
Hey, what's up? Yeah, what's up, y'all? Salam alaikum to everybody. What's good, y'all? It's the fact that what's going on right now in Palestine. We're all witnessing a G-site going on 4K. Too many people are being in denial on what's really going on. I mean, like us Americans, we're sending literally billions of dollars to the state of it's not real. Unfortunately, our government stands with them, but us American people, we don't stand with Israel whatsoever. They try to hide everything under the rug. Prime example, June 8th, 1967, when they unalived our troops, they try to say it's a mistake. But we all know the reason why they did that, because they were trying to ethnically cleanse even the Egyptians when they tried to invade Egypt. We we all know this, you know what I'm saying? Like, we all know this, but they try to lie and say, oh, it was a mistake. But they're so good. Actually, they're not really good at propaganda. All this stuff all these lies they're spewing right now would have worked back then, but we're in 2024. Like, their lies don't work no more. We're seeing everything. And the way they speak, they document this. Come on now.
Frightening.
Good point. Angie, did you want to say anything else, or DC?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we do send a lot of money to Israel. It's 4.3 annually, 3.8 billion goes to military, another 500 million goes to Iron Dome. That is a memorandum of understanding signed by Barack Obama and Israel.
Yo, DC, add it up all of the money that the United States has sent to the Israeli entity.
It's over
decades,
330 billion since 1947.
Yeah.
I always look at the dollars and money and everything. 10.7 million per day.
Follow the money.
And we can't help our homelessness problem.
Meanwhile, there's homeless. Meanwhile, there's homeless. The infrastructure's breaking down. We got all kinds of social issues in our country. The healthcare system ain't shit. Basically, if you go to the doctor, they're like a mechanic. You go there for your brakes, but then they talk about your alternator. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what's going on. Like, it's a money game. And meanwhile, these people in Israel, you could actually be like a Chinese convert and shit and say that you're a Jew, and if you're down with the Zionists, you can hang out in Israel and actually like get like free health care.
Yeah, we
and
pay
steal
you for
someone's
it.
home.
Pay
You know
for
what I mean?
it. Pay you for
It's sick. It's
So,
sick, man.
Unreal, what do you think? You're American. What do you think of all of that? Is that fair?
I'm actually not American, but I don't believe that United States.
Canadian, that
Yeah,
you support
and on
that,
the
yeah.
French side, so I'm basically as anti-American as a North American can be. I think the conception that Israel controls the United States in any way whatsoever is a bit of a joke. The United States gives billions of dollars to Israel, but it also gives billions of dollars to other groups around the world. And the deal sort of works like this. We'll give you a bunch of free military weapons in exchange for you becoming reliant on military weapons from us. We basically bribe them with weapons or money for weapons. And it's not a small deal. Like, if you ever see The Lord of War, he talked about how the The Lord of War, the top pew seller that ever existed, he said that the American president sells more in a day than he does in a year. Like,
Israel. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah,
I have two people talking at me. I can't hear you.
No. I'm talking to you right now. No one else. So giving money away, that's okay. We say you were probably fair. Yeah, we give money. A lot of people money. But is it? Think it's right that we have every congressman with a handler from AIPAC, where AIPAC dictate on our Congress and Senate who they should pass and what they should pass or what they should do or not do.
They're
You
not
think
a
that's
handler
fair?
from. They're not a handler from AIPAC. You should have paid attention during the Trump election or during the Trump presidency when he said he was a businessman. He gave money to both Democrats and Republicans. He gave money to both. AIPAC does the same thing. They're like if money.
Yeah. Do you think that's
and
fair?
guess
that
what?
they,
And guess
they have,
what?
They claim
lobbyists
on
do
their
this.
website. One second. Read.
He muted. Fred, you're muted.
Bro, all of these
they
politicians
claim
are prostitutes, bro.
no,
They're
they
all
claim
prostitutes.
they claim
They sell their
98.
ass to the highest bidder. They don't care. It doesn't matter. They're just prostitutes, bro. That's what a lobbyist is. A lobbyist is a briber. They call it a lobbyist because they always have to change the words and make it sound like it's like something important or different. But it's just fucking bribing. They bribe these people. They literally bribe them. They tell them that if they don't do what they want you to do, we will pay for your opponent and you will lose. They're bribing. That all of that stuff that you heard about Russia, like messing with our elections and stuff, like a few years back, all that shit. That's literally what AIPAC's been doing for like decades. They bribe every single. Look at OpenSecrets.com, dark money, and you can literally see how much money AIPAC has actually given to the Congress people in our government. And guess what? And that's not even the only people paying them off.
JFK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this is nothing new though. The world's been this way ever since the investment banking system was created. The way that it
In
works,
your
you
world.
have the way it works is you have voters
All
on the
right, so
bottom.
this is
Hold on,
nothing
my
new.
words.
So we should
Guys,
just
let him
let it
finish
keep
his
going.
answer.
Well,
Let him
no,
We
finish
should
his
just
answer. Guys,
well,
let him finish
it's
his
the most
answer.
prosperous economic system we've ever had. It has flaws, and that's why capitalism needs to be regulated.
For
But
who?
brothers,
For who? For who? Not for you and me.
One second,
Maybe
one
for the
second.
people
Wait,
running it.
Guys,
for the
one
people who
second, please.
participate in it.
Listen, okay, I agree with you on this one too. But is it moral and is it right when that money that you are bribing our politician with leads to a genocide in Gaza and an ethnic cleansing of a whole population? Is that fair? That
87%
my
of the
politician have to go on?
Hell no.
Well, the way that you're conceptualizing this is a little bit off. To start off with, 87% of the population in Gaza is in the Al Mawasa safe zone.
Oh, shut up.
So
Look, Unreal, please. Isn't
It's
it
so unreal
convenient
how ignorant
that
this guy is.
wait, just one point,
okay,
one
mind
point,
worse.
please. Isn't it convenient that when JFK wanted to pass the APEC as a foreign agency group, he got shot?
Yeah.
Isn't that so
No, but
convenient for them?
okay, it has nothing to do with APAC. That had to do with
Yes, it did.
JFK.
Oh, come on. It had
JFK
everything to do with
no,
that, man.
JFK made a deal. JFK had deals with the mafia and to get him into power. And as soon as he got into power,
Yeah, blame
he
it.
backed-
Blame it on the Italians. Blame it on the Italians.
It was their fault. They're
Mafia,
the ones
yeah.
who did it. They're the ones who did it. The mafia was powerful,
Oh,
particularly
yeah.
in
IPAC
DC.
did nothing.
Why didn't the mafia kill any other US president
APAC
since
had no
the...
involvement with JFK. That wasn't
Of
them.
course they did. You tell yourself that every night. Go to sleep with that.
It was a mafia.
Bro,
Nobody disputes that.
there
Who's taken
is one thing
seriously.
that you need to understand.
My God.
There is one thing that you need to understand. APEC, they are not interested in anything other than the relationship between Israel and America. We didn't say that they control America like they set the budget and stuff like that. But when it comes to Israel, everything that goes on from the Congress and the Senate are coming from them. When Biden tried to...
Our government is infiltrated. Our government has been infiltrated by dual citizenship using Israelis that believe in Zionism. Our government has been infiltrated. There are agents here already waiting for the word, and if we do something that they don't like, they're gonna attack us. They're gonna do black. They're gonna do operations, the false flag operations, to make Americans believe that ISIS and other militant Muslim Islamic fanaticals made something happen. Meanwhile, it's gonna be them.
You monologue for several minutes, but let me make you correct on something. The CIA is infinitely more powerful than Mossad. Infinitely more powerful, infinitely better funded, infinitely better connected.
They're one and the same, brother. They're one and the same.
Mossad is not okay. If you wanna say that, I don't think so. Mossad works for the CIA, not the other way
Why is
around.
your mind unreal?
Let's get that
Why you
clear.
believe in your
Let
own
me
mind?
educate you something about the system.
Wait,
Let me
Unreal,
educate.
Unreal.
No, hold on. He talked for a
Unreal, so you're
bit.
saying that
It's my
the
turn.
CIA are converse now?
No, the CIA
Chip,
has always been
can you tell this
responsible.
guy some
Why
shit,
are
bro?
you
For
called
real.
unreal? Why are you
Chip,
called unreal?
school this guy.
One sec. Sorry. This is for Federico. I'm going to be gone for about 15 minutes. Can you handle it during that time? I think he's got it under control. But
No. What is it?
I'm going to be gone
Chip.
for about 15 minutes. Can you handle it?
No problem. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll be right back. Thank you. Sorry, everybody. Keep going.
Okay, let me try to explain something to people who like buying conspiracy theories or whatever about a small group of people controlling the vast majority of the government.
Bro,
The way this-
it's obvious.
No,
It's
dude,
obvious
dude,
that
stop,
there's a small
stop,
group of
my word,
people
stop.
controlling a lot of
Stop.
shit, bro.
Stop.
Look around, bro. You're just
No,
so stupid you can't
are
realize it.
No, let me explain to you how the system actually works.
Man, let him finish his point, please.
The portfolio managers of the investors control literally everything. The hedge fund managers, the people who manage the money for the banks.
A small group of people.
No, that's the issue. They're not a small group of people. The portfolio managers are literally hundreds of thousands of people.
Are you a portfolio manager? Are you a portfolio manager?
Mind where's?
Hold on, my word.
Stop being emotional and interrupting, because you've done
I'm
this
not
about
being
7 times
emotional. I'm
now.
asking you, are you a portfolio manager? Are you one of
No,
those
but I
people, or
understand
are
how
you
the
just
system
sucking their
works.
dick?
No,
Let
but I
him speak.
understand
Let him
how the
show
system
Guys,
works.
guys,
You're not a
language,
portfolio
please.
manager
Hey,
either.
everybody,
The
please.
way it works,
Language and no interruption, please.
the way it works is the interest of the investor class, which what we have historically called capitalists. They're at the top. Everybody else is beneath the interests of the investor class, what they also call the hand of the free market. And it goes like this: is the investor class who have the money and control the money and who have their motivation to make more money. And this includes everybody from hedge fund managers to women and men with retirement accounts. Then beneath them are the portfolio managers who operate in the interest of the investor class. Then beneath them are the lobbyists. Beneath them are the corporations, and beneath them are the governments. You people are misconstruing corporations and the governments as being the top of the power structure. They're not. The interest of the
You were
investor
born in
class
Israel, weren't you?
is at their interests are at the top.
Wait,
Those are the people who control everything. No, don't interrupt. This is why a group like APAC, with their couple millions of dollars here and there, doesn't control anything in society, because a couple million or a couple $billion from a specific group does not get to operate against the entire interest of the investment class.
Okay,
When anything, stop interrupting, Fred.
I'm telling you,
I'll
land
land
it. 30
it.
seconds.
Landon, when nothing gets to operate against the interests of the investment class, no
Run by
particular group
AIPAC.
or
No.
individual. The hand of the free market, nothing gets to operate against that, or they'll be shot down because they're going against the will of the majority. And that's how the system actually works. That's why nobody actually that's why no one individual
Please.
group controls it.
Can I say
Alan
something?
McLean. Sure.
You're owned by IPAC, mate. You don't know it, but your arse is owned by IPAC. Can I say something, please?
Angie, you wanna go? Angie, or magician.
Yeah, it's honestly crazy how he trying to say, retirement funds, portfolio, yada yada yada. We all know who runs the little world that you're talking about. We all know who, like, on the real. Come on, be real with yourself, bro. Stop lying to yourself. You got central banks run by who? I ain't even gonna say it. But the point is that there's a G side going on, right? A G side going on, and you're saying that APEC doesn't influence or infiltrated the governments? Heck yeah, they have. When you have a lobby, right? Listen, when you have a lobby that's playing both sides for their own interests to unalive Palestinians overseas. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. When you have a foreign lobby, right, that didn't want to sign that deal to become an actual foreign lobby, and they're playing both sides, and the Democrats and Republicans, and you're saying that they don't have their hands on the government? Heck yeah, they do. Corporations like Walmart, all these big corporations, they have their hands on everything. Look at, in a lot of places, a lot of small, businesses are closing down because things like Walmart, everything around it gets expensive. And when you have corporations running the show too in your town, they're in it too. Just so don't get confused with that part.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
What he was talking about, he's saying that America is run by money. But the majority of the hedge funds and the banks are run by Zionist Jews. You are entering in their field. Jews are the first people that started banks in the world. So how can you say that they don't run the banks? How can you say that they don't run the hedge funds? The problem is you don't want to be sucked into conspiracy theories that you closed your head, but this is every outsider can see it. Every outsider can see it. If you don't want to see it, you are trying so hard not to see it, my brother.
Oh no, they see it. They just want to spread their propaganda and justifying a genocide going on. Because remember, they're Palestinians, so in their eyes, they don't matter. They're not considered humans in their eyes. But if it was the other way around, oh, the whole world, freaking Jupiter and Mars will come together and unite and save these people. But they're Palestinians, so that will never happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, Unreal. You had in the comments, we were talking about uh, the change coming. You were asking about what kind of change,
Sure, yeah. So if you want to specify that, like we're talking economic change, political change,
Well,
military
one of
change.
the central bank digital currency. They're looking at digital currency for the entire world. And the U.S. is going toward a payment system. I can't remember the name of it now. So they
You
can
want to
track
look it up?
everybody's payments.
Do you want to look it up? And by the way, the current economy is basically digital to begin with. Almost all dollars are digital. Very few of the dollars are actually in paper.
Yeah, the U.S. is slow walking it. It looks like.
Well, you're saying all digital currency. We're never going to get rid of like paper money because it's useful for economic transactions. But and they don't have to even legislate it out of existence. All they have to do is make it more convenient to pay digitally. Like when you go to Tim Hortons and you get like a 30% discount sometimes if you use the app, which is digital, to pay for the meal, to pay for your coffee and donut rather than paying with cash.
Isn't there one central app they're going to, one payment processing system they're going to? The U.S. is
Well,
pushing?
probably. Like in capitalist systems, things tend to become homogenized in terms of regulations and how things function. That's why, for example, a grocery pallet is the same in Asia as it is in Europe, as it is in North America, because everything becomes standardized because it's part of the same system.
So, Unreal, I've heard you before, and I've disagreed with you on a lot of different stuff, but I hear what you're saying about the corporations, BlackRock, things like that.
Yeah, BlackRock and all that. Like, you know about ESG scores, right?
I'm sorry, say it again.
You know about ESG scores, environmental, socialist, governance scores?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so the woke conservative knows about it. Woke, you can expand on this if you want to, but basically ESG is environmental, social, and governance, which gives sort of an additional rating to a company depending on how positive or negative they're perceived to have in terms of an environmental or social or governance impact. So on the world, it's sort of like giving a morality score to an individual stock, and and the reason they do this is because companies that have a higher morality score are perceived to be better long-term interests, while companies that have a lower morality score or ESG score are perceived to be riskier investments.
So how do you explain now the investments in Gaza? Like all of this, how is that related to Gaza? Like, why is the ethnic cleansing? Is it only because of the gas in Gaza, or there is a shipping route, or anything related?
So, Unreal, one more quick thing. You would agree the oil, the natural gas, and the controlling of the trade routes through the Mediterranean to Europe it's about money at the end of the day, right? Would you agree with that?
Well, it's about money and regional stability. The main goals of here's the thing, right? In the modern world, where like every company has diverse sources of income based on manufacturing, importation, and exports. Because we're all, it's called a diversified economy rather than being a resource-based economy, which is what we used to be like 50 years ago, with everything dependent on a single import or export, like wood or oil or mineral resources for the bulk of our economy, right? But the thing about the system, though, is that if prices fluctuate wildly, it hurts everybody who's a part of the system. If the price of oil wildly fluctuates, it hurts all the countries that either import oil or export it. It's the same thing for every other resource. And the thing is, like 90% of resources around the world are traded on the open seas, which means you need somebody to provide security for all that. The goal of Western companies is they want to keep prices of the commodities market as stable as possible, and it has real impact. Because, for example, if Ukraine wasn't able to sell their grain, millions of people in sub-Saharan Africa in the Middle East wouldn't have access to that grain, and they would starve.
But they can do that in Sudan. You know, Sudan is a big country that can feed half of the world. Why is there instability in Sudan? But I have a question to ask you. Probably you can connect that to me. The explosion of the port of Beirut. How is that related with the Ben Gurion Canal project and the port of Haifa? Like right now, all the shipping from the Middle East that goes out of Europe go out of the airport of Beirut. But after the destruction of the port of Beirut, now the second choice is the port of Haifa. How do you connect? Do you think it's connected somehow?
Well, the Ben Gurion Canal theory was an idea that they would literally dig a giant canal straight through Israel. The thing is, though, is it's not tenable for a couple of different reasons. Primarily because, according to the original design, it would require 450 nuclear explosions underground to move that much earth. And the thing is that would completely destroy the water aquifer that Israel is completely dependent on as a mostly desert country. So the plans were completely disregarded for that reason. On top of that, it's just not necessary. Egypt is a Western ally, particularly because they need help controlling the jihadists within their own country, and also because they're heavily indebted to the IMF. So they're not going to backstop the West anytime soon.
Who are the jihadists in
There
Egypt?
is no jihadist in Egypt, my friend.
One second. Who are the jihadists in Egypt?
Well, jihadists might be too strong of a term, but basically, the primary group is like the Egyptian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, which is not a Western ally.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. You said the Muslim
Yes.
Brotherhood, right? Is Turkey and Israel allies, or somehow they have relations and they have treaties?
Well, Israel and Turkey trade with each other.
Yes, no.
Yes, no. It's
Yes.
depending on the situation.
Do you know the government in Turkey? What branch are they? What they stand like? Who is what party they are from?
What, from Erdogan? I don't know that much about Turkish
It is the
politics.
Muslim Brotherhood. So
Turkey
why you
is
call it? Why
the
in
headquarters
Egypt?
of the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah.
I'm not
Why in Egypt they're
it would be
jihadists
foolish.
and in Turkey they're friends? Why is that? Explain that.
Because different political groups from different countries operate differently and have different
When they have the same
incentives.
charter, they have the same charter.
But they can act differently on that. Either way, the fact is the military has taken control of Egypt, and that military is aligned with the West, and it's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Who said it's gonna go? Did anybody say that Egyptian military is gonna
Well,
go?
no,
anywhere?
I'm saying why the Ben Gurion Canal doesn't need to happen because Egypt is completely under Western control.
It's like the theory you tell us that Israel is not gonna go anywhere, but we all know it's gonna go. But,
I think Angie wants to talk.
No, my friend, you don't have enough information about the Middle East.
Give him some information on the Middle East. Let's see what you got.
But unreal.
Hold on, we'll conserve it. Before you do that, can you explain to people what ESG scores are? Because they're more likely to listen to you than me.
Say that again one more time.
I would like
So
Will Conservative
ESG
to explain
scores.
explain what those are because I don't think Angie's ever heard of them before.
ESG scores, I will give you the definition because I have my laptop in front of me. The ESG scores is an objective measurement or evaluation of a given company, fund, or a security performance with respect to environmental, social, and governance issues. That is the definition of ESG scores. But we
Okay,
were
sorry,
talking
continue.
about what we were talking about. I forgot.
We were talking about the explosion of Port of Beirut and the connection to the Port of Haifa. How is it that every time an atrocity happens in the Middle East, the only country that benefits from is Israel? That's the question.
Yeah. So
No.
as he said, the Ben Gurion Canal, it's an unrealistic project. It cannot happen anyway. So now the only and also in the end, Israel doesn't need it at this time or at this point of time because they have Egypt. But Egypt in reality, they don't need Israel. They don't need them in any way, shape, or form. It's just like the government are a military government supported by the West, but in the end, there is no jihadist in Egypt. There is no, what are you saying, the Muslim Brotherhood? The Muslim Brotherhood, there is no Muslim Brotherhood at this time in Egypt because it's banned. And also, they did not pick weapons. They are not fighting and nothing like that. It was a political movement. And also, as Federico said, Turkey now, before it was Qatar, the headquarters of the Muslim Brotherhood. But since America made them a terrorist organization or something, they kicked them out. Now Turkey is the headquarters of the Muslim Brotherhood, and Turkey have an annual economic relation with Israel, a trade of $2 billion last year. So after
See,
all,
guys,
it's not about.
My question is, that's what I can't wrap it around me, is how is it everybody that they claim that it's an enemy to the world, we turn around, we find an ally to Israel. They said ISIS is a Muslim thing, and then in the war in Iraq and Syria, and they never fired a bullet against Israel, but they went and got treated in the hospitals of the Israeli. The Muslim Brotherhood, they've been giving us that narrative that they're bad for the past 50 years. And here we go, we know there is the best relation between the US, Israel, and the Muslim Brotherhood. But at the same time, when you present them to us, and what's even worse, these people that you accuse them of being the bad people, they don't even come up and deny it. But it's like you
I gotta
agree.
drop. I'll be back later.
All right, easy. So this is what I can't wrap around my head. Like, how is that working? Every time there is a T group in the world, in a way or another, either they go unalive Muslims, or they do the best for the American interest and the Israeli interest. I can't
Exactly.
wrap it.
Look, there is something about Syria. The start of the war in Syria, as what I gathered of information, there was a project that linked Turkey. There was a project of some pipelines that is going to go from Turkey to Europe, I guess. Then, because of that, Europe will.
That line comes from Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Syria, Turkey to Europe, and that's why the war. That's the war. That's the reason for the war.
It was going to pass by Turkey, by Syria. It was going to pass by Syria, and then Europe, it's gonna be now not dependent on the gas that comes from Russia, and that's why the America funded the opposition, or the ISIS. They planted ISIS in the region. First of all, they gained a lot of oil between Syria and Iraq. At that time, ISIS controlled the majority of the places that had oil in Syria, in Iraq. It was going through Turkey. Everybody knows this. Even there were a cement plant. It was a French company as a disguise. A French cement plant as a disguise that directly buys oil from ISIS, and they take it out in the way of Turkey. It's known to everybody. There is no you can look it up. You can look it up online.
Hey, Rob, I have a question. Like, wasn't ISIS only targeting Muslims? Never once I heard them target Israel. Never once in my life.
Of course, ISIS, they entered to Muslim territories. They killed Muslims. They didn't Israel. Israel and Syria are like Jolan is inside of Syria. If they say they are for Muslims and they want to kill the unbelievers and stuff like that, Israel is
You
around the
think
corner.
that yeah,
They
unalive.
never fired a single bullet toward Israel. They only killed Muslims
No, say
and
unalive, say
basically
unalive, say unalive, unalive.
unalive. Sorry. They only unalived Muslims and also
And Christians too,
as
Christians
it was.
too.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but what they want in Syria is the oil resources, and they can't take anything from Israel, so there's no point fighting them.
So
No,
why
they
give
didn't say that they want oil.
hold on. Why
They
get
didn't say
medical
that they wanted
treatment?
oil.
Why
That's
get
what
medical
they
treatment
fight
in
over.
Israel?
Hey, on the real, do you hear yourself on the real? Do you hear yourself?
No,
ISIS
my friend. They
needed
are
no,
saying that
ISIS.
they want to
Hold
make a
on.
caliphate.
Well, yeah, but they need money
That's
for that,
what
so
they were
that's why they were
saying.
going after Syria's oil reserves. And
No,
ISIS
but
did
if you
fight,
are a
and that's why
caliphate, you have to
ISIS
fight the
fought the
unbelievers.
Americans.
Hold on
The
one second,
unbelievers
guys.
are
One
not in
second, Unreal.
Syria.
Hold on, Unreal. You just said that they get nothing out of Israel. Why Israel give them support and medical health care for their injured in
They
Syria?
didn't. They gave that to Syrian opposition groups who may
No,
or
they
may
gave it
not
to
have been
ISIS.
who
They
may or
gave
may
that
not
to
have become ISIS members. But
they
they
give
don't.
them, okay, so hold on one second. Hold on. We all know ISIS or Al-Nusra was in Syria. One of them is worse, and the other one is basically Al Qaeda, the guys that attacked America. So which one is it? Like, both of them are not friends of the United States. Why Israel will help them?
Okay, when it comes to Israel, you help the enemy of your enemy.
You hear yourself. On the real, you gotta be kidding me, bro.
So what
No,
you're
it's
telling me
just you
right
guys
now,
don't have any
hold on one
grasp of
second, guys. Hold on
geopolitics
one
or
second,
government
one second.
structure.
So
For
what
you, it
you're
all
trying
comes
to
down
tell
to
me right
Israel
now,
and
Amin,
AIPAC,
listen,
and
listen, buddy. Listen, let's take it step by step.
it's this boogeyman that you want to blame for everything,
Hold
and the
on,
world is
hold
much
on,
more
hold on,
complicated.
hold on.
It
Hold
is,
on.
my friend. It
Hold
is.
on, guys.
It is to blame.
One second. So Unreal is telling us right now that Syria is involved in the civil war in Syria. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, like the Syrian opposition groups.
So
You mean they're
they are
operating in
involved.
Syria?
So they are involved in a civil war in Syria. So stop saying that Al-Assad analyzed his own people and say, "Clay, why don't you look at the Syrian?" When the Assad, when we all know, and you just admitted it in front of everybody, that Israel is the one involved in the civil war in Syria. So
Ariel, I want to ask you
The
something.
Syrian opposition
hold
groups
up,
are
hold up.
operating their own interests. It's not just Israel telling them to do it. Again, you use Israel as a boogeyman for everything. It's this
Israel
overly
is the
simplistic thinking.
boogeyman.
Please,
Israel is
please,
the
can you answer me
boogeyman.
this? Please, can you
It's
answer
not.
me this?
Anti-Semitism is in your brain. It's rotted it out, which is why you're thinking
no,
that they're
Yeah,
responsible for
look,
everything.
please give me 1 minute with Unreal,
If
please,
you want to blame
magician.
anybody for it, blame Americans. But Israel is just like a tool of America, so they're not the pinnacle of power, dude.
On the real, hold up,
finish
hold
your
up.
response. Finish your response, and then we go to walk to hear what he wants to say.
All right, you gotta realize Israel is the boogeyman in the Middle East. All right, you think Iran? You think Iran was gonna be a threat to the U.S.? Heck no, it was a threat to Israel, and Israel said, "Oh, they got WMBs." You know, like come on, bro. Like you gotta face the facts. And if you talk about my enemy of my enemy is my friend, then why didn't the U.S. help Russia when Russia was fighting against Afghanistan? But I mean,
Because
because of
Russia
what?
was the bigger enemy. You're talking
No,
during
but
the Cold War
no, 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 no,
years.
no, 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 no. No, that's not true. That's not true. From what you're saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, right?
Yeah, but only the weaker enemy, not the stronger one.
So what you're saying is you bootleg off the people that are going to be oppressing you, right?
No, what are you talking about? You jump to these weird conclusions because you want
No,
to make
it's
a
not a weird.
point.
That's what you just said, bro.
No, I didn't say anything about
Please,
bootlicking people who
give
want
me
to
1
oppress
minute.
me. It's so
Give me 1 minute.
strange.
Unreal, I need to ask you something. Do you have
Just
a little bit of knowledge about the Middle East, like the map? I'm talking about the map of the Middle East.
sure, a little bit. What about it?
Nothing.
Didn't you
Angie, you
consider?
said you don't have the chops to go against me in any sort of conversation. You just
Oh,
shake
I'm
your head.
Please,
sure I have, mate, to be honest with you,
please
mate.
give me 1 second. 1 second,
Sorry,
please.
mate.
Didn't you see, like, where are the people that are puppet government with the US for the US? They don't have any problem, like Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Oman, Kuwait, Jordan.
Jordan,
You never
yeah.
hear any problem in their countries. Iraq, Syria, Palestine, Yemen are
Well,
government that are
Iraq,
against the against Israel, or a government that are against the United States, and all the time, they always have something going on.
Iraq is
Haven't
mostly
you thought of this?
Iraq is has been heavily stabilized. They're a little bit unstable, but for the most part, they're under control. Afghanistan is also mostly under control for the moment.
Under control.
No,
I do.
for the moment,
For the
but
moment, because
didn't you? Haven't you
do you know
think
how
of
you
this?
bring? Hold on. Do you know how you bring a country under control? You don't do it militarily.
Well,
You do it.
Israel
You
has
do it
shown us
economically.
many times. We've
You
seen
do
it
it.
many times.
You do it economically. You make
Look,
them
you've tried to
dependent on.
shut me up a
You
million
make them
times
dependent.
here.
You make them dependent
Yeah,
on
yeah,
imports and
yeah,
exports, so
yeah.
that they cooperate with the global system.
Like the WMDs in Iraq.
No.
Like the
One second. One
WMDs
This
in
second.
Iraq,
chat
my
says
friend.
you bring the country under
Or
control.
or guys,
Honest
one
with
second.
yourself,
One
unreal.
second.
Honest with your name, man.
This is what's happening to the Lebanese economy, maybe.
All of us.
Yeah,
Correct.
Lebanon, they have Hezbollah, and now look at Lebanon. Israel is firing, and the United States are making, I don't know what, they are making sanctions on Lebanon because they have Hezbollah. What is this,
Yep,
my friend?
that's correct. Lebanon's next to the chopping block.
Chopping block. Listen, before October the 7th, there was 2 tents that Israel took forever not able to take them off. You're gonna tell me on a chopping block now? You're funny, man.
You have no idea what. Here's a problem. You think what Gaza's doing is a war, and it's Gaza is just.
Okay,
hold on, dude. Let me respond to Frederick.
Ariel,
Gaza
please.
is a giant counterterrorism operation.
Okay, Ariel,
No, dude, I get to
Ariel,
respond
please
at some
tell me one
point.
thing.
You've all talked at me.
Okay, finish your point. Finish your
Okay,
point.
you think what's going on in Gaza is a war? It's a giant counterterrorism operation. What a Western country looks like when it goes to war is going to look like what Russia is currently doing inside of Ukraine. You have no idea what's getting ready to happen to Lebanon.
Mate, you are so uneducated.
Unreal.
Read about what happens in Russia.
Unreal.
But it's not the same. It's not the same. Ukraine, it's still a functional country. It still have its infrastructures. Gaza is obliterated. There is no hospitals. There is no even water. There is no water. How can you say that it's the same like what is happening in Ukraine?
I didn't say it's the same. I said that Lebanon is going to be like Ukraine.
You did say that.
Yeah. You said be a chopping block, but hey,
I said Lebanon, not Gaza.
Hold up. Do you even know how Israel was formed? Like, do you know about the T groups that came together to make the IDF? I mean, if you want to talk about counterterrorism, I mean, I think the Palestinians were doing a counterterrorism. I mean, the whole world is doing a counter.
That's exactly what we're doing in the Middle East.
Well,
It's an operation.
Unreal. You know why Israel doesn't want to go to war with Lebanon?
They're scared.
Because you will not be fighting just Lebanese. We're talking about people from all over the world are gonna come and help the Lebanese people and fight against Israel, and it's the truth. Because we are sick and tired of Israel sticking their nose everywhere in politics and everything. Like, we're tired of it, bro. We're seeing a freaking G side, bro. You're seeing a freaking G side, and you're in denial. Like, there's been videos of them drones unaliving kids, civilians, and you know what? They're actually on News 12 and Israeli News. They did an interview, right, where they showed literally of the newscaster watching them with the drones, and they unalived 2 people, including they unalived 2 people, right? But one of them was a freaking child. So now explain to me how this is not a G side.
For those videos, you don't see what the people were doing before. They don't spend. They don't
Kid?
spend.
What did a
If
kid
the
do?
guy launched our
What
RP,
did
if
a
the
kid
guy
do?
launches our stop, I wasn't done explaining it. You literally talked at me for 3 minutes and then didn't let me respond before 5 people started interrupting me. And so I'll
Oh,
continue.
come on, he was a child, mate.
They weren't going after the kid. They were probably going after the adult beside him. And
Probably. That's
it's
very
easier,
probably.
and it's easier and cheaper to hit somebody out in the open after they've done an attack and started to
child.
retreat. No, not the child. The adult beside the child.
But they did get the
Look,
child.
Ariel,
So
please,
what? Collateral damage.
please,
Hello.
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Ariel, me and you, we both know that Israel is not afraid of any consequence. They killed Americans, they killed British. They don't care about if you are American, if you are whoever you want to be. If you are defending the Palestinians or on the way of what they want to do, they're gonna kill you. They don't care. Either you are a child, you are a woman, you are a man. Because they know that they will not suffer any consequences.
They don't spend valuable munitions and money on non-military targets.
Yeah. Hear this.
Okay,
Hear this.
guys.
Like,
Guys. We went into.
How expensive these explosives are.
Unreal. What do you have to say about the report that was issued today in Haaretz about the IDF soldiers and taking responsibility for firing on the houses in Kibbutz Be'eri? And they admitted that the people they had unalived the civilians in that house.
I'll take the article. But I don't.
Let me finish. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, this is not something I'm bringing out of my mind. You go open Haaretz and read it. Okay.
Give me the name of the article and post it in the comments so I can search
It's
it.
in the
Thank you.
Haaretz. I'm not. I'm driving right now. I cannot. But you go on Haaretz and you read it in the comment.
Look on the
testimony
cradle.
of
It's
the
all there. Al
soldiers.
Jazeera.
The testimony of the soldiers stating that they thought there was H group members in the house, that they had to fire with the tank on the house. So what are your thoughts on this? If you don't know, just go read it and come back. Take a couple of minutes, because you guys always deny that stuff. So now it's coming from out of your own sources, from Haaretz, your newspaper, an Israeli newspaper. It's stated the statement is done by Israeli soldiers, the same people that has fired these artillery on that house. So
I don't
up to
think
you. Wanna go look it up? Go look it up.
I can do that. I'm busy at the moment. I can do that, but I don't really take Haaretz as a reputable
And
source.
why are you looking at it? Why are you looking at it that you say Lebanon next on the block and on chopping block? I'm not gonna say that Israel is fighting a war right now, but before October 7, the Hezbollah, the Lebanese resistance, they had put 2 tents inside of the occupied Lebanese territory by Israel. And they kept these 2 tents for 2 months, where Israel has gone around the world, around the globe, running around the globe, asking every international entity to ask each group to remove these tents. And they were not able to remove it. What makes you think that they were not able to remove 2 tents, now they're gonna go remove the whole H group?
What are you talking about? For goodness sakes,
Exactly.
Israel is doing military strikes on Hezbollah leadership.
Federico, I will not believe what you are saying.
Ignorant guy that doesn't know what's going on. You speak out of your ass.
No, you're talking about your
about the 2 tents.
They're repeatedly doing military strikes on
Do
senior
you know,
Hamas
do you know,
Hezbollah
did you know about the
leadership,
2
and you say they
tents,
care
yes or
about
no? Did
tents.
you know about the 2 tents? Yes or no?
I didn't know about 2 tents.
He will
but they
say
don't
that he
sound
didn't
actually
know.
Go
work.
look them up.
Yeah.
You know what I do see though? I see them repeatedly taking out Hezbollah key leadership.
Well, you know what I see?
with
What I
giant-
see
with-
that
with-
yesterday Hezbollah
with
fired
airstrikes.
500. Hold on. Yesterday Hezbollah fired 500 missiles, not rockets, not like the one in Gaza. 500 missiles and a couple of dozens of drones over Israel. And not only they flew their drone from north all the way to south, back and forth over 1 million times, and you guys not even able to see it. So what is gonna take for Israel to retaliate? Why is being so chicken? Why they are not retaliating? What is it gonna take?
Because
Do we
they
have-
don't want to
like,
fight
do-
an
does
army.
does the Lebanese resistance have to go invade all of Israel for you to retaliate? What is it that you're waiting for?
Hey, brother, like I said earlier, what's gonna happen is it's not just gonna be Lebanese fighting against Israel. It's the whole world going against Israel, and whoever wants to defend Israel, it's cool. I mean, a lot of Americans said they're not gonna go to the Middle East
Magician.
and fight a war that the Israelis have been causing for decades. Like, no, a lot
The
of Americans
American
not doing
are,
it.
brother,
Yeah,
the
Unreal.
American are
Unreal.
incapable. They are incapable of helping Israel with the war in Lebanon.
Unreal. Unreal. Oh, I know what how you think. You think that all of this is bullshit and Israel is the most humanitarian army in the history of the world and all of that bullshit. But can you answer me this, please? Unreal.
Yeah, I'm listening. What's up? You get. By the way, just ask your question. Don't wait for a response.
Yeah. Do you believe in the international justice, like international criminal court? Do you believe that it should
No,
exist?
of course he doesn't.
The International Criminal Court.
Yeah. Do you believe that it should exist?
Well, it's fine if it does because it's voluntary to begin with. Because you have to sign on
No,
to
it's not
international
fine
agreements to
if
be
it
part
does.
of it.
Either you
It's
believe
not
it or you
voluntary,
don't
love.
believe it. Do you believe that government that commit genocides and war crimes
Takes the
should be
sides of Israel, then
accountable
yes.
or not?
If it takes the side of Israel, then yes. If it takes the side of the Palestinian, it's fine.
Look, it's simple. When Putin invaded Ukraine, the International Criminal Justice issued an arrest warrant, and Joe Biden and Netanyahu and all of these people, they applauded them. They applauded the ICJ. When they were just starting, they didn't issue anything. When they were just starting to investigate if they were gonna issue an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, the Congress sent them like it's a threat. They
Oh
sent
yeah,
them.
oh yeah,
They sent
the hate
the
act.
ICJ head. They sent him a threat. They said if you prosecute Netanyahu or anyone in the Israeli government, we will come after you.
Yeah, they
What
say
is this
they
double
can
standard?
invade Netherlands.
And
They said
and their
exactly this.
family. They
I'm trying
said
to
they
They
find
come
said
this.
this
after them.
exactly. The hate
You said
After
that
act.
them,
yesterday. You said yesterday Hezbollah fired 500 rockets at Israel. That hasn't
yes.
happened. Like maybe are you talking about like last month?
No. Maybe if not yesterday, 2 or 3 days ago.
Good.
And today too. Like today, at least, if not 500, they did at least 150 to 200, at least.
Good for them.
And then this is happening on a daily basis, where the
Good for them.
Israeli soldiers cannot find place to hide. Every time they hide in a place, it got dropped on, and not only gets dropped on video. We see the video of it. So
Are you
I,
under the perception that Israel is not firing back?
Israel is
Because
scared to fire back.
Israel is not only
Israel is
firing
fighting.
back, they're
Israel
posting the
is
footage
fighting on an
online.
empty field. Last time the Israeli fired, they got the cow shit. There's a barn with cow shit in it. That's what they dropped on. That's the last time they dropped.
Israel was repeatedly doing strikes inside Lebanon and like posting it, and nobody disputes it. And your side themselves show the destruction of the destroyed buildings and everything.
Listen, my
and then you
village,
complain about it.
listen, unreal. My village is on the border with Israel. When I stand on my grandparents' house, okay, I see them Mtalli. You know what Mtalli is? I see Mtalli. Mtalli is a settlement in the north of Palestine. And I can see my village is destroyed, but the only difference between me and you, I'm still in my village. Your settlers are all gone. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we
And
protect them.
I
Like,
see
that's the
I
point.
see the Israeli I see the Israeli vision blind, like blank eye, like it's looking at them. They don't even take a peek to look at Lebanon, not attack Lebanon, not even looking at Lebanon. They are scared because the minute they put their head up, they're gone like ducks. That's true. You don't want to believe it. I don't give a shit. But I'm telling you, it's really happening.
Really? Because Al Jazeera just posted Israel military hits a Lebanon site in central Lebanon. This is posted on Al Jazeera literally 21 hours ago.
What did they hit? What did they hit? What did they
See,
hit?
Of course, they have to
Another
save face,
barn?
my friend.
Another barn with cow shit in it?
well,
Hey,
you
Fed.
can try to say that it's not
That's a bit
important, but
personal, mate.
No. I'm telling you what I see. You know, you're telling me because you're
so
reading. I
so
see.
you start off with the first lie, which is that they're not doing strikes inside Lebanon when literally
I'm
21
not.
hours
I
ago they
didn't
just
say.
did
Listen.
one.
Listen.
And then when I point to Alex that they're not telling the truth, according to
I
your own
just told
sources,
you.
you
I
say
just
that
told
you
you.
say that the
You dumb
target wasn't
fuck.
important. So which is it?
Listen. I just told you that I am in the village on the border of Israel, and my whole village is destroyed. I just told you that. My whole village. There is not even one house in my village that is standing. But these are all civilian houses. But this is the narrative of Israel. Resistance fights them, they go retaliate against civilians. This is what's
Yep.
happening in Gaza.
They don't
This is what
retaliate
happened
against
in
civilians. They go
all.
after military targets, and
No,
then you
no, no,
want to
no,
cry.
no, 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 no. You tell me, I'm gonna give you a story, you tell me what's up with that. In 1996, in Cana, Lebanon, the United Nations surrounded all the villages, all the civilians in the village, and put them in the United Nations compound. Okay? So the Israeli couldn't find any civilian in the village. What do? They drop on the United Nations compound. You want to tell me that H group was hiding in the compound? And not only they dropped Nepals. You know what a Nepals is?
I mean,
I'm gonna go
napalm?
quiet for a minute. I'm gonna be quiet for a minute, but I'll come back. Answer away. Figure
Do
it
you
out.
mean
Tell me what's the excuse.
do you mean napalm?
Yeah, napalm. It's
The,
it's a
the
chemical
the
weapon.
the same boom boom they dropped on the USS Liberty, the napalm.
No, the Israeli no, they don't use napalm for anything but foliage.
Yes,
That's
they
the only thing
did,
it's used for.
and yes, they do.
Please,
No
please,
idea.
please, Aril,
I've got every
Aril.
idea.
I am
I don't know
sure,
what
I am
garbage
sure
conspiracy
that
stuff you're
if
feeding into,
even
but napalm
no,
is
I
for
am
clearing
sure that
jungle
even
foliage.
if
That's
God
what it was
appeared
completely
in
designed
front of you
for.
and told you Israel are criminals, you will not believe him. There is
Nah,
nothing that we
Napalm
can
is not
do.
used. Napalm has no effective use other than foliage. It's used in jungles. The primary useful explosive to take out like non-armored targets, soldiers,
Unreal,
is
Where?
dual-purpose
Where are
Unreal,
you
improvised
put it to
from?
you.
conventional
Hold
munitions,
on,
which they've
one,
had since the 60s
one
and
second.
70s.
Unreal, I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue with you on this one, but put it on your search list. Search
He's not
Kana,
gonna look. He don't care.
1996, 1996, Lebanon. The bombing of the United Nation compound with United Nation personnel in it and 354 civilian women, children, and elderly guys. That was with Nepal. Nepal. The thing that burns your skin to the bones. That's what it was.
To be honest about it, I'm not going to believe you because you told me that just yesterday, 2 days ago.
All I'm telling
Of
you,
course,
all
of
I'm
course, you're
telling
not
you,
gonna believe
all
him.
I'm,
it's not
all
backing
I'm
for
telling
anything.
you, you don't have to believe me, but you can go
I
and
don't
look it
believe
up.
you.
Don't believe me, just go look it
Just
up.
look it up. Look it up. It's easy. We are not in the
Easy.
1600s, my friend.
Don't believe anything I tell you. Anything I tell you, go look it up. Call me a liar all day long, but go look it up. How about that?
I'm
Am I
telling
still a
you,
liar?
Was this
even
during the
if God
was this during
appeared
the
in
first?
front of
Hold on.
him, he will not believe you.
Was this during the
There
first
is
Lebanon
nothing
War?
that you can do.
No, first Lebanese war. Well, there is the 73 attack, which is Israel didn't get a lashback on it. Then there is 1992 and 1982. That's where the Israelis started the Zionist dream crashed in Beirut. Then there is a 1996 war, and then after the 1996 war, there is the 2000, then the 2006 war, and all of them Israel lost. By the way.
They lost. They come into your country. They stomp around like Godzilla and leave, and you call that a victory?
No, they didn't leave. They ran away. If you know, when the Israeli army made a contract with Pampers to put diapers on their asses, it was when they were in Lebanon.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what happened.
bullshit.
In Lebanon,
That's
they ran
complete
away.
bullshit. They never did that.
No,
They
it's not bullshit. It's history,
ju-
buddy. It's history.
no,
It's
it's
history.
bullshit. I checked into
Israel
this. It's
is
complete bullshit.
Ehud,
You buy into
Ehud,
you buy into
Barak,
anti-Semitic bullshit
Ehud
and you believe it
Barak.
and you don't check
Hold
it.
on,
That's a
hold
problem.
on, hold on. Look up to the withdrawal of Israeli from Lebanon in 2000, in May of 2000, where we went to sleep with occupation. We woke up. We found them. They took off. They left their cooperator behind. You had Lebanese cooperators that were jumping the fence to go to Israel because the Israeli army, they wanted to leave in a rush before they get attacked. They ran away. They say they implemented the 425 United States resolution, and the 425 United Nations resolution was issued in 1982. It took them
Dude,
18 years.
you have no common sense. I don't believe you. There's no
I don't
business
have
to
common
offer.
sense. I'm
No,
telling you
you don't,
history.
dude. Why
I'm
the
telling
fuck
you
would people
history.
wear,
You have
why
no
would people wear,
brain.
why would people
You
wear
have
diapers where
no
they can literally
brain.
just go out and take a shit
Hey,
anywhere
hey,
in the
Fed,
shit
Fed,
You
country
have
whenever they
no
want to?
brain.
hey,
You
hey,
have no
Fed.
brain
Dude, you have no
yeah.
brain if you
Wait, hold
believe
up
the
on
idea of wearing
real, hold up,
diapers. That's ridiculous. And
hold up on real. If you don't
Anybody can
believe,
look up the pic.
watch this, Fed. Listen, on real. If you don't believe Fed, right, of what he's saying, what makes you think we're gonna believe what you say? Like you could
You
say
don't
one
have
plus
to.
one. I'm not gonna, and it goes two. I'm not gonna believe you, bro.
You don't have to, but I'm
Oh
going
no,
to give you my
no.
perspective
We
and you
don't
can give
believe
me
you,
yours
Barry,
and
because you
everybody
know the
can be
facts.
good. Because in the end, neither of us are going to control what's going on in the Middle East, but I can tell you what's going to happen.
Wait, what did
So
you
when it
say?
does happen, I can give you my opinion, you can give me yours,
No, no, no,
and
no,
then
no,
we
no, no, no,
and
no,
then
no, no, no. No, what did you just say just now?
okay, and what
You
happens
said
when
at
the
the end of the day, you're gonna control what?
One second,
but at the end of the day, whatever happens in the
hold
Middle East,
on,
I'll tell you that's
Unreal.
going to happen, and when
I
it
need, I need
does,
to respond.
you can be not
I need to
surprised.
respond to somebody in the comment. Hold on. I need to reply
No, dude,
to
if
somebody
you
in the
need to
comment.
respond to somebody in the
I
comments,
have to respond to somebody in, hey, shut
can
the
you
hell
do
up,
that?
man.
You
What the
chat,
heck?
dude. Use your
I
type.
can respond, man. No, I don't want to type. I'm driving, I told you. The
Then
guy
pull
that is
over and
asking
type.
me, shut up. How is my village destroyed and I'm getting a cell signal? This is for me to know and for you and the Israeli government to figure it out. Go on.
Wait, they on real said that at the end of the day they're gonna control the Middle East.
Say that, dude. Why do you?
No, my bad. Correct me.
Okay. Because I don't. I try to be very specific and careful when I say what it is that I'm going to say, right?
All right. So that's what I said. Repeat it. What you said.
Okay. At the end of the day, what's ever going to happen in the Middle East is what's going to happen. But we can make your predictions. I can make mine, and then we can see how it pans out. But I'm telling you, you're not going to be very happy when Israel, with the backing of the United States, goes into the Lebanon to stop these rocket attacks. Because if you think what
That's
Gaza,
not true. The U.S. is not gonna
if you
get
think what's
involved.
happening in Gaza
They
is
already said
bad,
they're not gonna
you
get
have
involved.
no idea what's going to happen
Guys.
when Israel starts
I
getting
have the answer.
serious.
I have the answer. So, Unreal, tell me, how is the United States is gonna get to the Middle East to help Israel? Tell me, how?
They have two battle carrier groups in the region. In the
Is it the
Mediterranean
one?
Sea,
Is it the one that ran away from the Houthis?
they didn't run away. What are you talking about?
Is it the one that got targeted 3 times by the Houthis?
Got
Which one
targeted
is
and
it?
shot the missiles
Are you?
down?
Yes, it was targeted 3
Dude,
times,
no,
and now
you
they
don't
pulled
know.
out. They
See,
pulled
this
out.
is a.
They pulled out from. No,
You
it's not.
don't even
I'm
know.
giving you information. I'm
You're
giving
giving
you
me
information.
bullshit. You don't even know what a
I'm
battle
not
carrier
giving you.
group
Do you know?
is.
Do you know? Hey. Do you know what
Fed, please.
Sa'ar 9? No, hold on. Do you know what Sa'ar? Do you know what Sa'ar 9 is?
What a
Do you know what
Sinai
Sa'ar
is?
9? Sa'ar, an Israeli warship. Do you know what it is? What it stands for?
No, but go ahead. Give me
No.
your theory about
Okay,
it.
go ahead. So I'm gonna tell you something about the warship. In 2006, Sa'ar was parked across from the Beirut city and was firing shells on Beirut. So the leader of H Group Lebanon got on live TV and spoke to all Lebanese and told them, "You see that warship? across the sea from Beirut that is firing shells at Lebanon. Look at it, it's burning and it's sinking, and everybody looked, it was burning and it sank. So you tell me what warship is going to come to help Israel? You need to Google that too. Go ahead, Google it. Sire, warship, Israeli warship in Beirut, Lebanon, 2006. Google that.
No, Fed, please, please, please. We know, all of us know that if the United States wanted to enter the Middle East, that is going to be another story. We don't say that the United States doesn't have the capacity. Of course, the United States
No, they
have the
cannot.
capacity.
I'm sorry, my friend, hold on to interrupt you. I know military and I know what I'm talking about. Okay? There is firepower in the Middle East that nobody can move. There is the American air bases in all of the Middle East are sitting ducks targets. There is hypersonic missiles with the Lebanese resistance that even can get to a submarine. Every weapon in the Russian artillery, every weapon in the Iranian artillery is in possession of the 8th Group Lebanon. Understand that. And not only, your own media, your Israeli media, called the resistant fighters of Lebanon, the one that are firing the missiles, that they are a great precision fighter. They don't miss. One missile, one target. One missile, one target. Unlike the Israeli that they use 2,000 years old weapons to throw fire on Lebanon. Come on, man. Wake up.
It is hilarious that Lebanon has a couple hundred missiles which are guided, but a couple 100,000 rockets which are not, and you're that pumped up thinking that they're that strong.
I correct you. There's no rockets.
There's a reason.
No rockets.
There is a reason that Hezbollah doesn't use any
let
heavy
me have a
equipment
conversation with
because
him,
it would be completely destroyed in a conflict with Israel, and they know that, so they don't even bother to have it.
Unreal. I am hearing you. What you are saying is correct. Of course, in all of the sides at this point of time, all of the sides have precision guided missiles, and they have weapons that are up to date, if I may say. But there is something that you need to understand. The United States spent almost half the last decades inside the Middle East, and it did not accomplish anything. They got sucked into the Middle East by Israel. You know, the United States, they don't have any interest in the Middle East. They want oil, and they have oil. What they are doing are in the demand of
true.
Israel.
You think the only thing the Middle East has is oil? They have like
geopolitical interest. They have their bases already. They have their bases in Saudi Arabia. They have their bases in Oman.
The Middle East is far more valuable than just oil. Just for example, a lot of the lithium for batteries comes from Afghanistan. There's rare earth metals all around the Middle East.
I'm not talking about that part of Asia. I'm talking about the Middle East. Afghanistan is not in the Middle East.
The walk. 1 second. We got into geopolitics right now, okay? So you tell me, are you familiar with the Road of Silk?
The Silk Road.
All right, yeah, and what does that do to the United States, and how is that gonna work? And who is the main? It doesn't really impact.
No, because what you're talking about is the Brit and Roads Initiative, but the thing is that the road initiative really refers to
How is that
rail car
work?
trains.
Do you know how that road works? Yeah. I'm asking you. I'm asking you if you know how is that. How is that
two
work?
sentences. Okay, I'll try to explain to you. The Road and Bridge Initiative. The road part refers to train. The bridge refers to ocean laneways.
Okay.
Right? Okay, and the ocean landways require global policing of the open seas to prevent piracy. China needs the U.S. Navy to be able to trade with people all over the world because the Chinese Navy is not strong and is not numerous enough to provide international security for all the lane routes that they're dependent upon.
Where does it need it at? In what part of the world does it need it at? In what,
Literally
what
any
sea,
part
what
of,
ocean?
literally any part of the world where a bunch of poor people could get on boats and go hijack a ship, like Somalia.
Okay.
Just as an
It's
easy
only the
example.
Gulf of Aden, my friend, and
Hold
it's
on, hold
over.
on. I'm very familiar with that. I'm very familiar with that. Okay, so you tell me how China, if it's gonna go through India, Pakistan, Armenia, or actually it's got two routes. One go through Armenia, one go through Afghanistan. It's gonna go to Iran, then from Iran. Connects to Russia on one side, connects to Turkey and Eastern Europe on the other side, and then connects to Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Mediterranean Sea. What does the Somali have anything to do with it? And how is the warship are going to protect? Because all these ships, once they get to the Middle East, to get to Europe, all you need is the Mediterranean Sea. So I don't see all this protection coming for, or what?
Okay. The purpose of the old school empires that we talked about, like the 1800s to the 1900s periods before the fall of the Ottoman Empire, the British Empire, the French Empire, the Russian Empire, the Japanese Empire. The purpose of all of these empires was to provide security for their own trade ships. That was their primary purpose. Because even today, the open seas are by far, without a doubt, the cheapest way to move mass amounts of freight from one place to another. Rail is far more expensive. Now, and the issue is with the open seas, though, is that any group of guys can get into a boat with some AKs and go try to hijack a ship. Now, it used to be big money. Like the entire purpose of the East Indian Company, which if you know about British history, then you're probably aware of it, was just to provide security for the open seas trade.
Yes.
China does not have the resources to guarantee the international security of all freight going across the world. China is dependent on imports and exports for their economy. So they are dependent on American protection for the open seas.
It's not dependent on American protection. There is something that is called maritime law.
Well, one second. And how is that gonna help the Chinese if they don't use the sea anymore? Why is it that why they came up with the road of silk if it doesn't make sense to them? Why is everybody on earth, including the United States, is fighting that idea of the road of silk if it doesn't make sense?
The United States isn't fighting it. They don't care. Like what are you talking about?
They don't care. So their presence.
Okay.
Yes,
So hold on one second.
Dude.
Hold on 1 second.
No,
The
hold
goal
on.
is not. Hold on. No. Let me because you're confusing me. You're confusing
ask
me
questions
because
and then you don't let me
I'm
respond,
asking.
so
But
there's
yeah,
no point.
your answer confused. I asked you a question. You said the United States doesn't care. Okay. So you said they have oil. They don't need the oil, so they don't care about the Middle East, the oil in the Middle East. And now they don't care about the shipping route because they don't care. So what is their presence in the Middle East for? Like what they're doing there? What are they protecting? What are they protecting in the Middle East?
Okay. If the oil resources were to become compromised, then they would start caring about what's going on in the region. And regarding China and their building trains, the United States doesn't give a shit if people build trains. Although, if like India has trains all over it, Europe has trains all over it, Russia has trains all over it. And China's just building more of them. And nobody gives a shit about somebody building some train lines. It's not a threat to anything.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop. I'm literally losing brain cells. Like my brain cells are snapping each other's hands. Hey.
Okay, Ariel,
let
me please ask you about something. It's our subject a little bit, but it's just come to my mind right now, and I want to ask you about it. You know that Germany until today is paying. Until today, they paid 86 billion to Israel for restitution for the Holocaust. You know about that?
So I'll double check it, but what's your point?
Okay, you can double check it. Do you know how many people Germany killed in Namibia? The African country Namibia. They analyzed. Sorry, I'm not used to TikTok. They analyzed 100,000 people in Namibia, and there are still 30,000 Germans living in Namibia. There is no Germans living in Israel. At least no German that claims that they are Germans, or the Germans are with Israeli passport. Why didn't they pay Namibia for restitution if they just want to pay everyone for what they did in the past?
Well, I'm looking at Germany, and in that case, it's talking about the Holocaust survivors. It's not talking about just all Jews in general. It just is the Israeli state. So you're misrepresenting
Yeah,
that.
take them as you want.
Oh, like there's a pretty important distinction. Like, and as for
What
now,
is the
what you-
distinction?
Oh my. A distinction is a point of difference between one thing and another.
I know what the distinction is. I asked you, what is the distinction between the two cases?
There's a distinction between the German government giving the Israeli government a bunch of money versus the German government giving Holocaust survivors money. Big difference.
So why didn't they pay the heroes that 100,000 heroes that they killed? Their grandchildren are still living in Namibia. The white Germans control their land. Why didn't they pay them restitution?
Well, for one thing, they're not their citizens, so they're not responsible for them.
How much is
Did they kill? Did they analyze only their citizen? They analyzed every Jews in Europe. They don't care if they are their citizens or not.
Yeah, hold on. Germany never paid restitutions for. Hold on. Germany only ever paid restitutions to Holocaust survivors that were German citizens. They never paid out anything to anybody else.
My friend, that is not true. That is not
Yes,
true.
it is true.
That is not true. It is not true. They paid restitution for all Holocaust survivors. All Jews,
Holocaust survivors that were
not just.
Yes, that were their own citizens, not the citizens of another country that they unalived.
What
Nobody
their
does
own
that.
citizens? My friend, are you living in the world that we are living in, or are you in some alternate universe somewhere?
You know what? You don't sound very smart when you insult somebody in broken English. So just try to keep the insults to the minimum, my guy.
This is not an insult. This is I only speak English because it's the only language that you speak, my friend.
Okay, I know. I'm pointing out to you that Germany paid their own citizens. They compensated the Holocaust survivors because they were their own citizens. They don't. Like that was the thing that they decided to give to their own citizens for wronging their own people. When it comes to the people of another nation that they unalived, they don't owe them anything, so they don't pay them anything.
Is that what you think?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Otherwise,
It's not
do
true.
you have any concept of how much money America, Germany, Russia, Japan would owe other countries that they've colonized and all that other shit if they had to give payouts for every shitty thing they did for the past 600 years?
Yes, I know, but paying a certain ethnicity other than everybody else, it seems odd to me. Why did they only pick the Jews?
It's not about they didn't do so just Jews. Jews were only 500,000 people in the Holocaust. There were 6 million of people that were unalived. And all 6
Why
million
does
people
only
all 6 million all 6 million families of the Holocaust, the survivors, they got payouts, not just the Jews. That you're just
So you are
focusing you're just focusing on Jews because they're anti-Semitic. That's it.
Because I am anti-Semitic. Is that what you think?
Yes, because you're focusing on just the Jews when a whole bunch of other people also got a bunch of money because they're German citizens.
Who?
To start off with, the gypsies, the families of disabled people, the families of other minority groups, black people, Arabs even, that were inside Germany at the time. Like the Germans wanted to get rid of anybody who wasn't a blonde, blue-haired, healthy, highly intelligent German. That is a very wide market of people that they exterminated. And the families of those people that are German citizens, they got compensation. Anybody who's not a family member of someone who was unalived by Germans or Russians or Americans or Japanese or anybody else, they don't get anything.
Hey, The Walk, do you know how much Germany pays Israel every
every year? Do you have a number?
I don't know exactly every year, but up to
No,
date they paid
I know
them
that
86
happens.
billion.
Yeah, I believe that happens. So the family of the survivor, they must be super, super, super rich right now. I mean, it
Of
doesn't make
course they are
sense.
super.
It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. And stop calling people anti-Semitic, Unreal, because there is nothing anti-Semitic by questioning anything.
Actually,
Okay.
the anti-Semitic label now it's become meaningless because everything that you say you are automatically labeled as anti-Semitic, so it doesn't have any value anymore.
Well, you're like, why did no? It's anti-Semitic because why did they give money to the Jews? Why did the Jews get the money? It wasn't just the Jews who got the money. And by the way, it wasn't $86 billion. It was $888 million to all of the Holocaust survivors combined. So it's not a lot. So not as much money as you think.
Up to date, they paid to Israel $86.8 billion up to date. If you want to look it up, look it up.
I'm looking it up. That's how I got the $889 million number. Your numbers are wrong, dude. And your focus is wrong.
Why you think his number are wrong, not yours are wrong? Like why?
Because
what-
I just did searches.
Yeah,
I
but
did
he said
searches on multiple engines for what he said, and his numbers don't match up.
Like what numbers did you come up with? You just said one number. You
I
said
just said
multiple searches.
okay. For example, from the article from the AP, the compensation was negotiated with Germany's finance ministry and includes 888.9 million to provide home and care services for frail and vulnerable Holocaust survivors. I'm literally reading it off the webpage right.
Is that paid to the people themselves or directly to Israel?
No, it just says to frail and vulnerable Holocaust survivors. I just said the words
But who is it
Holocaust
paid
survivors.
for? Who is it paid for? Like, is it paid
It's
to
paid
the
for-
Israeli
it-
government? Then the Israeli government pays it to
It's
the
being
people?
given to the Oh my God, dude, fucking listen for 2 seconds instead of interrupting.
Just a question, man.
Dude, listen. Then listen when you answer your question. I'll read the sentence again. The compensation was negotiated with Germany's finance ministry, the German government, and includes $888.9 million to provide home care and supportive services for frail and vulnerable Holocaust survivors. Holocaust survivors, not the Israeli government.
How many survivors we have today?
Who fuck knows?
Okay, so why is Israel still getting paid for it? Exactly, that's what I'm trying to understand. That
Dude,
you're not making sense.
It's not Israel getting paid for it. It's the Holocaust survivors who are getting the money.
Who represent the Holocaust survivors then? Isn't Israel the land of the Jews?
Well,
Isn't
I'm
Israel
looking for that now.
who is responsible for the Holocaust survivors and all of the Jews around the world? Or is there something else?
I'm looking. It's called the Hardship Fund Supplemental Program. It's some German thing.
So we don't know how many survivors, but we still know that Israel get that money every single year, and they go to
Jesus
the
Christ! It's not Israel getting the money. It's the Holocaust
Israel
survivors who are
getting-
German citizens.
It's not Israel. It's Benjamin Netanyahu or whoever you want it to be. It's Michael. We don't care
How
who
do
is
you get
getting the
that?
money, but he is getting it.
How do you get that? On what basis do you have for saying that? You don't have any proof. You're driving your car, bopping off the mouth and shit that you don't have any sources for that you can't cite
What
because
do
you're
you want?
driving.
You want proof for what? What do you want proof for?
Well, the $86 billion number would have been very useful, but no sources line up with that number.
I will check it up.
None of the sources even go to the dozens of billions.
I will tell you now
Hold
what
on,
is the source.
No, okay, you got the source.
Like, do you have any concept of how much money $86 billion is? It's almost,
Look.
it's 1/12 of a
Wait,
trillion
wait.
dollars, dude.
And they're
Wait.
still paying.
Under the 1952 Luxembourg Treaty, Germany, then West Germany, paid $3 billion to the state of Israel for infrastructure investment that rational given what that Israel had to accommodate an influx of immigrant caused ultimately by Germany. 450 million to the Jewish Claim Conference for use in helping Jews in need of assistance. 50 million for assistance to persons who were persecuted as Jews under the Nuremberg laws but were not of the Jewish religion. Do you want me to continue?
What I'm reading is I'm checking the Wikipedia article for reparations agreement between Israel
Wikipedia is
and...
not a good source. Wikipedia is manipulated.
Wikipedia is a perfectly good source for really old information.
It's not a good, it's not a reliable source, my friend.
It's okay. It's not always perfect, but it's pretty good. Anyway, I actually came here to talk to Chip, and he fucked off. So, and I don't think he... Oh, well, he's right there.
Here he is. Here he is.
I heard my name, so I thought I'd come over.
Yeah, so Chip, let me ask you, like, why on earth is it that you're so adamantly supporting the Palestinians? And by the way, we've talked before. You know that I'm not someone to chew you out. Like when other people try to dog on you for some stupid racist jokes, I was just like, that. Yeah, that's fucking stupid. Everyone's made racist jokes. Anyway, So anyway, why do you support Israel to the extent that you do? Like, what's your issue with them?
You mean the Palestinian part, about the Palestinians?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just want to make sure. It's not so much the parties, it's the behavior, the power dynamics, and the actions of either party, which makes me take the position that I take. So if I often say this, if the script were flipped and the same exact actions happened, but you reverse the roles, I would be supporting the Jewish marginalized community as I see it. It's just in this case, the script is flipped, and I see the people that are more marginalized are people who are Arab Palestinians based on the history. That's all.
Why do you focus on Israel in particular instead of like looking at the larger picture, considering Israel and the existence of the Jewish people in the larger picture of the entire Arab, with all the Arab countries that surround Israel, and also how considering also how Jews faced historical oppression inside of the Middle East under the Ottoman Empire or under the Egyptians? Because either way,
is this a teleprompter you're reading from? It sounds very teleprompted.
Well, no, but I have like stated this multiple times to people because they act like the Jews weren't oppressed in the Middle East, and they absolutely were. And they were able to the only difference about Jews is they were able to overthrow their Muslim oppressors and form a state so they couldn't be oppressed anymore. And that's where the validity of the Israeli state comes from.
I mean, that's an interesting way to phrase it. I wouldn't, even if I were pro-Israel, I wouldn't frame it the way that you just did because it has no bearing on reality. But they were able to functionally convince an overseeing power that was, having administrative control over a region after a war to allow it to establish a set of borders for its own sovereign state with no acceptance or no sort of consultation to the other side of this issue other than to offer them, 44% of the land for 71% of the population. That was the extent of their courteous. And they said no, and then of course things popped off. But
and then they won a war. Like the bottom line is the Jews are not going to allow themselves to be oppressed by the Muslims again. That's the bottom line.
Well, I think that's an interesting way to put it because I think that the hard part about this is to parse things, and this is where people get into trouble, I think. So I would say that you're right. There have been times in history, of course, where different Muslim influences have done harmful things towards Jews. Christians have done far more worse things to Jews than Muslims will ever do in 10 lifetimes, just to be sure on the history. But given modernity, this is the thing I think which is the wrong thing. There happen to be some people in Palestinian society that are rather fundamentalist. Okay, they probably serve in groups like the Brigades and the H Group. I'm not knocking that because I'm not a religious person. I'm just saying that's probably more accurate. But this is the point I keep trying to make. 99.5% of Palestinians don't fall into that very small niche of fundamentalist Islamicists. They're just not. They're just regular people like you and me. Now, the thing we often hear, though, is, well, if that's how they feel, why'd they vote for him in the first place, meaning H Group? And secondly, why do we get this number of like 70-some% supporting what happened on 10/7, right? Doesn't make any sense, Chip. You're saying, no, here's the difference. And this is the nuance. And this is what people can't bring themselves to. It's possible that somebody sees the political fragmentation. These are smart people like anybody else on earth. They understand the politics and the history, and as well as any of us outside do, probably more. And they've lived through it. They know that there's divided government, that the PA has been more conciliatory with the Israeli government, which for some people is an absolute just, chalks down the fingers down the chalkboard. And that's why they had a political split, because they disagreed on being more conciliatory. They wanted to take a more proactive approach, whatever form that might need to take. Now, unfortunately, it took the form that it did on 10/7. I'm not for that. But I also understand historically that if you find yourself under a very difficult set of seemingly never-ending predicaments that don't seem to get better but only get worse, every time there's a movement towards a political solution, it gets stymied in some way or another. Blame who you want, but it just doesn't lead anywhere. And you find more and more territory leaving under your control. Just one second. Sorry. That was a water filling up. So you think you're seeing your circumstances is going downhill perpetually. So what are you to do? So just because people support the actions on 10/7, meaning an attack against Israel, because they're so frustrated with their circumstances that they just want to be left alone and have their own joint. That's it. That's literally all they want. They don't want to get rid of anybody. They don't want to force anybody to be a certain religion. And I'm talking about 99.5% of humans. There may be some that are cuckoo in the head. There's some of those on the Israeli side, let's be clear. But it doesn't mean that the rank and file human being, and this is the difference. This is why there can't be peace. As long as the Jewish people believe in Israel and around that support it, that they're always going to be under threat no matter what they do. That's the first misassumption, in my opinion. The second one is that the average Palestinian is some Islamic fundamentalist who just wants to unalive Jews. It's just not true. And as far as acting out some sort of forcible conversion thing, that may have happened in history in the Muslim countries, but it doesn't mean that's the objectives of Palestinian Arabs at this point in time, and some Christians. Okay? And nobody can seem to identify with that differentiation. One last thing. Just because they support the idea of resistance, which it took the form of violence, doesn't mean they support the violence against the civilians in its totality, if that makes sense. Being supportive of an event does not mean you're supportive of the entirety of the event. And that's another thing people have been unwilling to. It's either you support it or you condemn it. It's just not that simple.
One thing I don't understand really, like when the Jews left Germany, they came to the U.S. and they were turned down. What was the reason? And then they went back to Britain and they were turned down. What was the reason? And then why would they choose the Middle East to the people that they say, or unreal claiming that they oppressed them only? They chose to go to these people to go and live with them. So the second question is, why is it, if they were so always oppressed by the Muslims and the Arabs, why is it that the golden era of the Jews was during the Andalus under the ruling of the Muslims? Like, I don't understand these. You guys keep claiming we get oppressed by the Muslim, the Muslim, the Muslim, the Muslim, the Muslim. Then when you look at really history, you see that the golden era of the Jews was during the Andalus under the Muslim rule. Then you look at it, the United States and Britain turned the Jewish refugees from their ships, and then the only one that welcomed them, Palestinian. Now at one point, I understand why the United States and Britain turned them down, because they would expect what happened to the Palestinian to happen to them. That's basically the only explanation I can see.
I will answer you about this. He will claim that Jerusalem is the promised land, and it's the birth of Jewishism and stuff like that.
One second, walk. Unreal, what is it that does not make sense? What is it that I said that doesn't make sense?
Well, first of all, let's be clear. They didn't let the Jews come inside because they were Jews. First,
hold on 1 second.
The number
no,
one reason.
I asked you what is it that don't make sense. No, I made a statement of history. Did the ship come to the U.S.? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, the ship came to the United States.
Was it turned down? Was it turned down? Was it turned down? Yes or no?
Yes.
Was it turned?
Yes, it was turned down. Yes,
then they went down to. Then they went down.
Then
they went to Britain.
Yeah, dude. Stop.
They went to Britain. Come on, man. No, you are deflecting.
Stop interrupting. You talk and then
you said I don't make sense. I'm making sure that I'm making sense right now. We agreed that they were turned down from the Americans.
If I'm deflecting,
do we agree that
bring it up after I make my point.
No.
Stop constantly interrupting, friend.
You said I'm not making sense. Okay,
dude.
I'm trying to take you baby steps so we can.
Real quick. Hold on,
Talk
real
to
quick, guys. Please respect the host. Please just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so let me try to be fair here. We want to give people a chance to answer their way as best we can, but at the same time, we don't want someone to run super circles around the question and not really address it. So, with that in mind, I think the argument I'm hearing Federico make is, on the one hand, you're saying that the Arabs didn't allow for the Jews; they didn't let anybody come in. On the other hand, he's telling you what he understands to be historical fact, which is there were boats of Jewish immigrants who were trying to find a safe place to go. They went to the U.S., they went to Britain, turned away at both places. Didn't want to be people in Central Europe wouldn't allow them to stay, so they had to go somewhere. They ended up going through the Mediterranean and arriving on the shores of what was called at that time Palestine, and they immigrated into the territory and were not met with any sort of massive forms of violence that you're referring to. So within that framework, do you acknowledge that, or do you think that's not the accurate portrayal of history? Now, Federico, let him finish his thought. Give him a couple minutes, whatever. Okay.
I don't really need a couple minutes. The point, he said something along the lines of they didn't let the Jews in because they thought that the Jews would do to their countries what they supposedly did to the Palestinians, and that's not, and there's no historical basis for that whatsoever. Countries back in the day had tight immigration controls, and in particular, when they did open up their immigration controls, they typically did it to people who looked like them, or people who they considered to be the same as them, which due to anti-Semitism, like Jews were not included in that group. That was what I was pointing out. And the fact that I can't spell out things in 3 sentences without being interrupted by Fed before he feels the need to interrupt me, that just completely catapults the conversation.
I appreciate that. Thanks for sharing. Now, I'm still unclear, though, and I'm not doing this to be difficult. I just really don't understand. So you're saying that the people when did what to whom or didn't do what to whom when? I totally didn't follow what you said.
When the Jews were fleeing the Holocaust and they got on the ship and they went from port to port looking for someone who was going to take them in, and nobody did, it had nothing to do with what was going on in Palestine whatsoever. It only had to do with the fact that the countries at the time practiced tight immigration controls, and they weren't sympathetic toward the Jews at the time.
Well, but again, I think the point that Federico's raising, and again, I'm not trying to hammer it, I'm just saying that just to be acknowledge it, he said that whatever restrictions, whether they were administrative or otherwise, didn't happen at the ports of Haifa, for example, and people were allowed to disembark and enter the territory. I think that's what we're talking about. You're saying it wasn't because of anti-Semitism at other places, it was because of tight immigration reform. That's not the history as I understand it at all. But again, I guess I could be wrong. I mean, I've only read about 12 books.
They didn't want them because they were Jews, not because of anything going on in Palestine. That was the point of.
No, again, I think I don't understand when you say. I think you're just not meeting each other on the same plane. Okay, so you agree that there were ships that went to Britain and went to the U.S. that were turned around specifically because there were Jews on board. Yes or no?
Yes, and that's the reason. Not anything to do with Palestine.
Let me finish. Okay, I agree with that. So Federico wasn't making the point that Palestine had anything to do with those two choices. He's saying that the place where the people, the human beings that were the cargo on those vessels, the passengers, the only place that they were permitted to disembark, where they weren't rejected along their journey, let's say, I don't know elsewhere, they may have gone, was in historic Palestine. And obviously at the time when they went up to Britain and went up to the United States, they didn't say, hey, you want to send us back to Palestine to make the people pissed? Yeah, let's do that. No, of course. It was just a matter of the pure anti-Semitism. And I don't think Federico made the argument at any point that it had any other reason to do with just that. That's what I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm really confused. But do you agree that when people came to the port of Haifa or whichever port they entered on the Mediterranean, that they were not rejected and they were allowed to come onto that landmass? Correct or not correct?
My best understanding, that's correct.
Okay, so I think that the point Federico was making is that they weren't met with ultimate violent eradication efforts. When people came in, were there skirmishes? Yeah, there's always skirmishes when different people from different cultures come into places, but it wasn't mass and organized and systematic as it was in Europe, of course, which was absolutely horrific. And so the point he's trying to make is that, in one way, the way that people who are from the region, who were the vast majority at that time, probably, 78 to 73 or 78 to 2022, it changed a little bit towards the end with the mass migration from Europe, but the population did shift dramatically. In 1900, it was 97.75% Arab and a very small fraction of Jewish people, along with some Christians. And then, of course, it changed dramatically, came about a third of the population in 1947, 48 that were Jewish population. But they were offered 54% of the land, which is what led to some of the problems as far as the, the partition plan, which, again, let's be straight, mathematically, I don't think most of us want to take a deal where we're 71% of the population, we get 44% of a deal. That doesn't sound like a right deal to me.
The Arab part of the land was Jordan, because at the time Palestine was both what we call Israel right now and Jordan. And the Arabs got Jordan, the Jews were supposed to get Palestine.
Well, I want to get back to the point, though, just to close out that and make sure we're on the same page. So, Federico, did I botch what you were trying to communicate? And if I did, can you please come in and fill in the blanks or correct whatever I didn't get done?
No, you did describe, but the second thing that I didn't get an answer for, that we all know the golden era of the Jews were in the Andalus, and by them choosing to go to Palestine, because I keep hearing, the Arabs and the Muslim, the attacks on the Jews. Why is it that they had the golden era under the ruling of the Muslims, and how come the only country that accepted them after the Holocaust, it was a Muslim country, and it's called Palestine? Like, this is what I don't. They keep saying that they were prosecuted, they were blah blah blah. They were probably in history they lived in under the Muslim ruling, and the Muslim ruling have to put jizya on them. But something you don't understand about the jizya is that if you, as a Muslim, we have to pay 5% of our income, our yearly income towards a taxation. So, but the Jews, because they're not Muslims, so the tax does the Islamic tax does not apply to them, but they do live on a Muslim land. They get protection, they have an army, they get sewage, water, all the services, civil services. Then the jizya was at 2.5%, and they did not have to serve in the army. So I don't understand. I'm as a Muslim that I live under a Muslim rule, I'm paying 5%, and the Jewish that lives under a Muslim rule, they pays 2.5% and get to benefit from everything that I benefit from. And then he doesn't have to serve in the army, but I have to do, and they call that oppression. I don't understand how does that make sense?
You're lying about several things. First of all, they have to pay the base.
Say you're lying.
They have to pay the base tax, and then they have to pay jizya on top of that. And in addition to that, they're seen as second-class citizens who do not have the rights. For example, the right to retaliate when being physically attacked, which was
is not true.
Yeah, absolutely, that's true.
Why would you describe it?
And the reason that, and by the way, the mandate of Palestine was under British control when the Jews came on the ships and decided they wanted to come in, fleeing the Holocaust before and after World War I.
They turned them down.
Because the British controlled the region of the mandate of Palestine since 1917. Like as a result of the wars and stuff.
Okay.
So it wasn't the Muslims' decision
I need to ask you
in the first
something.
place.
Ariel, please.
Why do I keep getting muted by people who I let you monologue and talk, and then you don't let me respond? It's just
muted, Chip. You're muted.
This is an administrative interruption. I apologize. So the lie's been going on since, I don't know, about 3:30, 4 o'clock today, so it's getting close to the end. I want to just give you a heads up about that. Second of all, the point that I keep hearing made over and over again, you said that when the British made the decision to allow people into Palestine, fair enough. The point is, no one persecuted them when they arrived anywhere near to the extent that you're referring to in the other places. And this is the conflation that frustrates me. Yes, there are Muslims in the world who have done bad things as leaders of countries or leaders of religions in other places. But if the Palestinian Arab Muslims are not party to them just because they share the same religious beliefs, it doesn't mean they share fundamentalism or a desire to exploit the other the way you might have been exploited under others. Does that make sense? Unreal, does that make sense?
no, actually. Okay, when it comes to exploitation, different groups will exploit each other differently. That's not really the point, though. Like, bottom line is the Jews didn't want to have to be under the control of anybody else. So they formed a state so nobody would ever be able to oppress them again. And frankly, any group of people that oppressed the Jews was a valid target for reversing that oppression. So they were able to form a state so they weren't oppressed anymore. And I completely support them in that.
Why they call during the Andalus, hold on, why they call the Andalus the golden era for the Jews when they were under Muslim? And I see you typing in the comment taqiyya. What is taqiyya? That you Muslim practice taqiyya. What is your definition of taqiyya? I'm a Muslim. I don't know what taqiyya is.
Taqiyya is like lying for the sake of jihad.
There is no such thing.
I'm telling you, I'm 50 years old Muslim. The first time I hear that is now, like literally now. You guys come up with some words, man. Again with the Wikipedia. We know that Zionists are always on Wikipedia changing stuff. And who are the British?
Ariel, one last question.
Who are the British to give Palestine away? I don't understand. Like, you keep coming
One
the
last
British
question,
mandate.
please.
Well, for one thing, they're the conquerors of it. And for another thing, it was the British who did it. And it wasn't even necessarily the British. Like, they came out with the division. And who are they? Well, they're the rulers of the land because they conquered it in the same way the Egyptians conquered it and the Ottoman Empire conquered it.
One second.
And here's the thing: you don't have to like it.
Yeah.
But
let me finish.
here's the thing: you don't have to like it, and you can fight it if you want to. But let's just be honest about what you want. You want the destruction of the Israeli state. You want the destruction of the Israeli state that provides. You want the destruction of the Israeli state that provides protection to Jews.
Hold on, because you said conquer. You know, you had the word conquer in your sentence, and that means if they conquer the world through war, the land is theirs. So now you tell me that let's say hopefully soon the Arch of Resistance in the Middle East conquer Israel and expel all the Zionists out. Since it was gained by war, you justify that. You're gonna accept that and sit on the side, or you're gonna say no, we want another war to free Israel again. Like, how is that? If you claim if it's by war, then it's legit. So
I'm explaining how they got to control the territory, and here's the thing: the bottom line is that you will never accept the validity of the state of Israel. You never will.
No, because it doesn't exist. It's something fake. Something was made up.
Okay, please, Fed. I will ask him one last question, and I'm gonna go.
Well, no, hold on. I'm responding to him. You can wait. The bottom line is that you believe in the destruction of the state of Israel. The Jews, on the other hand, from my perspective, they want to be free of oppression by everyone, and they need state autonomy in order to do that. And so they were able to form, in one of the pockets of the Ottoman Empire, of one of the peoples who oppressed them, overthrow them and form a state so they didn't have to be oppressed anymore. And I support them in that.
You just said, the Ottomans. Wasn't the Andalus the golden era of the Jews during the Ottomans in the Andalus? I don't understand. How did they oppress
not from their perspective. You took the word of one Jew that you liked and then ignored the word.
You don't make sense, man. You don't make sense.
You took
the word. You just said. Let me finish. I let you speak and interrupt you. I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. Maybe I'm wrong. I need to fix my thinking, right? You said that the Ottomans were oppressing and expelling the Jews. Then on the other hand, the history of the Jewish people said that the golden era of the Jews was in the Andalus under the Ottomans Empire. Like, make it make sense, please. Like, how does that work? Like, on one side you said the golden era, then on the other side you say it was. Don't get me wrong. I am with the Jewish people to have their own state and own land and defend themselves and be unoppressed and all that liberty and freedom that I wish for every human being on earth, but not on the land of Palestine. Not on someone else's land.
When I look for golden age with the Jewish golden age, I find that the golden age was the Jews in Spain from the 8th to the 12th century, and the golden age of the Jews in Poland from the 13th to the 17th century. The Middle East was never a place that was greatly
Andalus was in Spain and Eastern Europe, and if you don't know that. Maybe you need some.
Again, the golden ages for the Jews were in European countries.
But under the rule of who?
okay, under the Ottoman
under the rule
Empire,
of
but not in the Middle
under the
East.
Ottoman Empire that you just claimed that they oppressed and they expelled.
The
Like,
Jewish population were oppressed by the majorities in the heart of the Middle East. That's just factual,
was it
and it's not.
under
And it's
was
not.
it under was it under
Fed,
Ottoman
Fed,
was it under
please.
Ottoman let me finish. I need to understand that thing because I'm hearing two things at the same time. Was it in the Middle East was run under the Ottoman Empire, and the Andalus
Yes,
was run by the Ottoman empires. So the
yes, but
Jews in the
but the
hold
anti
on, the
conservative
Jews in
off.
Europe, the Jews in Europe were going through the golden age under the Ottomans, while the Jews in the Middle East they were getting oppressed by the Ottomans. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Like at the same time they were playing two
Yes,
games?
of course, dude. Yeah, of course. Yeah,
What do you mean?
The Ottoman Empire stretched all the way from the Middle East to North Africa and parts of Europe. So obviously, there's going to be pockets where Jews were more accepted versus places where Jews were more persecuted. In the Middle East, Jews were persecuted,
By the
and nobody.
Ottomans.
Well, not just by the population in general, they were protected by the Ottomans.
So why is it when they got expelled from Europe, instead of going to European countries, they decided to come to Palestine if they had a history of being oppressed over there? That's what I don't understand. Like if
Because
I'm
it was the
running, if I'm
best.
hold on, Amril, if
Because
I'm
it was the
running,
best of two
one
bad
second,
options.
one second. If I am running from somebody, okay, I would not go to someone else that is gonna oppress me, that I know that I like you said they had a history of oppressing them. I would choose someone else. I would go probably to Africa. I would go probably to Argentina, like the options they had before. Why choose the country? What they I believe or I think my people were oppressed always. Like what makes you change that if you bring 2 million Jews and you put them between 90 million Arabs are not going to be oppressed? Like why choose that region? Why
Okay,
not go
their
to someone
options,
else?
their options were limited. There are people who are going to unalive them, and then there's people who are going to oppress them. Most people will choose oppression over being unalived. So for you to
You
say
mean
that they
you mean
weren't, so for
like
you to say that they weren't
okay.
oppressed is disingenuous.
Okay, so one now we go back to the Palestinian issue over
In
here.
fact,
Hold on, let me
this is
finish.
the problem.
Finished. You finished. Let me finish. So now we go back to the Palestinian issue because you said between unaliving and oppressing, you choose the oppression. But when you're under oppression, you fight the oppression and you form your own state, right? So the
And that's what they
Palestinian now that are being oppressed by Israel, you justifying their action to stand up, fight, and form their own state.
But they don't want to just form their own state. They want to get
No,
rid of
well,
Israel just the same way that you do. You
I
don't
do,
acknowledge.
I do. I say clearly
and
Israel doesn't belong in the Middle
I wasn't
East.
done responding.
Yeah.
Fed, you don't consider Israel to be a real country. You want to
No,
get rid of it. That's the same
absolutely.
that's the exact same way the Palestinians feel,
But
and they are
no,
willing to,
you
and
see,
they are willing. Yes, and they are
you
willing.
did not ask me. You didn't ask me. Like you say you want. You
And
want.
they are
Did you
willing to
did you ask
engage in
me?
violence to make that happen.
One second. Habibi, walk. Malish. I don't know. I know. I usually I get to a point. I know where I'm going. You did not ask me as somebody that told you that I do not accept the state of Israel or I don't want the existence of Israel in the Middle East. Why? Why did you like? Why do you want that? Why you think like that? You know, you never asked me that question, did you?
No, but but your motivation
Are you
seems
gonna
to
ask
come
me?
obvious.
Are you gonna ask me that question or not?
You have a distorted sense of history in which
No,
Israel's
I
state is
live. Listen,
illegitimate.
I know. While you were in Canada, probably we have the same age. While you were in Canada playing in the snow outside, I was in Beirut getting bombed by the Israeli. Okay, when you were playing American football in the field, I was hiding in bunkers with my parents that carrying me from a bunker to another, from a building to another, due to the Israeli occupation of Lebanon. So that's the difference, you know. So when you talk to me, and when I tell you I don't want the existence of Israel, you can ask me why, and I tell you exactly why. Because the Israeli occupied me, the Israeli oppressed me, the Israeli is trying to take my land. That's why. You don't ask these questions. You just don't, oh, they want to get rid of Israel. Every single one in the Middle East, up until before October 7, we believed we may
we may accept a two-state solution. Although the Arab League in 1990, in 2001, they made an Arab peace proposal to Israel. All Arab countries, if Israel pulls up to 1967 borders, will normalize and recognize Israel as a country and Jerusalem as a joint controlled city. But the Israeli turned it down. So again, we offer peace, Israel turns it down. We offer peace, Israel turns it down.
You want them to cede a whole bunch of territory.
Let me finish. We offer peace, Israel gets to Beirut, invade Lebanon all the way to Beirut. We offer peace, Israel destroy houses. There is a United Nations Resolution 1701 to ask Israel to stop invading the Lebanese airspace. Israel don't listen. There is a United Nations Resolution 425 to ask the Israeli to pull out of Lebanon to the internationally recognized borders. Israel don't listen. So you tell me who wants peace and who wants to fight. And when I tell you we don't want the state of Israel because we're sick of it. You know what sick of it? We are sick. We are sick of looking at Sabra and Shatila. We are sick of looking at the massacre of Qana. We are sick of looking at the prisons that are torture rooms. We are sick of looking at Gaza being destroyed. We are sick of looking at babies being unalived and blown into pieces. That's why we don't want Israel. That's why.
Okay.
That is the
when
why.
it comes to the Golan Heights and when it comes to other territory, they will take territory that they feel is necessary to defend themselves from frequent attacks.
And
I don't have an issue with them doing
we
that.
will
And by the
attack
way,
them, we will fight them, we will
and you'll
resist
get
them until we
destroyed.
expel them.
And you'll get absolutely wrecked, like each other time you've tried to do this.
Exactly, that's what we've seen, right? That's why the north of Palestine
Gaza
is
looks
free.
like that. Yeah,
That's
you will.
Gaza. Who's fighting in Gaza? Guys with flip flop. Guys with flip flop. You're going with an F-16.
Gaza is
Why
nothing but a
don't you show up on the
counterterrorism
border with
operation.
Lebanon? Why don't you show up on the border with Lebanon?
Yeah,
Because you're scared.
please,
Because they're finishing.
Please,
because
I have
right
just
now
one
they're doing-
question.
Because they're
You're
doing
scared.
shaping operations.
Demolition company is successful. Israel as a demolition company is successful, but as a war machine is a failure.
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Please,
Who's lost more
Aril.
soldiers, Hezbollah or RDF?
Wait, Aril. You said that it's a counter-terrorism operation. Who started the terrorism in Israel and Palestine? Who started? What was the first terrorist group on that part of the earth?
Well, at that, are you talking about the mandatory Palestine in the early 1900s, like the 1920s?
I'm talking about the first terrorist groups that existed in Palestine on history. The first bombing in all of Palestine. Who started it?
You're talking about the British consulate. I don't remember what the name of the group was. It was like Haganah or something like that.
Exactly. So it was the Israelis that
this is the
started the
bottom
terrorism.
line. Okay, this is the bottom line though. Israel exists. It's established by the United Nations, and everybody operates on that system right now. If you keep fighting the existence of the Israeli state, you will keep getting decimated in warfare, and no one is going to feel bad for you.
W United Nation. Everybody in the comment. W United Nation that has placed Israeli army on the blacklist along with ISIS and Boko Haram. Do you agree with that decision? Do you agree with that decision?
They put them on a list of countries that they don't feel practice enough.
Blacklist.
Well, okay, but whatever. It's just it's a blacklist because they think that too many children are being unalived in the civil conflict.
So they are on the blacklist.
Sure, but the United Nations.
So they are
for
considered
this
as a
particular
T group.
conflict.
They are considered like
no, they're
ISIS
not a T group.
and Boko Haram.
They're not a T group. They're considered the
They
United
are
Nations.
considered. They are on the same list. You know,
No,
there's three names.
That blacklist
there
is not for
three
terrorism.
names on that list. There is three names on that list.
The blacklist is not for terrorism. There's a lot more than three names, dude.
Three names on that list.
There's
Israeli
a lot
Defense Forces, ISIS, and Boko Haram. These are only three names on that list.
Dude, it's not a list of terrorist groups.
It is.
It's a list of countries that they don't consider to be careful enough when avoiding collateral damage.
Well,
Dude, look up the black. Dude, look up the actual black. Look up the actual blacklist that you're talking about, because right now you don't know what you're talking about.
IS country is Boko Haram a country. And
Ariel,
let me ask you, why is
Ariel,
it the age group is not on that list? Why is the ADF
Okay.
is on it and the age group is not on it?
All right, guys, I have a favor to ask. It's too late for me. I got to check out. But that was a good argument
No
to finish
problem.
up with. That was pretty good.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you.
So,
Thanks for
your moderating.
buddy. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you so much. I
Chip.
just got to get some
I
sleep for all
appreciate
the.
it. The walk, sorry,
guys.
buddy.
Hey, thanks for being here, Unreal. Thanks, Unreal. I appreciate you, man.
Another time.
Thanks for being here. Come back,
Thank you,
please
Chip.
do. Yeah, and Woke, have a good night. Thanks for being here, everybody. I'll see you next time.